All right. Good morning, everybody. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is 9:40 a.m. on Friday, February 10th, 2023, and we are conducting the roundtable virtually and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and the chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure, and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review, and medical examinations, Homeland Security and Emergency Response, Adult and Youth Corrections, Family Law, Probate and Estates, Child Support, and Women's and Gender Policy. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct a performance oversight hearing for the following three agencies. First, the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives. Second, the Commission for Women. And third, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. So first, we'll begin with the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives and the Commission for Women. The Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives aims to support and advocate for women in the district through research and community involvement. OWPI is also responsible for providing programs and workshops for women in the district to advance their health and economic status. There is much work to do to address gender disparities in our city, especially for women of color. Luckily, we have a wide variety of services to assist women and girls regardless of the challenges they're facing, from domestic and sexual violence to economic instability to lack of access to educational and professional opportunities. But I've heard from many women who do not know about the resources available to them or the rights that they have under many circumstances in district law. I would like to see OWPI help us better communicate this information to the public and identify where gaps remain. Although Director Porter is poised to move into a new role as Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, I am eager to discuss with her today the work that she has done at OWPI to identify gaps in services and publicize the services that are available. And congratulations for your new role. I also look forward to discussing how OWPI has provided support to the Commission for Women this past year as they work to develop policy recommendations to improve the lives of women in the district. Finally, given Director Porter's new role as Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, I hope to learn from her today about the plans for leadership at OWPI after her departure. We will also hear testimony today on the Commission for Women. The Commission for Women is comprised of 21 district residents with experience in the areas of public affairs and issues of particular interest and concern to women. The Commission is responsible for conducting studies and formulating policy recommendations to address the most pressing issues facing women in our city. I'm eager to hear about the work that the Commission accomplished during FY 2022 and FY 2023 to date, and their plans to deepen their working relationships with community organizations and district agencies this year. I'm joined today, let me see, okay, never mind. So having no public witnesses, I will now call our first government witnesses, Director Jennifer Porter, Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, and Chair Veronica Nelson from the Commission for Women. If you are here, if I can ask you to turn your video on. Hi. And is Jennifer Porter here? I see her hand raised. We may need to admit her as a panelist. All right. Welcome. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. Thank you.
It is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you both to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I will now invite our government witnesses to make an opening statement. Can start with you, Ms. Porter.
Thank you. Good morning and happy Friday, everyone. Greetings, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer L. Porter, and I'm the Director of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives, affectionately known as OWPI. I'm proud to share the outcomes of OWPI's initiatives for fiscal year 2022, and I look forward to sharing with you the outcomes of OWPI's programming to support and resource women of Washington, D.C. As I reflect on the work that we've done to support women in our city, I'm proud that we're able to prioritize sharing resources to support the transition to in-person learning for children, changes to workplace and decisions around career planning, as well as advancements in both partnerships and technology to change maternal and child health outcomes in the district. I'm delighted to share the successful outcomes of our 2022 goals and opportunities to resource and activate DC women. Mayor Bowser has continued to position us to prioritize women and families in her administration. As outlined in her Fair Shop budget, the mayor committed to district women by investing in small businesses, financial empowerment, safe and affordable housing, reducing health inequities, and much more. The goal of this office has been, first and foremost, to give OWPI a strong presence across all 8 wards, as well as amongst our regional and national community partners. OWPI's mission, in conjunction with the District of Columbia Commission for Women, is to provide a pathway to the middle class for all women and their families within the District of Columbia. OWPI provides district women with resources to be equipped to achieve economic equality, to access quality, life-saving health services, to ensure that all district women have the freedom to live safely and without fear in both public and private spaces, and to engage with other district women, ensuring that residents are made aware of the agency and its resources to enhance their lives. To fulfill these goals of the administration, OWPI works closely with our members on the District Commission for Women to identify specific issues affecting girls and women, and to develop innovative, relevant, and impactful programs and initiatives to help them. Ranging a myriad of topics, our work was anchored in our 3 pillars: health and wellness, economic empowerment, and civic engagement. We're proud of the continued partnerships that have furthered our work and happy to share that our 43 OWPI events, 27 mayoral events, and numerous external events throughout 2022 helped us to achieve those goals. OWPI started the fiscal year, as we do each year, prioritizing our girls. Through our mentorship series, the Mayor's Girls Leadership Program, we endeavor to support the social and emotional wellness of our girls with leadership from the DC Commission for Women. We partner with women across government agencies to encourage young women by connecting them to resources, sharing career tips, and empowering them by exposing them to experiences and expertise of district women leaders. Topics include personal and professional development, coping with everyday challenges, developing social media and social skills, time management, and how to succeed. One of our signature convenings for youth engagement last year was the celebration of International Day of the Girl at Excel Academy. This event centers the quest for gender equality around the world, as well as personal development so that the girls can have resources to thrive. OWPI is proud to have curated our Sister Circle series, championing girls' confidence, as well as our partnership this year, encouraging girls to learn about sports and resourcing them with sports bras and swag collected through our partnership with the Washington Women's Professional Sports Coalition. For economic empowerment, MOPI continued our Financially Fit DC Women series, a great partnership with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. The content of these segments has been curated for women that are planning to leave relationships, navigating financial commitments such as loans, child expenses, and housing. We curated breakout sessions with DISB during Mayor Bowser's 5th Annual National Maternal and Infant Health Summit for families to learn about tools for educating their children on financial literacy. We continued our segments on financial dependence, specifically around the area of domestic violence, as we partner with Fulton Bank, Wells Fargo, and Mama's Safe House to unpack the intersectionality of financial abuse and domestic violence. Additionally, during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we held an in-person event at the Ward 8 location of Busboys and Poets, during which our community shared prevention efforts, testimonials, and advocacy strategies. MOPI continues our economic empowerment programming in 2022 by hosting our Work Smart wage negotiation trainings. We're really proud of this continued partnership with the American Association of University Women. And this training is curated particularly to help women learn navigation techniques to help them in their promotion potential, particularly as women of color experience disproportionate compensation compared to their white counterparts. This year, we commemorated Black Women's Equal Pay Day and Latina Women's Equal Pay Day during the respective commemorations. This year, we're proud that the negotiation course was held in Spanish, with printed materials also translated. The AAUW facilitators led a profound conversation on the inequities that sustain racial pay gaps, as well as provided toolkits with scenarios, vocabulary, and responses to combat wage discrimination. This year, we also commemorated our annual Women's Equality Day celebration with a festive and fun mixer hosted by Mayor Bowser in the newly developed Sandlot and Anacostia location. This year's celebration was an opportunity for district women to engage with district government resources and to celebrate the 102nd anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment and the fight that continues today to empower women. We added this year 14 civic organizations to a resource fair. We also included a live interactive art installation, as well as we sponsored a rideshare transportation in partnership with Lyft. This year, MOPI's theme, Passing the Torch, highlighted women's civic organizations that have contributed to the women's suffrage movement and contributed to the need for a call to action to commit women, allies, and community organizations to continue advocacy. To document our commitments as a city to the policy and economic engagement themes, we published proclamations for the 50th anniversary of Title IX, Women's Equality Day, Black Women's Equal Pay Day, International Day of the Girl, Latina Equal Pay Day, and many more. Additionally, MOPI responded to the historic nature of the Dobbs decision by the U.S. Supreme Court locally, with elected officials to reaffirm the city's commitment to access to comprehensive reproductive health care. We continued our Maternal Mondays virtual wellness series throughout FY 2022, as we offered segments on components as a commitment to the partnership with our partners in our National Maternal and Infant Health Summit. We were proud to join Mayor Bowser in person to celebrate the expansion of the Bright Beginnings home-based comprehensive maternal and infant health services, as well as convene with the Carter Center and DC Health for our Help Me Grow campaign. Our National Maternal and Infant Health Summit last year marked MOPI's first successful planning and execution, but the 5th anniversary of this annual convening. Over 15,000 people registered for the summit, and we featured 51 speakers, breakout sessions, 30 community-based organizations, and more. We're proud to have both philanthropic health, and community-based partners to help us to amplify resources for moms in DC and connect our community with efforts and advocacy to continue to strengthen maternal health outcomes in the district. For Women's History Month, which council member, for us is our prime time. We affectionately call it our Super Bowl. We hosted our biggest celebrations of the year during every March. Last March's observation included public events with partnering agencies, community organizations, and we engaged residents across all 8 wards. We're proud of these partnerships and the ability to engage in these programs for our community. We were able to host a panel focusing on women who lead in infrastructure. We co-hosted our popular Women's History 5K, and we hosted a special edition of Mayor Bowser's Washington Women of Excellence Awards last year. In conclusion, MOPI's work shines because of our strategic collaborations and partnerships, particularly our partnership with our Commission for Women. The Commission advises and supports our work as we endeavor to continue to find ways to provide precision programming that targets the needs and priorities of district women. We're proud of the work that we've done, and we look forward to new partnerships as we work to support and celebrate the amazing women in our community. In closing, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for your leadership, and look forward to working with you all in the future to fulfill our commitment to women. And we appreciate the opportunity to support and share our accomplishments. This concludes my testimony. My staff and I are happy to address any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Porter. It's great to hear. And we will next hear any testimony that Chair Veronica Nelson may have from the Commission for Women.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Chair Pinto and the members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. My name is Veronica Nelson, and I serve as the chair of the District's Commission for Women since August 2021. The commission was established in 1973 to support programs that elevate and improve the status of women in the District of Columbia. For many years, the commission has and continues to identify strategies to achieve equality and equity for women in the district. The Commission for Women consists of 22 professional, entrepreneurial, and inspiring women from all 8 wards of the district. Commissioners are gifted with rich experiences, deep skill sets, and a passion for service that enables them to advise, uplift, and support women across the district. The commission serves at the pleasure of Mayor Bowser, and as such, we appreciate a deep-rooted partnership with the Mayor's Office on Women's Policies and Initiatives in their pursuit of enhancing the lives of all women and their families. The commission is intentional about ensuring that the partnership remains aligned to continue to provide support for the outstanding work of Team MOPI. Along with the goals and accomplishments of MOPI, I am proud to highlight a few of the successes of the commission. These successes include our continued work with Excel Academy's Sister Circle, where we engage with youth to promote civic engagement. We continued our support of the House of Ruth with a monetary donation to provide robes for survivors. Additionally, we continued our support of the Financially Fit DC Women Series and the Work Smart Women's Salary Negotiations workshops. The commission also proudly served as moderators for various panel discussions at Mayor Bowser's 5th Annual National Maternal and Infant Health Summit. We supported the annual Washington Women of Excellence Award ceremony, where each year the commission nominates qualified, outstanding women leaders to celebrate and elevate their work. Commissioners also attended and supported the phenomenal Women's Equality Day event that was held in Ward 8 in 2022. Looking forward, for 2023, we are hard at work planning and preparing for our next Be the Movement Women's Policy Bootcamp, where we encourage, civic engagement from our district women, and we encourage them to learn about government leadership as well. I am proud to serve alongside the women who inform the critical work of our city to educate and empower women. I am thankful to Mayor Bowser for entrusting us with this important work. I want to thank Director Porter for her continued great leadership. Our collective efforts have connected women to critical resources, mentored our girls, and have celebrated amazing women making impacts across our city. We are proud to share our work for this year and look forward to continuing our efforts to empower DC women and their families. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chair Nelson, for that and for the important work that you both do. So I'd like to start by hearing from both of you about what your mission is, whether that's from the director's perspective or from the chair's perspective of the commission. And then curious to hear from both of your perspectives how you all work together and what the kind of best case scenario is for productively working together. We can start with you, Director Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. Our mission, very condensed and simply, is to amplify government to women. And so we do that in a couple of ways. We work to make sure that we are connected with every women's organization, every women's civic organization, working with nonprofits that are women serving and women centered to make sure that all of the resources and investments that Mayor Bowser has made for district women, that we are sharing that to them. And so the great thing about that mission and that task is that we have our Commission for Women that we work with to make sure that we're able to reach, as extenders, new organizations, new places, new programs that may be in need of resources that we don't know about. And so we make sure that whether it is our investments for childcare, investments for health, that our sister agencies like DC Health and the Department of Behavioral Health, we make sure that women know about those resources. And so, again, we work with the DC Commission for Women, but the way we actuate that is a couple of ways. We curate specific programming that is women-centered, women-focused, to make sure that it's attractive to women for them to come and to learn. And so all of our programming is in partnership because, again, while our sister agencies are implementing some of the programs, we make sure that as extenders that that the programming is not only accessible for women, but that they're able to learn more about it. The last thing I want to share about this, Madam Chair, is that role of amplifying government to women is reciprocal. As we're sharing government to women, we have the opportunity to learn from women to say, hey, thank you for sharing this resource. But is it possible to have this translated in a language that can reach more women? Thank you for sharing this service. But we're learning from women, hey, maybe these services need to be offered at different hours. So we're able to, in an advisory role, come back to the mayor and our sister agencies on behalf of women to share opportunities for resources to be better equipped to serve women. And so, again, our commissioners are also able to help advise us in that way to say, hey, one of my neighbors or one of my residents learned about a service that we were sharing and amplifying. Is it possible to get additional hours, or is it possible to have things translated? So those are just a couple of examples. But again, our main mission is really sharing government to women.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chair.
Yes, I would, of course, echo all of what Director Porter has shared. And I think of the role of the commission is really to be there for support for Team OWPI, right? So we want to be sure to amplify the programming that's going on amongst our own networks. We want to reach into our other organizations and offer partnerships and sponsorships where we can. We want to, of course, actually participate, serve as panelists, serve as moderators and things of that nature. And so we are there to make sure that when Team OWPI needs support in any kind of way, we can try to provide that, and just make sure that our commissioners are engaged and that they feel like they know how to provide that support as well individually. And so I think in an ideal partnership, we pretty much have that. I think we meet regularly, we speak quite often in between the meetings and keeping each other abreast of what's going on. And we are sharing information back and forth all the time insofar as advertisements for the programs, sharing it amongst our own networks, like I mentioned earlier, and just making sure that the word is getting out, because the programming that is being provided is excellent. And the last thing we want is for that program to be going on, but it's not reaching the right people. So we want to make sure that we're helping to make sure the word is being spread and supported.
Got it. Well, thank you for that. And I love to hear about the collaboration, and it's unsurprising that two entities led by women and focused on women are so collaborative. So something I asked you, Director Porter, in an oversight hearing 2 years ago was about the data that MOPI is collecting to better understand what the current needs are and how we as a city can be addressing those. So now, which challenges did MOPI identify as the most pressing and prevalent issues facing women and girls during FY 2022 and FY 2023? And if you can, how were those issues identified?
Sure. So thank you for that question. The most pressing issues that we identified for women and girls, I'm going to actually bifurcate these for girls and for women. While some of the issues are concurrent, we address them uniquely. So for women, the issues that we identified and that we are addressed and endeavor to continue to address is the economic impact on women post-COVID. But as we kind of come into what has been this new phase post-COVID, right? And so the way that we address that is we initially connected to the Department of Insurance and Securities and Banking, which houses our Financial Innovation Center. We wanted to learn about the resources that exist, that are investments that have been made, and we want to understand how women were and were not accessing them. And so we realized through the partnership with them, they had also identified women as a priority for their outreach efforts. So it's a great partnership. And again, through the Commission for Women, gauging from them to understand priorities. We also did a listening tour. We worked with our MOKers on community walks. We hosted a series of open houses and community engagement events in partnership with our kind of parent cluster, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, where we hosted opportunities for folks to give us feedback. You may have seen pictures of our feedback board for fresh ideas and concerns that women had. And so it became abundantly clear that this economic empowerment, financial independence was a priority. And so we addressed that in a couple of ways. We curated the series, Financially Fit DC Women, but we curated as we were looking to open and host more events in the community. We also recognized that we needed to continue to maintain the virtual series, particularly for these issues, to make sure that women have a safe space and an opportunity to learn in private. And so the other thing that we did with the this continued economic empowerment, addressing those issues, is we partner with the Department of Employment Services to continue and to actually strengthen our wage negotiation trainings. We were offering them virtually, and so we recognized that we needed to bring them back in person and to continue helping women to learn those tools to negotiate higher wages. And so that's been pretty successful. We also recognize that not only do we need to continue the wage trainings as well as our financially fit trainings, but we also knew that there were particular issues for women when it comes to in the maternal health space with affording childcare and just learning about financial independence. And so we incorporated that partnership with our maternal and infant health initiatives through the summit this year. So that's the number one priority. Our priority for girls, I'll go to, we have a great partnership with DC Public Schools and in particular, our awarded school, Excel Academy. We're proud of that partnership. Our commission actually identified Excel Academy as a priority and elected to adopt them as our place of impact. And so working with the principal and leadership team there, we understood that the priorities for the girls were developing their social and emotional skills. The school is doing a great job of working with the girls academically, but recognizing the concepts that they promote as a school with sisterhood, being self-starters, high confidence. Those are areas of growth for the girls that we could curate programming with. So we, as I shared in my testimony, worked with, again, amplifying government to women and girls, all of our government resources from our Department of Behavioral Health, which we have an amazing partner and champion there, Dr. Adade, who comes and curates some of the workshops for the girls. We partner with our women's professional teams to curate wellness workshops with the girls, including having some of our players to come to the school, as well as resourcing them. They partner with us for a sports bra collection and sharing sports bras with the girls. And so a lot of that series, when we talk about social and emotional support, is really meeting them where they are, helping them to share more with us on what they need, and really being able to meet them working with the school leadership. So it's really a continuation of our work, working with the commission, working with the community to identify those gaps, identifying government resources that already exist that are endeavoring to meet that gap, making sure that women are connected to those resources. And if there are gaps in delivery that MOPI can meet to help connect women in a more impactful way by curating programming, we do that.
Okay, thank you. Sure, I'm off mute. And when you talk about the ideas board, what were some of the ideas that stuck out to you that residents identified as big challenges they were facing?
Yeah, so I have to, there are a couple that stick out, but I want to go back to the board and I can share even more because we were really excited about some of the ideas. But one of the things that we saw as a challenge is that some of the ideas were investments that already exist, that we know if people are bringing these to us as fresh ideas, those are opportunities for us to continue to amplify those resources. I think one of the things that we really saw were opportunities for recreation and support. We have the #1 park system in the country. And so we're excited to continue our partnership with DPR's Fit DC campaign to make sure that women know about these great resources. So every year we invite you and we hope that you have March 4th pinned, everyone, but especially you have March 4th pinned on your calendar, because that is this year's Women's History Month 5K. We've hosted, I think the most we've hosted is like 5,000. I have to come back to that number, but tons of residents who come, but they also learn about their local rec centers and learn about the offerings for wellness across the city. So that was something that stood out to me for the ideas board. Another thing that stood out was opportunities for programs for youth, and the mayor has been doubling down and making additional investments. But again, we want to make sure that the word is out there. So as we continue our partnership with Excel Academy, we make sure that we bring those resources and sharing, not just with the girls, but also sharing with our sister agencies. And so we were proud to amplify and to support some of the offerings that DPR had for our teens last year, and will continue throughout the year. Honestly, council member, I have to go back to the responses to kind of pull out some of those, but I think we've definitely incorporated those the feedback, and we look forward to continuing to explore opportunities to incorporate some of those ideas.
Well, thank you so much. And those are clearly such great events for the community. And one of the things we just love your thoughts on is, as your mission is to amplify government and the resources that are already available, I'm wondering, having had done this work for a few years as you have, what you think about the benefit of selecting a couple of issues that are particularly pressing to women. So whether that be economic instability that you talked about, or access to these spaces, or domestic violence, or the experience of women who are returning citizens, whether there is a benefit to selecting a couple of those measurable challenges and then working specifically to improve outcomes on those areas that currently there are an array of programs and services you can guide people into, but without a coordinated effort to see improved outcomes, I worry that we won't be moving the needle sufficiently.
I'm happy to respond. This is one of the things that I work with my team to really, one of the things that our team addresses. The mayor has made it really clear that all of the issues that we've highlighted are issues that are priorities for her. And while the investments for moving the needle or impact may be located in a DC health, a DC behavioral health, while those programs are not particularly carved out as the women's mental health program or the women's cancer program, the way that our office is outfitted, we're in a place to be able to amplify the resources and the investments that exist in sister agencies in partnership. And that strategy for me, I think, is beneficial because women are amplifiers. We know that. We know that through research, and we know that through our experience. One of the most common questions that I get, council member, and you can imagine, is, this is so great. What are we doing for men? That's like one of the most common questions, because as we amplify women, they share. And so as we resource women, as we connect them to life-saving and critical resources, we know that it continues to amplify. So sometimes folks ask me, do you want to implement a particular program within this agency? I think we need to be able to touch multiple issue areas, because also the other point that I'll make is, so many of the outcomes that are priorities are so multifaceted. When we look at maternal and infant health, which is one of our priorities, the determinants of maternal health outcomes, they're social in nature, they're financial in nature. And while we're talking about health outcomes, particular birth outcomes, health outcomes, we need to be connected to financial literacy, housing, all of these kind of issue areas that really do impact cardiovascular health, maternal health. So from a strategy standpoint, I think that there is a greater impact with the way that the strategy that the mayor has set up for our office. The other note that I'll share on this, and a nod to our great partnership with the commission, is we activated the Women's Policy Bootcamp because we also know that we believe that government shouldn't do it alone, right? When it comes to answering and addressing the issues for women. And so we also recognize that there are gaps in areas where women just don't know about government or don't know how to activate in government. So with the boot camp, being able to teach women did you know that if there is, let's say you access a government resource and it wasn't working for you, you're liaising with the women's office to help you. But did you know that there are boards and commissions that you can serve on to advise these agencies? Did you know that there are MOCRs? A lot of people don't know. And so as we're amplifying government, we're also activating women to then amplify government as well by learning how government works. And again, as amplifiers, bringing in their neighbors, bringing in their community. So I think I acknowledge that. I recognize that there is a different school of thought in being able to resource this agency with particular services. I do think, though, that there is a value add to having the services not necessarily like located by gender, but being able to amplify them by gender and connecting them to the folks that are doing the great work in our sister agencies. Let me know if that makes sense. I know that was a lot.
No, it does. And it's very helpful to hear your perspective on that, because like the example that you gave is one that I would use on the other side of the argument to say, infant mortality and maternal mortality, because it's so intersectional and touches so many different agencies, if there is not one entity responsible for coordinating improved outcomes, then how can we really expect to improve outcomes when there are so many great agencies doing a lot of the important work, but without a convening coordinator? How do we demonstrate and how do we measure the impact of those investments so that we can learn from them and do better?
I appreciate that, and I agree. And I think that's one of the reasons why the mayor made the decision to have the Office on Women to really house some of those, to lead our maternal and infant health initiatives, because of the way that our work is, the strategy of our work is not just focused on health and nature. It's, again, policy, economic empowerment, civic engagement, and health and wellness for women. And so while there is Department of Housing, Department of Health, we do serve as that kind of convening space, but not limiting the resources and not limiting the initiatives to this agency. We are serving as the coordinator to be able to triage women to the Help Me Grow program, but also to triage women to the Department of Behavioral Health, that and connecting to all of the resources, again, that while a program being housed in the health department or a program being housed in a particular agency may not necessarily even connect to our neighbors or to the consumer, that other resources that exist that they may not know that they need, or may not know that there are investments that exist that can support them.
Yeah, okay. And that makes a lot of sense. I guess just in terms of playing that convening role, are you tracking and measuring data from all of those sister agencies over time?
So we are monitoring the data. We're not collecting the data. And that's actually something that, as we're convening the Thrive by 5 Coordinating Council, that is what we're endeavoring to do. So that body, along with our office and our team, in partnership with our sister agencies, which many of the sister agencies have positions on that council, that is what we are hoping and endeavoring to do.
Okay. And I just raise it because, again, this is something that we talked about a couple of years ago at Oversight. So I want to understand what the timeline is for implementing some of that measurement.
Sure. So yeah, and I think, you know, we received the mayor moved her maternal and infant health initiatives to the office on last year. So this is kind of, you know, iterative. I could talk to you more about our strategic plan for rollout, but we're kind of, you know, we convened the summit and now we're really looking to move more into that impact. So the impact with convening the council. So I'm excited, but again, you know, we're moving in an iterative fashion, but it's definitely coming.
Okay, thank you so much. Look forward to working with you on that. or whoever takes the role next when you transition. So how has MOPI supported the commission's work to develop policy recommendations in addressing the challenges that have been identified?
Sure. So I think what our policy committee and the policy bootcamp is probably the biggest, to just kind of call out the biggest initiative by which the commission is looking to convene and identify policy initiatives. I think obviously the commission was very concerned with the Dobbs decision and identifying ways that we could activate around protecting women's reproductive rights. And, through the leadership, the decision was made that we would really kind of lean into planning of the boot camp and really utilizing that as an opportunity to hear from women and women's organizations in the community to then activate women, but also to hear from them to say, what are the resources that exist before we kind of lift up particular initiatives. So I think, we have the date, the committee's been working hard. So I think our support of the boot camp, supporting the commission by helping to identify the location and the technical support for it is really our primary role with that particular initiative. But the commission is busy working to identify speakers and topics and breakout sessions. And so I think March 18th, we'll really see after that and the evaluation and kind of collecting that, we'll really see more of the recommendations from the commission.
Got it. All right. I look forward to that date too. So let's talk about some of the events and programming that you all have had. You touched on some of those in your opening, but what events has MOPI organized in FY 2022 and 2023 to date? And for those events, how did you most effectively publicize them to the public?
Sure. So I just have to say, I think our most effective publication is our commission. They really are like extenders. I love when commissioners are like, oh my gosh, my friend, my neighbor, my mom is coming. Like, I love that because I think, again, everyone is not following MOPI on social media. Everybody is not on our distribution list. But our commissioners play a really big role in not only pushing things out, but also helping us to learn, hey, Director Porter, can you come and speak at this event? Hey, can you attend this gathering so that we can make those connections, make sure that folks are connected to government. So I think they really are like my secret weapon. But in the formal sense, we do work on a monthly basis to increase our newsletters distribution. We have our social media on Twitter and Facebook. We also know that cell phones and call logs are probably one of the most impactful ways. So we actually call our residents, calling our seniors and neighbors about upcoming events and initiatives. And
sorry to interrupt you, but just in terms of the call log, what type of call list are you going off of?
So when we attend events, we have sign-up sheets and we ask residents to share their numbers if they like to, and they share their numbers and we call them. Okay.
So mostly those calls are based on people who've already attended. Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so, like I said, our social media, our newsletters, we also work with, and again, the mayor strategy with our office, we're outfitted with 13 other sister agencies. And so we know that so many of our neighbors and residents show up in a very intersectional way. So our Office on African American Affairs, Office on LGBTQ Affairs, we work with them as well to amplify our messages. So while we have our call list and our distribution list, our sister agencies also have their unique lists and they're pushing out our programs and initiatives as well.
Fantastic. And has that partnership been expanded to the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs to share some of that information?
So the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs is the like convening office of all of the 14 sister either cultural offices or constituency offices. So MOCA is kind of like the parent of all of those agencies. So MOCA, who also curates their own list, amplifies our programs as well.
Great. Okay. So we touched a little bit on this for the maternal and infant health issues. Can you elaborate a little bit on how the summit went this fall and what that looked like?
Sure. And I have to caveat that I was very much so having my own maternal health experience. I was on maternity leave, but I'm happy to report out on the outcomes for the team. This year, our focus.
Congratulations.
I'm sorry.
I said, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This year, the focus for the summit was to engage women and birthing people and connecting them to innovation that exists. When we look at maternal health outcomes, we're not happy about where we are, but we know that there is a lot of innovation, a lot of new investments that we're really excited about. And we wanted to really have the summit to be an opportunity to showcase that innovation so that we can learn, we can cross-share, learn what's not working. And we did just that. So we highlighted our Department of Employment Services, the new paid family leave investment and initiative, where residents can learn about this new investment, learn about the resources, and learn how to access it. We highlighted the Help Me Grow program, which is a great, sometimes not well known about resource where residents can call to get navigated receive navigation to services from maternal mental health, receiving free cribs, safety information, free car seats, and residents just don't know about that. So again, we took this as an opportunity to really put that innovation out there. We also hosted a series of workshops and breakout sessions for residents to learn. We hosted leaders from across the country to kind of share innovation around childcare investments. They shared, again, financial literacy for young people. So yeah, it was wonderful.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the future leadership at MOPI. Now that you've been named the director of OVSJG, and congratulations again, very exciting. Looking forward to working with you in that capacity. And as you may know, the oversight hearing for them is taking place right after this. So
that's right.
all meant to be. How are you working to assist with the transition for the new MOPI director and ensure that there's continuity in leadership and mission?
So I have an entire transition binder here, which will be backed up with a transition folder on a drive and a transition thumb drive. So all of the files, documents, and resources are there. I will continue to serve as a resource. And I've already asked that there, once the director is named, that we're able to just schedule just some time to transition as well. I think the team, the leadership team here at MOPI, who had the opportunity to lead during my maternity leave, they are very capable and have had experience in keeping this ship afloat. I'm excited that, again, we're going into our Super Bowl, Women's History Month. They've already submitted and have approved their plans for the month. A lot of programming with intention. My focus in leading this office has been for impact that is deep. And so while I'm leaving, I know that this team has that spirit. They have that desire from the mayor to make sure that our connection with women is deep and impactful, and that we center women in all that we do. And I'm very confident that that will happen. But yes, we have tons of resources left to transition.
Fantastic. And in terms of timing, do you have a sense as to when a new director may be named?
No, I don't. I know that the mayor is working now with the mayor's office on talent appointments, but I don't have that at this time.
Okay. And do you have a sense of when you're going to begin your new role?
Yeah, so today is my last day, and I'll begin my role on Monday.
Last day. Wow, what a last day. Well, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Okay, good to know. So this is time is of the essence in naming a new director, I'll say.
Yes.
Okay, let me make a note of that. All right. So when does MOPI expect to release the next annual report?
So that's a great question. The team will have to get back to you. Obviously, they're working on a couple of revisions. I know that they're working with the mayor's office on community affairs. We usually release those annual reports as a cluster, and I just don't have the runway of timeline for you, but I'll make sure that the team gets back to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to that. And in your pre-hearing questions, in terms of some of the outreach to publicize events, you talked about canvassing neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. How are those neighborhoods identified and selected, and what does that work look like?
Yeah, so we work with, again, the mayor's office on community affairs. We're a small but mighty team. So we work with the office on community affairs. We also work with our sister agency, the MOKers. So those agencies identify areas based on surveillance with some of the public safety cluster agencies, areas of need. And I think they can share a little bit more about their strategy for identifying the areas, but oftentimes the strategy is really making sure that we're touching all 8 wards. So even like with the community fairs, the mayor is intent on making sure that there's a presence in all 8 wards. So we may be in Ward 5, because that is the next ward, and making sure that we reach all residents.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So Chair Nelson, I want to ask you a couple of questions similarly about some of the efforts to identify the most pressing challenges and kind of your approach to doing that work and identifying those problems, and then what comes next once problem identification happens.
Yes, thank you for that. So as relates to us planning for the policy boot camp, we actually did discuss what we felt were some of the pressing problems. And it was based on, of course, our own experiences, right? And then also what we are hearing from our networks within our other organizations that we participate in. So a lot of us are connected in other organizations that also serve the women and children of DC. So we, through more than one avenue, are trying to help amplify and impact the same population, right? So we're hearing information from our own organizations as well as through the work of what we're seeing ourselves. And so for the policy boot camp this year, we did think that there were a couple of things specific to mental health around COVID and maternal mothers working from home and dealing with childcare, things of that nature. We also kind of came to the forefront for us as a issue that we might want to amplify was gun safety. Was very important, as well as affordable housing. And all of these also obviously are part of the mayor's initiatives, right? And so we talked about these different issues probably for a good 6 months or so, and then honed in on 3 that we decided to focus on for the policy boot camp. And so from the canvassing perspective, it was from within our own networks, other organizations, and just trying to make sure we were being as thoughtful as possible. And then, of course, when we attend and participate in the programming that Team MOPI does, we are hearing from the women as well. You know, we're hearing that they're excited about the programming that they heard. So if we hear that, oh, you know, this salary negotiation workshop is phenomenal and we need more of those, we will say, okay, let's see what we could do about that. So we're taking all of those bits of information together to help inform us.
Okay, thank you. And how often does the commission meet?
Monthly.
Okay, and are those meetings being held virtually, in person?
Virtually, for the most part. We've had one or two in person, but primarily virtually. And I will say that the entire commission as a whole meets monthly, and then the executive committee meets monthly as well, like a week prior to prepare. And then we have other committee smaller meetings as well, leading up to the monthly meeting. So there's the one large meeting, but other preparatory meetings.
Got it. And can you share kind of generally what the makeup of the commission is in terms of experience and different types of backgrounds?
Oh gosh, it varies widely. Yeah. So I know we have quite a few entrepreneurs. We have those who have also served in policy making for other women's issues. We have those who have experience with domestic violence in the past. Director Porter, help me out here. We have there's quite a bit. I come with housing background and project management background, and what others, Director Porter?
Yeah, we have several, like you said, several entrepreneurs. We have a lot of women who work for women's advocacy organizations, nonprofits, both local and national. We have, let's see, we have a few attorneys. We have a really great group. We have women who are just really amazing, like not neighborhood captains, but like they look out for their community and they're really concerned about women. And so they came on. We have young women who are working at local universities. It's a really good mix. It's a good mix. We work really, really hard with the Mayor's Office on Talent and Appointments to make sure that we have at least 2 representatives from every ward. And so really proud of that work in partnership with the commission. And yeah.
And there are 21 members? Is that right?
So 22, including the director who serves in an ex officio manner. Yes.
Got it. Okay, great. And Chair Nelson, what additional resources does the commission believe are needed to best support women and girls in the district?
Additional resources. Well, that's a broad question. I would say that I think based on the work that Team MOPI is doing, I think insofar as just probably my direct impact is with just the size of the number of employees with MOPI. For the amount of work that they are doing, the programming, the planning, the execution, it seems overwhelming as one just trying to support them. And so just from a Team MOPI perspective, I would say that they probably need more people working just within that office because the amount of work is mind-boggling. I mean, when I think about the programming that I do in my own job, and they're quadrupling that, and it's quite phenomenal that such a small staff is churning out the quality and the number of programs that they're doing. So I would say from that perspective, that's good. Also, just from other resource perspectives, I'm sure budget is also always needed to help amplify and kind of elevate the programming. I know that in attending and participating in the Maternal and Infant Health Summit and the Equality Day programs, those are like phenomenal flagship programs that the office does. And I think additional resources insofar as helping to amplify those and take them to the next level will be greatly appreciated, because they get better and bigger every year. And just to continue that trajectory, I'm sure that there are resources that they probably can speak of more specifically. But I can definitely say from attending these programs throughout the years that the programs for 2022 were definitely a step up, and they were quite phenomenal. And so just to continue in that trajectory, I think having the resource of space around the city for large events like the convention center is needed, as well as, of course, the availability of funds to help cater and do any other planning that they need for the great programs. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of some of the research that the commission has taken on, how does that look? Is that managed through the subcommittees that you talked about? And what type of research has the commission been involved in this fiscal year?
Where we have not been involved in research per se, like formal research, it's been more informal conversations, discussions amongst ourselves, kind of gathering information from, like I mentioned, our own networks and organizations that we are a part of. And so far as actual formal researching, we have not done that at this point.
Is that something the commission has talked about doing?
We mentioned it last year, and I think just because of quite a bit of transition and trying to keep all of the programming and all of those kind of things together, like the commission really tries to focus on the Washington Women of Excellence, the Equal Pay Day, and of course, keeping the commission fully staffed and things of that nature. We did not necessarily accomplish that, but it is on the radar.
Okay. Are there any current vacancies in the commission?
I don't think so. I think we have, if there is maybe one, but I think we're pretty full to capacity. I think there were maybe 20 that I counted last. I think there's one vacancy actually.
One. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one. Okay.
Okay.
We're actually, Councilmember, we're working with the Mayor's Office on Talent and Appointments. I don't want to get ahead, but very likely will be filled very soon.
Oh, my computer froze.
Uh-oh, it cut out there.
Can you repeat that? It was a little choppy.
Sorry, I said, can you hear me?
Yes.
My computer froze right as you said, I don't want to get ahead, but.
Oh, we're actively filling the last vacancy.
Okay, exciting. Congratulations. Okay, and I know both of you talked a little bit or mentioned the Women's Policy Boot Camp. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that looked like? How many women attended? How was it publicized? And what were some of the outcomes?
I could take that, Director Porter, if you like.
Sure.
Yeah, so for the prior years, we tend to have like 3 parts of the boot camp, and the boot camp kind of will focus on informing the women who attend on how to run for office, and then we'll have a second part that will focus on advocacy around certain issues that we think are important to women, and then the third part will be about civic engagement, how they can actually become a part of influencing and having their voices be heard by serving on boards and commissions, right? So those 3 parts make up the boot camp, and we titled the boot camp "Be the Movement" for the purpose of encouraging and really trying to get across the message that individually we can make a difference. And the way we make a difference is by understanding how government works, how we can access those parts of government that we care about, and then how we can influence policy. And so in prior years, I think we've had around 300 attendees or so. That's what we're planning for 2023. And we will solicit speakers and presenters based on the different topics. So for example, for 2023, we're looking at getting a representative from every town, related to gun safety. We're looking to see if we could also hear from, I think maybe, we don't know, but we're hoping if we could have HUD Director Fudge maybe speak about affordable housing. And we're also looking for a presenter related to healthcare. So those are the initiatives that or policy points that we think are pretty important and that we will try to focus on for 2023. And then we will also have, actually this year, we're going to have our actual commissioners to serve on one of the 3 parts where they will provide wrap up of what's happened throughout the day, as well as to provide some of the information on how to serve on boards and commissions. They can speak from their personal experience on how they got onto the boards or to the Commission for Women, and hopefully be encouraging to others to participate. And so I'll pause there, see if you have any questions about that.
No, that's great and very exciting. And I look forward to seeing how it goes next year and would love to help in any way I can and be involved. It sounds like a great program. And something I would love to attend.
Oh, very good.
It's focused on women's policy and issues. Well, thank you both so much. This has been really instructive, and I'm excited for a good productive year ahead in partnership, and congratulations to you again, Director Porter, for taking on this new role. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Chair Nelson, and the new director. One of the issues we haven't talked about so specifically today is something that I'm very concerned of with the impacts of the pandemic on women in the workforce and kind of mass exodus we've really seen in DC and across the country. And there's some exciting data demonstrating that there are a lot of more women entrepreneurs starting their own businesses following the pandemic. And so would love to work with you all on that more and how we can most effectively partner with employers to make sure that they're understanding the needs of women and understanding why people are leaving the workforce and how we can re-engage in an inclusive way, but also supporting women entrepreneurs and making sure getting into business is simple and intuitive. And even if it's your first time doing it, that there are resources there for you that we can help coordinate and amplify. But really looking forward to a good year ahead. And I am especially grateful to be able to work with you all in the committee capacity, because I think there are also a lot of multi-jurisdictional issues that we're dealing with when it comes to our public safety apparatus for women victims and women's supports through our court system, through family services, through the Office of Attorney General, U.S. Attorney's Office, the Office of Victim Services, Justice Grants. So I look forward to diving into that with you all a little bit more this year about how we can all be the best partners as possible on behalf of our women and girls. So thank you for doing the work you do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I can just take a point of personal privilege, my first week in this role 4 years ago, I was studying to the questions because my hearing was 2 weeks after I started. And so for this to be my last day in this role, it has been an honor to serve the women of the District of Columbia. So thank you for your leadership. And I just want to take this point of privilege to thank the mayor for her confidence in my leadership and everyone who has supported our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so thank you to Director Porter and Chair Nelson. We are now going to hear from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, whose mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. The fiscal year 2022 OVSJG distributed over $98 million in grants. This includes funding to support district students struggling with attendance, returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and victims of other violent crimes. OVSJG is the state administering agency, or SAA, responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research, training, and technical assistance. OVSJG also provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system and evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. This is done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which includes 5 appointed youth members, and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. I look forward to discussing today how OVSJG is working to provide transparency in the grant dispersal process and ensuring that all funds available are awarded to grantees in a timely fashion. I'm also interested in hearing about how OVSJG is measuring where the greatest demand for services is, where the district should be prioritizing additional resources, and the impact of existing grant programs. I'm curious to learn their association and collaboration with those grant programs to continue our efforts to see improved outcomes and services. And finally, I'd like to discuss how OVSJG is coordinating with other agencies who manage similar programs and collaborating to share data and best practices. So today we will follow the committee's normal practice and hear from public witnesses first, followed by our government witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. We have over 72 witnesses today, public witnesses, and I want to thank all of you for participating and for putting yourselves out there and sharing these stories, many of which are very difficult to do, and for the important work you do. So we are going to start with our first panel. Our first panel will be Nancy Drain from DC Access to Justice Commission. Okay. Ellen Jakovic from DC Bar, Kira Jarrett, the Chief Executive Officer of DC Bar Foundation, Lindsay Silverberg, Network of Victim Recovery of DC, Adrienne Artis, doctor from Children's National Hospital, Elizabeth Davis, MHA from Children's National Hospital, Bishop Allison Abrams, Victim Assistance Policy and Advisory Committee, and Sarah Tenon, the Executive Director of the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. So we can start with you, Ms. Dreen.
Well, good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nancy Drain. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Access to Justice Commission. We were created by our Court of Appeals in 2005 to reduce the barriers that district residents face in navigating the civil justice system, including the scarcity of legal services. I'm honored to testify today about the impact of the Access to Justice Initiative, which is under the purview of OVSJG and administered by the DC Bar Foundation, to whom we are so grateful for their leadership in guiding the program's development. This committee has consistently championed the initiative from creating it in fiscal year 2007 to this moment with historic investments in FY22 and 23. This initiative is critical because unlike our criminal justice system, there is no right to appointed counsel in civil cases, even when family, home, safety, or health is at risk. We know that giving individuals greater access to legal representation leads to better individual and community outcomes. And access to civil justice promotes racial equity when DC's communities of color disproportionately experience civil justice challenges. You'll hear today from a range of witnesses about the support the initiative provides to your constituents. I'd like to provide you with a program overview. The initiative has 3 components. The first, the Access to Justice Grants Program, addresses the demand for civil legal services in communities of highly concentrated poverty, promotes language access through an interpreter bank, has dedicated funding to support efforts to prevent eviction, and supports DCBF's work to develop a system to make it easier for residents to access legal services. The second, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, or CLCPP, was created to specifically fund access to legal help and representation in eviction proceedings. And the third, the DC Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program, or LRAP, assists grantee lawyers with student loan debt which is an important recruitment and retention tool that keeps experienced lawyers serving low-income district residents. I'll now share some highlights of these essential programs. You'll hear today about the initiative's efforts to keep district families stably housed. Through CLCPP, district residents receive legal help in eviction. Over 7,000 tenants and small landlords have called for help since a coordinated phone line launched in June 2020. And in one relevant period, 70% of tenants served by grantees remained housed. New funding for the Access to Justice Grants program supports prevention-based strategies to curtail eviction, like knocks on doors to offer help, outreach letters, know your rights presentations, and more. And you'll also hear about projects aimed at keeping district residents in safe, healthy, and discrimination-free housing. The Access to Justice initiative also supports legal services for tens of thousands of district residents beyond housing. The list of areas addressed is too long to recite, but includes keeping individuals and families safe and stable and promoting educational opportunities, managing health crises, offering support for individuals with disabilities and assisting seniors, stabilizing credit for low-income residents, protecting wages and jobs, and promoting economic security, and specialized supports for DC residents returning from incarceration and the immigrant population. Recent increased funding has allowed proven projects to expand and new ones to address unmet legal need. And while this isn't a budget hearing, we'll just say that maintaining these increases will be critical. The reality is that the initiative's support is critical at a time when civil legal needs continue to outpace resources. We detail the astoundingly high percentage of litigants appearing without a lawyer in our courts, the increases in family law, eviction, and domestic violence needs, and new laws which require more legal support. And finally, it's important to recognize the community impact of the initiative. Funded programs help form the safety net in district communities. The initiative can leverage resources to maximize impact. Legal services providers magnify the impact of the dollars through the recruitment of pro bono lawyers. And finally, civil legal services furthers the administration of justice and builds faith in our justice system. Unfortunately, the court had a last-minute obligation that will prevent it from testifying here today, but the chief judges will be submitting written testimony to share their perspective of the program. So thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your support of this important program, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tran. Next, we will hear from Emily Jakovic, president of the DC Bar. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's the last name, yes. First name is Ellen.
Ellen, thank you. I'm sorry. I see you as Ellen. I just said Emily.
No worries.
Sorry about that. Ellen Jakovic, please go ahead.
No worries. Well, good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the Council and Committee, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. As I said, my name is Ellen Jakovic, and I'm here in my capacity as president of the District of Columbia Bar. The DC Bar is the largest unified bar in the country, with more than 110,000 members nationwide and over 65,000 members in the DC metropolitan area. As DC Bar president, I also chair the board of directors for the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono services in the district. On behalf of the bar and the Pro Bono Center, I would like to express enthusiastic support for the Access to Justice initiative. The DC Council deserves special thanks for its leadership in creating this program, which provides critical legal assistance to low-income district residents. The Access to Justice initiative plays a vital role in promoting the rule of law by reducing barriers that prevent equal access to justice for low-income district residents. When our most vulnerable residents can meaningfully participate in our legal system, the chances of injustice are greatly reduced. The Access to Justice initiative leverages the power of volunteer lawyers. Excuse me for a second. The DC Bar has one of the largest and the strongest commitments to pro bono of any bar in our nation. However, our volunteer lawyers depend on DC's network of nonprofit legal services providers for training, mentoring, and support. A well-resourced, well-functioning community of legal service providers is critical to the rule of law and makes it possible for a volunteer attorney to defend a mother at risk of eviction, help a young father maintain custody of his children, and assist a disabled neighbor seeking public benefits. Simply put, Access to Justice Initiative funding has been transformative. In 2020, when Mayor Bowser issued the emergency order to stop the spread of the coronavirus, initiative funding supported several major advancements to the legal services delivery system. The Pro Bono Center collaborated with 5 other providers to create the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, or LTLAN, a telephone hotline that connects DC residents facing eviction and other housing issues with free legal help. The network has served more than 7,000 individuals since its inception. Recognizing LTLAN's great value to the community, in 2022, the council passed legislation requiring landlords to include the network's phone number in all notices of past due rent served on tenants. This bold, progressive action by the council ensures that tenants at risk of eviction are notified about available free legal services before a case is filed against them. In a recent survey, 75% of tenants reported that LTLAN was the only place they turned to for help. The Access to Justice Initiative also supported the Family Law Assistance Network, another innovative collaboration launched during the pandemic. Since March 2020, through a telephone hotline and now also on site at the Superior Court, the Pro Bono Center and 2 partner providers have helped more than 2,000 individuals in their divorce, child custody, and child support cases. Recent initiative funding has enabled the DC Bar Pro Bono Center to do even more to help district residents remain in their homes and keep their families together. Initiative funding has allowed us to build a custom call center, an intake and referral platform for LTLAN. Pro Bono Center staff can now efficiently route calls to our legal service providers, protect confidential caller information, and email legal materials to clients. Our partners can monitor each caller's progress, and tenant organizers can complete intakes in the community and submit a tenant's request for help, all from a smartphone. We also have been able to provide district residents experiencing housing insecurity with holistic services through tenant support specialists. These experts connect tenants with essential non-legal services. They help residents search for housing, apply for rental assistance, recertify their housing subsidies, communicate with social service agencies, and more. Access to Justice funding has been critical to ensuring that our legal system can deliver outcomes that are fair and accessible to all district residents, irrespective of wealth or social status. It has been critical in moving us closer to a legal system that truly fulfills the promise of justice for all. The DC Bar and the DC Bar Pro Bono Center thank the Judiciary Committee for its continued support of the Access to Justice Initiative and its commitment to helping our DC residents who are living in poverty. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kovic. Next, we will hear from Kira Jarrett, the Chief Executive Officer of the DC Bar Foundation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning about the funding the Bar Foundation received through OVSJG in FY22 and FY23. As you know, this funds the Access to Justice Grants Program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and then the Loan Repayment Assistance Program. And we've had some significant advancements in the delivery of civil legal aid over the past couple of years because of that investment. And I just want to take a moment to highlight three sort of wonderful things that have been happening. So the first is that we continue to prioritize the housing related needs of district residents. You've heard some of the testimony already about the needs within the community and what the funding has been doing. And so the funding supports not only the individual case representation in matters like eviction and foreclosure prevention and housing conditions, but also the systems change work that Ellen talked about with the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, which is now going soon into its 3rd year. That was launched during COVID. but funding from OVSJG and housing is also supporting more upstream efforts with eviction diversion. And so we've received some special funding specifically for that over the past 2 years and have invested $4.7 million in eviction diversion, both through the Access to Justice program and the Civil Legal Counsel program. The second highlight is the systems change work that we've been doing. And so we received special funding in FY23 to support something very much like what Nancy and Ellen talked about with the landlord-tenant legal assistance hotline, but something that's more comprehensive and addresses all areas of civil legal aid. And that's the coordinated intake and referral system. So over the past year, we've had some pretty significant milestones. The first is that we've heard directly from district residents about what they would need in such a system and what would make them feel confident and would trust in such a system. So we issued a report related to that in August of last year. And then we also listened directly to legal services providers and other community stakeholders about what they would need in such a system. Second big milestone with coordinated intake is we have a directory of the more than 60 legal services providers that exist within our community. Councilwoman Pinto, I know that you're familiar with at least one of them from your volunteer work, but it's just an incredibly difficult system to navigate. So we're really happy that we have that directory. And just to emphasize how critical OVSJG funding is for these sorts of efforts, and to also let you know that we're not working in silos, we're working with other OVSJG grantees to move this work forward. Final highlight I wanted to share relates to the evaluation of the work that we're doing. And so we want to make sure that the funding we're receiving from OVSJG has the intended impact and that we're actually measuring that. So we have a report coming out soon, our annual report on the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program. Just to highlight one metric from that report, over a 3-year period from August to September 2019 to 2022, that we helped more than 6,700 cases, closed more than 6,700 cases for eviction and voucher termination. And we were able to help more than 5,600 district residents. The landlord-tenant legal assistance network that you've heard about, we have a forthcoming report in the next couple of weeks related to that as well. And what we know is that over 80% of the participants reported that they were satisfied with the help that they received from the network. More than 90% or nearly 90% said that they would use that hotline again. And 2/3 of them said that it was much easier to get help through that hotline than what they had done previously when they sought legal services. So in conclusion, the council's investment in the Access to Justice initiative produces excellent returns and has incredible impact within the community. And so the foundation's mission is to help residents in every ward have a fair and just experience in our civil legal system, and funding through OVSJG makes that possible. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. The important work you do. Next, we will hear from Lindsay Silverberg from the Network for Victim Recovery of DC.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and other committee members and staff. I'm Lindsay Silverberg, Deputy Director at the Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Since May of 2012, NVRDC has provided free, holistic, and trauma-informed services to over 8,800 victims of crime in the district, including acute crisis support and advocacy, ongoing case management, therapeutic, and legal services. NVRDC is unique because we support survivors of any type of victimization and do so from a philosophy of survivor-defined justice, meaning that we're not trying to influence our clients into thinking that there's a right or a wrong way to react to a crime, but instead support them on how they envision justice in their specific case. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, OVSJG, provided NVRDC with over $3 million in funding this fiscal year for several of our core programs, including free legal and advocacy support for all crime victims. Additionally, OVSJG supports other innovation projects, including the Victim Legal Network, our youth-focused advocacy and legal services, coordination of the district collaborative training and response for older victims, DC Trove Coalition, and some of our trauma-informed education. In the past year, NVRDC staff served over 1,181 survivors. 75% of those were served using OVSJG funds. and more than 900 of the total were new clients. With this funding, NVRDC has had the privilege of providing advocacy for adult survivors of sexual violence as one of the 2 agencies responsible for the adult advocacy response under the rights provided in the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act, or SAVRA. While NVRDC led the advocacy services since 2012, this program grew in 2021 with the expansion of SAVRA. The partnership now includes MedStar Washington Hospital Center, DC Forensic Nurse Examiners, DC Rape Crisis Center, DC Victim Hotline, and NVRDC. For our part, providing survivors with acute crisis support and long-term advocate offering consistent available advocacy through post-exam recovery and police processes is quintessential element of our model. And moreover, our advocates provide vital services that include free transportation, entry into therapeutic services, and referrals to legal services where their advocate from the hospital or from the community can continue to support them throughout the entirety of their recovery. OVSJG funding supports many of our innovative partnerships, including the Victim Legal Network of DC, which is a project of NVRDC and is the oldest legal services network in the district, boasting 27 member organizations. With a lean staffing model of only 3 full-time employees, VLNDC manages to cut down the average intake time for multiple legal issues from over a week to 2 days. And that's for the nearly 600 crime victims that they assisted in connecting to various legal needs each year. Last fiscal year, NVRDC took steps towards making DC a more restorative ecosystem by building capacity for local providers to offer restorative justice services to survivors of violence and to those who caused harm. OVSJG supports some of the costs of this groundbreaking partnership with JG side grantees, including Free Minds, the DC Justice Labs, and others. But this work is historically and currently underfunded to reach its full impact. We're hopeful about OVSJG's current leadership and a clear effort to enhance communication with grantees. We'll continue to offer recommendations about how this office can improve its strategic support of survivors by moving towards more flexible multi-year funding, streamlining and enhancing reporting processes and changes, and leading an example of transparency around equitable pay. We appreciate OVSJG's continued support of our work and look forward to moving DC towards a restorative and trauma-informed ecosystem that betters the experience of our clients, staff, and communities in partnership with you. Councilwoman Pinto, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Adrienne Artis from the Children's National Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Adrienne Renee Artis, and I'm a child abuse pediatrician and the medical director of the Pediatric Sexual Assault Nurse Examiners Program at Children's National Hospital in the Child and Adolescent Protection Center. The Child and Adolescent Protection Center, which we refer to as CAPC, is a division comprised of medical professionals and mental health clinicians who work in an interdisciplinary manner to provide comprehensive evidence-based medical assessment and treatment, as well as trauma-informed mental health services to youth survivors of physical, sexual, or psychological maltreatment, neglect, sexual exploitation, and those at risk of harm in relation to exposure to domestic violence. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today regarding the performance of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Today, I want to take this opportunity to highlight how CAPC has continued to provide care for the children and youth impacted by child maltreatment. For over 20 years, CAPC has received grant funding from OVSJG for sexual assault nurse examiners to provide acute forensic medical exams to the pediatric population. Since that time, the grant has grown to support the full scope of trauma-specific medical and mental health services at our center. CAPC continues to serve as the medical arm of the District of Columbia's multidisciplinary team, the MDT, response to child maltreatment. CAPC has been a member of the DC MDT since its inception, and with the passage of SAVRA in 2019, has become a formal member of the DC Sexual Assault Response Team as well. As the only comprehensive provider of these services in the DC metropolitan area, CAPC handles the largest volume of child abuse cases in the region and is one of the largest volumes in the nation. In FY 2022, CAPC had over 2,000 medical and/or mental health encounters. CAPC is a hospital division that benefits the community, but does not generate sustainable revenue. However, the cost of doing this work is not insignificant. We rely heavily on grant and philanthropic support to keep our doors open. The support provided by OVSJG has been an integral part of CAPC services at Children's National. We are appreciative of OVSJG's increase in funding granted to CAPC for the first time in many years. We thank OVSJG for the additional funding to allow CAPC to hire an additional social worker, as this position will help us concentrate on managing the social work needs of children and youth schedule for the outpatient medical evaluations. At present, each of CAPC's social workers is also a licensed mental health clinician that carries a caseload of therapy clients on their own. Thus, they share a portion of their time providing therapy to also meet the needs for mental health screening during outpatient clinic hours and to crisis intervention. Though the current social workers will continue to participate in performing assessments for children who present for medical visit, the new social worker will take on a significant portion of that duty. The new social worker will also allow for more continuity in managing the social needs related to the outpatient evaluation, improve coordination for services at the time of referral, and quite importantly, increase the availability of our mental health clinicians to serve additional youth. In addition to caring for children and youth who are victims and survivors of maltreatment, we continue to recognize the need to address the mental health needs of children who present with problematic sexual behaviors. The rate of juveniles who commit sexual offenses against other minors is estimated at about 30 to 40%. And research has shown that these youth are considerably less likely to continue problematic sexual behavior into adulthood if there is high quality evidence-based mental health intervention. The need to address the underlying clinical issues that may be contributing to a youth's problematic sexual behavior is extraordinarily important in helping them to have the best psychological and social outcomes. There is unfortunately a wait list for those services while we are simultaneously coming across an increasing number of children who need a specialized clinician. Over 50% of the referrals for PSB or problematic sexual behavior that we have received are for children and youth that reside in the District of Columbia. We're faced with this challenge and look for opportunities to expand our work in this space through partnership and support from OVSJG. Given the shared goal between CAPC and the juvenile justice system is to make rehabilitation services accessible to juvenile offenders, it is imperative that we continue to partner with OVSJG to make this possible. We gratefully acknowledge the support of OVSJG and their strong commitment to connect children and youth experiencing sexual assault and physical assault to mental health services and resources. We look forward to continue our collaboration and partnership with OVSJG to serve DC youth under the new leadership of Director Jennifer Porter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Artis. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Davis from Children's National Hospital.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Davis, and I am the Government Affairs Manager at Children's National Hospital. For over 150 years, Children's National has been an integral part of the healthcare safety net serving the district's children and families. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the performance of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants for this past year. Today, I want to take the opportunity to highlight our Youth Hospital Violence Intervention Program. As the largest pediatric provider in the region, Children's National was pleased to launch the only pediatric hospital-based violence intervention program in the District of Columbia in January 2022. The Youth Hospital Violence Intervention Program at Children's National provides victim services to youth and their families following community-based interpersonal violence, which includes gunshot injury, stabbing injury, and serious physical assault. We provide trauma-informed services both soon after the injury and in the following months, such as mentorship, case management, and safety planning. We coordinate with schools, medical providers, the justice system, and mental health providers to promote healing and avoid retaliation after a serious violent injury. Community violence, especially gun violence, continues to impact the children of the District of Columbia. For example, 1 in 10 victims of gun violence in DC are under the age of 18, and 17% of teenagers seen in our emergency department have seen someone shot, stabbed, or killed. This fiscal year is currently on track to see the largest number of children injured by firearms at Children's National. Therefore, our program continues to be necessary to reach our goal of supporting every victim of violence in the district, no matter their age. In FY 2022, Children's National enrolled 107 adolescents and their families for case management and mentorship and had over 200 encounters. These children have been survivors of community violence, most often gun violence. They struggle with feeling safe, with returning to school, and with new medical diagnoses. We have provided case management, mentorship, and safety planning services. We have made warm referrals to hospital and community services, and our work has expanded beyond the hospital, often meeting our clients where they are, whether that is at home, in the community, or most unfortunately, at the funerals of their friends and families. OVSJG provides critical direct funding and supports the Youth Violence Intervention Program. Without this support, we would be unable to serve adolescent survivors of violence in Washington, D.C. We are incredibly thankful to Interim Director Cheryl Bozarf and the team at OVSJG in their commitment to support victims of violence of all ages and their belief in our team as the program was starting. We would ask, if possible, that the grants provided through OVSJG could be for longer terms than 1 year. It is challenging for programs to do both the work and apply for a new grant every year. Multi-year grants would allow for multi-year planning and provides the foundation to hire the best staff possible. We also feel that it is critical that OVSJG continue to expand its support of Project Change through advocacy, support, and enhanced funding. Project Change sites are providing life-saving direct services to those who have been injured. We appreciate the work of the Project Change coordinator, who is also funded through OVSJG. Project Change is the overarching organization of hospital-based or hospital-associated violence intervention programs that serve DC residents. Our relationship with Project Change has been critical to fostering discussion and collaboration between both the members of Project Change and community and government organizations. We strongly encourage that OVSJG continue to use its position within the public safety and justice cluster to advocate for Project Change inclusion at the table when community violence is discussed. It is only through breaking down these silos that we can serve the survivors of community violence. We are appreciative of the opportunity we have to serve the children of the district who have survived community violence. We are inspired every day by our clients' resilience, determination, and joy. We look forward to continuing to collaborate on this important and challenging work under the new leadership of Director Porter. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Next, we will hear from Bishop Allison Abrams from the Victim Assistance Policy and Advisory Committee.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony. My name is Bishop Allison Abrams. I'm the president of Empowerment Justice Center. I'm also a member of the DC Victims Assistance Network's Policy and Advisory Committee. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser and Interim Director Bozarth, for your ongoing commitment to supporting victim services in DC. We applaud the district's commitment to victim services as reflected in the FY23 OVSJG budget. EJC is a nonprofit organization that focuses on social justice, advocacy, and equality. Empowerment Justice Center is focused on empowering the disenfranchised and marginalized members of communities of color and to elevate their quality of life. EJC is the service provider for OVSJG, has been for 4 years. Its services has impacted clients working towards becoming resilient after victimization. EJC provided in fiscal year 2022 victims on the margins, particularly those in the LGBTQIA community, culturally competent, trauma-informed services in partnership with the OVSJG, specifically addressing victims of violence. The Victims Assistance Network, better known as VAN, is a collaboration of 70 victim service providers in DC. The VAN has members that serve domestic violence, sexual assault, child victims and youth, human trafficking victims, any victims of crime in DC. The mission of the VAN is to facilitate a network of victim service providers in the DC area that ensures efficient, victim-centered, and best practice informed continuum of victim services in the District of Columbia through a partnership between public and private stakeholders that is based on mutual respect, collaboration, and progressive policy and program development. As a member of the VAN Policy and Advisory Committee, I'm here to share with you the FY24 budget request that has been developed and approved by the full membership of the DC VAN. On the heels of the historic investment of the DC district has made in victim services this year, I'm writing today to raise the collective voices of the VAN as we look forward to budget planning in FY24. In preparing the FY24 budget, we asked the mayor and council to review and incorporate our community's recommendations and budget requests below for FY24 victim services. To look forward, it's essential to understand how we got here. As OVSJG and the community-based service organizations of the VAN have seen, COVID-19 pandemic caused a spike in service needs throughout the city. Crime, particularly violent crime in DC, has been on an upward trend for most of a decade. Moreover, we must similarly recognize and come to terms with the fact that victims and survivors face a very challenging economic environment in which inflation renders basic needs more expensive and for some unaffordable. Just as basic needs are increasing in cost, so too is the cost of providing services to victims and survivors. Reflecting this reality and acting with a collective voice as members of the VAN and the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, sexual assault, and culturally specific service providers recently launched the True Cost of Survivor Safety campaign. The campaign highlights critical data showing that more people are impacted by crime and in need of victim services than the current budget allows. The Victim Assistance Network FY24 budget requests of $66.2 million recommendations are designed to preserve and build on existing funding levels to ensure the highest quality, client-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally competent best practices standard for victim services in the district. We asked for $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24, recognizing the pre-existing service gaps, the breadth of service needed for victims of crime. That is approximately a 5% increase to account for unfunded services in FY23. Additionally, the VAN requests $18.6 million for expanded capacity in the housing continuum. In DC, domestic and sexual violence is a leading cause of homelessness for women and children. Transportation, childcare, legal representation, and other support needs that programs could not provide. We also recommend including an additional 1% to 2% flexible discretionary fund with intentional discretionary funding. OVSJG can pivot to provide resources for frontline organizations to meet changing needs. We also recommend that the district begin to move away from highly restricted budget lines in the victim services budget and to grow unrestricted allocation of local dollars over the next 5 years. We urge the mayor and council to consider these recommendations in developing the FY24 budget to ensure that all victims of crime in the District of Columbia have access to justice as each victim defines it. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and the city for elevating protecting survivors and victims of violence as a top priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abrams, and for the work that you do. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Sarah Tenen, the Executive Director of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I am the Executive Director of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. I would like to thank the Mayor and the Council for the continued investment in services for victims and for civil legal services for low-income individuals in the district. Specifically, I want to note with gratitude the significant investment, particularly over the past 3 years, This financial investment in our community has been critical as we both experienced and emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic. As we redefine our post-pandemic new normal, it continues to make a tremendous difference for domestic violence victims and at-risk children. At DCVLP, we believe that a life free of violence and abuse is a basic human right. In 2022, with the support of a network of just under 500 volunteer lawyers whom we train and supervise, DCVLP provided comprehensive legal services to over 1,800 domestic violence victims and at-risk children. In 2022, our volunteer lawyers contributed a record 48,000 hours of pro bono legal services worth over $18 million in free legal services in just 1 year. Our clients come from all 8 wards of the district. DCVLP receives funding from OVSJG to support just over 40% of both our domestic violence program and our child advocacy program. Significant additional funding to support our DV program, our child advocacy program, and our immigration program comes from the Access to Justice initiative, which provides critical funding and tremendous support to DCVLP and other legal services providers. Increased OVSJG and ATJ funding enabled us to expand our services to meet more of the demand for quality free legal services for domestic violence victims and at-risk children. Unfortunately, we still have wait lists and unmet need in each of our programs. In 2022, we operated 4 weekly walk-in clinics for domestic violence victims, where we served 625 victims. We operated 2 weekly remote legal clinics for domestic violence victims that were launched during the pandemic, and increased funding enabled us to keep and retain these virtual access points when we reopened our walk-in clinics. We accepted 454 civil protection order cases for legal representation through various access points, including our 2 times per week court-based protection order clinic. It's also worth noting that 88% of the CPOs issued in DCVLP cases were for 2 years, which is an exciting development as we continue to see the positive impact of the Intrafamily Offenses Amendment Act. We accepted 11 domestic violence appellate cases. We provided representation to over 100 domestic violence victims in family law cases. We served as court-appointed guardian ad litem in DC Superior Court for 104 children growing up in homes plagued with domestic violence, abuse, with parents who are incarcerated or suffering from untreated mental health challenges or addicted to illicit drugs. The compounding layers of trauma for our child clients that they experience is devastating, and the impact of having an attorney to be their voice in court is life-changing. We've seen a stark increase in the number of clients who receive more than 1 service from DCVLP. OVSJG and ATJ funding enabled DCVLP to continue creating comprehensive and holistic legal and support services for victims in the district. In 2022, 37% of our clients received legal services from us on more than 1 occasion. To illustrate the important work that DCVLP does in partnership with OVSJG and ATJ, I want to share Maria's story with you. Maria was represented by DCVLP in multiple cases. She came to the United States from Russia after marrying her abuser and having a child. Her relationship with her husband was full of physical, verbal, emotional, and financial abuse. Maria and their son also suffered abuse from her husband's parents. After an incident where her husband severely beat Maria and threatened to kill her and threatened to send their child back to Russia, Maria was able to escape. With the help of DCVLP, she obtained a civil protection order against her husband. DCVLP attorneys also assisted her in obtaining a divorce from her abuser and gaining custody of her child, all while understanding the potential ramifications for her immigration situation. OVSJG is a leader in the community. Their leadership, along with that of the DC Bar Foundation and the Access to Justice Commission, have been essential for our community in navigating an incredibly challenging few years. Thank you for, I know I'm over on time, so thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tennant. So that concludes this panel. I do have a couple of questions for you all. So I want to start with Ms. Jakovic and Ms. Jarrett, if you all are still here from the DC Bar and DC Bar Foundation. One of the things we talked a lot about last year were the concerning trends with domestic violence as we're seeing with COVID and people at home. And wondering, as you look at the array of legal services and cases that are coming before you all and your attorneys, if there are any other trends or changes in the types of cases or the proportion of those types of cases that you've seen that you could note for us.
I'll just go ahead and say for the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, we have about a third of our legal services go to housing related issues. So that's still a big part of what we're seeing. And as we all know, if your housing isn't secure, that just radiates into every other aspect of one's life. Can you get your kid to school? Can you put food on the table? So there are food, insecurity issues about, there may be domestic violence issues among those. So that's one area where we still see a lot of need. And as everyone talked about, there was great need for legal services before the pandemic. The pandemic only exacerbated them. And even in the midst of all the great work that all the organizations we talked about and those that are testifying here today and others that aren't here testifying or maybe testifying yet, we still meet only a fraction of the need that's out there. So that's a huge reason why these funds are so important, to make sure that we can continue the great programs that we put into place during the pandemic and make sure that they can continue, and also to keep expanding how far we can reach out, how many other volunteers we can wrap in, so that we can, just use that to leverage the services we can get out into the community. And Kira, what are you seeing?
I would agree. Housing continues to be a huge area for us, not only because of the restrictive funding that we received, just because of the demand, and would completely agree with what Ellen said in terms of the importance of having a roof over your head and sort of the trickle down effect when you don't have that. I think another big area for us in terms of funding is in the family law area. That's I believe our second largest area of funding. And then I would also point to page 15 of the Bar Foundation's testimony, where we show sort of where the increase in funding went year over year between FY22 and 23. But those two are among the biggest areas.
Okay, thank you so much. And in terms of the Children's Hospital and what we're seeing with cases, how have you all been able to ramp up effectively educating patients on what their rights are as victims? Has that kind of legal representation been kind of more built into your model this year?
So I thank you for that question, Councilmember Pinto. I would say that we have hired a violence intervention specialist to be able to sit bedside with those children who have come in to our emergency department, and be able to provide them with the resources, whether that's connecting them with the one's office, connecting them to mental health support, and letting them know that we are a resource to them and really building that trust. And I would say that has been a big part of our violence intervention specialist, and kind of makes our program unique than other hospital-based intervention programs that serve youth.
Thank you. Dr. Artis, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I do. So with the passage of SAVRA, one of the main parts that we've been working on the start to do is to enable victim advocates to be able to come into the hospital when we have youth who present for acute sexual assault evaluation. One of the stipulations inside of the legislation is that a victim advocate should be notified and present in those situations. So there's been a lot of work done for quite a while on the start to get all of that coordinated with Metropolitan Police Department. ourselves, the emergency department. We've had to, you know, educate our physicians in the emergency department and, you know, the staff at triage to help everyone to understand what was happening and why it was happening. And then, of course, go through the hospital's administration to figure out, you know, what type of agreement we needed to have in order to have non-children's employees be able to come into the hospital and interact with youth who are actually admitted inside of the hospital. So a lot of work has gone into that. It fortunately has been very helpful to have the victim advocates advocating for the needs and appointments and making sure that everything is as it should be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Davis, just following up on the violence interruption work, how many violence interrupters do you have in the hospital? Or
so we currently, in part of this program, have one, and then we also have a social worker, a part of the team. Our hope is to be able to expand, and so that is what we hope to collaborate with OVSJG on, to expand the number of violence intervention specialists we're able to bring on board.
okay, thank you. I look forward to working with you all on that. And Ms. Tenen, have you found that women are made aware of or know about the legal protections that they have with protection orders, and how can we do a better job educating women of what legal protections they have?
So, like many of our partner organizations, we do a good amount of outreach into the community. I think we can always improve on that, but we do various Know Your Rights programs with partner organizations going into shelters, going into community-based programs so that individuals know what rights might be available to them for domestic violence, for immigration. Can we do better? Sure. But I think we're making good headway with working together with partner organizations by having places like the coalitions and the VAN and other community engagement where organizations are all working together. The DC Bar Foundation is doing a lot with the Transformation Network of making sure everyone knows what organizations are out there and who does what. So I think there's a lot of intentional efforts being made to make sure that that information is getting either directly into the hands of individuals who need it or into the hands of frontline caseworkers and other people who individuals are interacting with.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you all for your incredibly important work, and we're looking forward to working with you this year on continuing to support your services and making sure you have what you need so you can keep doing this great work on behalf of district residents who need it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. We're now going to turn to our second panel. The District Alliance for Safe Housing, we will refer to as DASH. We have Zanetta Green from DASH, Kaniki Hughes from DASH, Kenise Lewis from DASH, and Kubi Nagaje, the CEO of DASH. We have Rachel Usdan, Peace for DC, Michaela Deming, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Karen Newton-Cole from the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers, and Christina Jackson, the Executive Director of Washington Council of Lawyers. So we will start with Zanetta Green from DASH. If you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the time to provide my testimony. My name is Zanetta Green, and I am the Director of Program Systems and Implementation at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I would first like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Bozarth, and Incoming Director Porter for your commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic violence and their families. As the largest dedicated safe housing provider for survivors and their children in the district, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 227 individuals in fiscal year 22, including 63 adults and 59 children in our OVSJG funded housing programs. In fiscal year 22, I was the Community Relations and Program Support Manager for DASH's Empowerment Project, our OVSJG funded Scatter Site Transitional Housing Initiative. Scatter Site housing places survivors in the community, giving many their first opportunity to establish a housing history out of control of their abuser. The survivors we serve live at the intersection of domestic violence and homelessness, and most are further impacted by the systems of oppression endemic to our society. I want to share a story with you about a survivor I will call William. So often in the DV space, we see a mindset that men are always the abuser, but anyone can be a victim of domestic violence. William is a single father of two, and when he entered the Empowerment Project, he had no documented housing history, had never been permitted to have his name on a lease, and did not understand what was involved in leasing up or being a tenant with a relationship to a landlord. DASH coaches are barrier breakers who meet survivors wherever they are on their personal journey. When William learned that he had entered a program that believed and would support him and his children, he was in shock. Scared of all the things he didn't know, he became overwhelmed and began to cry. William's coach worked with him to understand how to live on his own and gave him the space to be genuine, so he was empowered to face up to his fear. Thanks to the city funding that OVSJG administers, William and his children are now living free from abuse. I once again want to express our deep appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Bozart, and Director Porter. Your commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors is what makes stories like this possible. To continue delivering on this extraordinary level of service and support to our community's most vulnerable, we call on the district to recognize the true cost of survivor safety and of doing business in DC. I refer you to my written testimony regarding our fiscal year 24 budget ask. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to expand the capacity of the housing continuum for survivors and give these vulnerable members of our community an equitable opportunity to thrive under the DC Comeback Plan. Working together, we continue to eliminate barriers for survivors of color and other marginalized identities and build an equitable foundation for victims to move from surviving to thriving. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Next, we will hear from Kaniki Hughes from DASH.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Kaniki Hughes, and I am the advanced practitioner for coaching and practice models at DASH. I join my colleague in appreciation for your partnership to support victims of domestic and sexual violence as they move from surviving to thriving. I want to begin by introducing myself and DASH's Cornerstone program. I began working with DASH in late 2021 as the Cornerstone Director, but I have been working in the DV for almost a decade, and I am a DV survivor. My colleagues will talk to you about our budget ask, but I want to talk to you about how important and innovative our work is and the impact of the OVSJG provided OPPA funding for survivors. As you heard, DASH is an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors. Before I came to DASH, I had never seen a program like it. When I freed myself from my abuser, I was able to go home and get support from family and friends, but not everybody has that chance. I have encountered so many survivors trapped by the threat of homelessness, keeping them from leaving. This is why housing programs for survivors are critical, but most are short-term. This is one of the ways that DASH is truly innovative. By providing up to 2 years of housing, our programs give survivors a foundation to build the skills of independent and empowered living denied by their abusers. DASH starts by providing safe, secure, and healthy homes for survivors to move from surviving to thriving. DASH was proud to receive almost $1 million in OPRA funding in FY22 to renovate our Cornerstone facility, which accounts for more than half of the district's available secure housing units for victims and their children. In FY22, Cornerstone was honored with the Purple Ribbon Award for Program Shelter of the Year. Through the OPRA-funded renovation, we were able to turn institutional living spaces into true homes, which had a profound impact on the mental health of the survivors. I want to tell you about a story, a woman called Simone. When Simone came to Cornerstone, she was in a place where negativity was normalized. She had been intensely manipulated by her abuser and didn't trust anyone, including staff. After taking possession of one of the renovated units, Simone's mental health improved and she was able to use the refreshed space to move away from living in her trauma and focus on growth. She recentered herself and was able to find both employment and permanent housing. She recently transitioned out of Cornerstone, and I'm so proud that she has accomplished with support from DASH and OVSJG. I want to share my appreciation to this committee and council. Last year, we came before you to talk about challenges with the administration of the OPRA funds, which was putting the renovation at risk. Thanks to the council's intervention in OVSJG's solution-focused partnership, we were able to complete this life-changing renovation. We call on the mayor and council to step up to the challenge and establish a baseline of funding that recognizes the true cost of survivor safety and doing business in the district. In our FY24 budget, we joined the other members of the band urging you to provide $66.2 million for victim services through OVSJG. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to give these vulnerable members of our community an equitable opportunity to thrive under the DC Comeback Plan. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hughes. Next, we will hear from Candace Lewis from DASH.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Candace Lewis, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs for DASH. I would first like to join my colleagues in expressing our sincere appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Bozart, and the incoming Director Porter for your ongoing support of the DV community. Through your partnership, we deliver life-saving services to some of the most vulnerable members of our community and help them find a foundation to grow beyond their trauma and move from surviving to thriving. Just as DASH is an innovator in providing access to safe housing, we are also a national leader in spearheading a truly survivor-centered approach to service provision. As a Senior Director of Programs, I oversee the full scope of both our housing programs and our wraparound services. DASH and OVSJG's long-standing partnership advanced last year when utilizing ARPA funding. DASH launched in-house cross-project supports for holistic well-being and child and family resources, which are historical gaps in service within our local continuum of care. In FY 2022, DASH was funded under ARPA to launch a well-being and spirituality coordinator position, and the coordinator represented a wide range of programming for survivors, including trauma-sensitive art therapy with a professional art therapist, a back-to-school, self-care for you and your kids program, and a very well-received farmers market with donated whole foods, breaking down barriers to help survivors connect into a healthy eating in an affordable way. In FY 22, children made up almost half of the residents of our transitional housing programs. Given this, we were incredibly pleased to receive funding from OVSJG for child and family specialists and to support comprehensive children's services programs. We were able to secure laptops for families struggling with hybrid and remote schooling and work, and arrange for expanded childcare support for working parents and conducted family enrichment activities. Both of these positions were again funded in FY23 using ARPA funds, but we urge the city to continue and expand funding these critical services as we approach the upcoming end of ARPA funding availability. The work DASH has done in these two critical programs has just started to scratch the surface and must be continued. I also want to give substantial appreciation to the OVSJ team. When we came before this committee last year, we were telling the story of years of relationships damaged by a lack of transparency into decision-making. We implored OVSJG to join us in a partnership and improve communications, and I sincerely applaud Interim Director Bozart and her team for heeding to that call. It has been personally empowering for me as a Black woman working in this field to have genuine conversations with our grant officers and her team about the needs we are seeing, have these concerns be listened to, and receive detailed answers that clarify the agency's position. We call on all agencies within the district to engage in this level of true partnership with the community-based organizations that provide the life-saving services necessary for agencies to meet their mission. Just as we call on the agencies to commit the genuine partnership in the daily work of service position, we also call on mayor and the council to commit to funding the true cost of providing services in the FY24 and beyond. I refer you to my written testimony regarding the increasing needs and costs of serving survivors in DC and joining my colleagues and the other members of the agencies of the Victim Assistance Network in urging you to provide $66.2 million for victim services through OVSJG in FY24. Together, we will build an equitable foundation for victims to move from surviving to thriving. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for helping to ensure that every district resident has access to safe and secure housing, free from the threat of abuse, and to the city for elevating protecting survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. We appreciate the collaboration between the district agencies to best meet the needs of the city. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lewis. Next from DASH, we will hear from the CEO, Kubi Ngaje. And am I pronouncing your name properly?
Almost. Kubi Ngaje.
Could you say it one more time?
Kubi Ngaje.
Kubi Ngaje. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So much.
You'll have 5 minutes.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Kubi Ngaje, and I am DASH's president and CEO. I sincerely join my colleagues in expressing our appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser, Interim Director Bozart, and incoming Director Porter for your ongoing support of the domestic violence and sexual assault service community. At DASH, all are welcome, including children and youth, and those identifying as male, immigrant, elder, and LGBTQ+ survivors. We serve survivors from all 8 wards of the city through a continuum of longer-term safe housing options that best meet their needs. We also hold leadership seats on the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Domestic Violence Housing Continuum, and serve on the DC Victims Assistance Network, DC Access to Justice Commission, and the DC Interagency Council on Homelessness. In this vein of leadership and collaboration, I am focusing my testimony today on the forward-facing successes we can have together, partnering to improve victim service systems throughout the district and building an equitable foundation for victims of violence to move from surviving to thriving as part of the DC Comeback Plan. When we came before this committee, as you've heard last year, we sought to raise significant concerns about OVSJG's working relationship with DASH and other victim service agencies. The collective voice of providers testifying last year showed that we faced a deeply strained relationship. I am pleased and proud to report today that we've seen significant improvements in how OVSJG partners with the community-based service organizations it funds. The expanded funding investments, quick turnaround on grant executions and administrative questions, increased transparency in decision-making, and collaborative working styles to build solutions are a credit to the agency's efforts over the last 12 months. We extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Mayor Bowser and Interim Director Bozart and her team for hearing the community's call and reaching out in true partnership. We call on the agency to continue to improve as we grow together. In addition to the impact you've heard from my colleagues, I would like to emphasize the successes we had through our Safe Nights Fund and Survivor Resilience Fund, which were funded in part by OVSJG in fiscal 22. At the height of the pandemic, our program staff reported increased lethality cases, including gun violence. Survivors and families facing imminent violence needed emergency housing, yet shelters were full and couldn't accommodate them at the time of this need. This led DASH, in partnership with OVSJG, to innovate and develop our Safe Nights Fund. With OVSJG funding in fiscal 22, we provided safe nights for 34 survivors and their families, further highlighting the need and importance for short-term crisis support to prevent violence and street homelessness. I am pleased to report that 100% of survivors served by Safe Nights Fund in fiscal 22 were connected with longer-term housing. In fiscal 22, DASH was also honored to partner with OVSJG and our colleagues at the Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence Resource Project, also known as DVRP, to expand our Survivor Resilience Fund to serve AAPI survivors in a culturally specific manner. With SRF funding, Dash and DVRP supported 49 survivors with a wide range of needs to secure housing and avoid homelessness, including rent, rental arrears, security deposits, moving services, and immigration-related expenses. As we look forward to working together in fiscal 24, the city must once again lead in meeting survivors' diverse needs and the true cost of survivor safety and organizations working in the district. In addition to my role as president and CEO of DASH, I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Victims Assistance Policy and Advisory Committee, from whom you've heard today. Earlier this year, the committee began researching the city funding for victim services to prepare for the conversation we are having with you today. Thanks to Interim Director Bozarth and her team, we confirmed the history of increased investment the city has made in our collective continuum of care for survivors of violence, which I have appended to my written testimony. This history is a testament to the district's understanding of the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors and victims of violence. We now call on the mayor and the council to commit to establishing a baseline funding for our life-saving victim services organization so we do not lose the incredible value of investments we've made over the years. We further request the district incorporate the true cost of survivor safety in doing business in the district as a baseline dedicated funding level in fiscal 24. I join my DASH colleagues and 70 victim service providers in the Victims Assistance Network in urging you to provide $66.2 million for victim services through OVSJG in fiscal 24, setting a $47.6 million baseline of dedicated funding level for victim services and funding $18.6 million of new units to expand our capacity in the housing continuum for survivors. We also recommend that the city and OVSJG provide multi-year funding and develop a flexible discretionary fund for OVSJG to address the unexpected and emergent needs, such as last year's unanticipated migrant service needs, the surge of monkeypox, and extreme inflation, all of which underscore the district's need to plan for developing emergencies that affect our most vulnerable populations first and hardest. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and committee members, for working to ensure every district resident has access to safe and secure housing, free from the threat of abuse, and for elevating and protecting survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Gage, for your testimony and your work. Next, we will hear from Rachel Usden from Peace for DC.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members, committee, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Peace for DC. As an organization focused on ending gun violence in the district and building peaceful communities, we are grateful for the increased focus that the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants has taken in recent years on providing services and support for victims and survivors of gun violence. We also want to congratulate Director Porter on her recent nomination to lead this agency. Gun violence continues to plague DC's most underinvested communities and has begun to spread further now, striking fear in all residents. When you peel back the layers and look at the stories and lives of both the shooters and the victims, so many of these incidents are wrapped in layers of trauma. Trauma of hearing gunshots, trauma of losing a classmate or sibling or parent, trauma of seeing a dead body, trauma of structural violence, trauma of state violence. The list can go on and on. While nothing is a cure-all, if we can treat these many layers of trauma and help people who suffer PTSD and other byproducts of their trauma, we can break the cycle and drastically reduce the violence. We want to highlight several recommendations that we have for OVSJG to improve how we heal this trauma. We appreciate the collaboration between OVSJG, WUNS, OWPI, and other agencies to provide more emergency and short-term housing and more mental health support services for victims of gun violence. We urge the agency to continue to make these essential resources more accessible and more prevalent. There are still far too many stories about individuals who have been shot and their families who are still struggling to find short or long-term housing that will work for them. This means housing in a new location where their lives are not continually at risk. This can also often mean a new location that is wheelchair accessible. We urge the government to expand the network of who is eligible for these and other resources. Often after an individual is shot, their relatives and social circle are at very heightened risk of also being shot. They are also traumatized by the impact that violence has had on their loved one. They need mental health support as well as relocation services. This not only helps the individuals, but reduces the risk of retaliation. We also need to think about what types of care that are available for individuals who have not yet been shot, but are severely at risk or in crisis. We hear far too many stories about people who cannot get the support that they need until after they are shot or killed. If violence intervention and prevention workers identify an individual in crisis or at very high risk, they should be able to get them the care they need in a streamlined, expedited fashion. We need to cut through the red tape and understand the urgency of this issue. We are strong supporters of DC's hospital-based violence intervention program, which is funded through OVSJG grants. This program is doing incredible work to connect with gunshot victims when they're in the hospital, prevent retaliation, and help them get the support they need while at the hospital and afterwards. Currently, the hospitals that have these HVIP programs have to compete for this grant funding, and there's no guarantee of funding stability year to year. We urge the government to provide stable multi-year funding for this program. We also want to make sure you are aware that the federal government is encouraging states to utilize Medicaid funding for community violence intervention work. Several states have moved forward to make this happen. We urge the DC government to go through the state plan amendment process so that DC can utilize Medicaid funding for community violence intervention work. We urge the government to expand availability and accessibility of cognitive behavioral therapy to treat trauma. And we want to make you aware that Peace for DC is partnering with an amazing organization called ROCA to bring their revolutionary cognitive behavioral theory approach to DC. This highly successful model of CBT was designed in partnership with Massachusetts General Hospital as a behavior change intervention for frontline violence intervention workers to use with young adults at the center of community violence. It's a research-based model grounded in brain science and the impact of trauma. It's a user-friendly model that uses seven simple skills on little flashcards that help participants interrupt unhealthy patterns of behavior. We started by training each cohort at the DC Peace Academy and are now working to increase the number of individuals trained to teach ROCA's Rewire CBT for Peace for DC in Washington, DC. Ultimately, we hope to teach all of DC's frontline community violence intervention workers how to practice this CBT and encourage these peacemakers to apply these skills in their work with the individuals and communities who are most impacted by violence and trauma. Taking a step back, OVSJG is a component of a much larger network of government and community-based violence reduction efforts. To achieve greater outcomes and really stop the violence, we need clear, coordinated leadership and a citywide unified, evidence-based, community-centered strategy. Anthony Smith, the executive director of Cities United, summed it up really well when he said, quote, "Now is the time for us to reimagine public safety, to dream of a world where young Black men and boys and their families are safe, healthy, and hopeful. To do this, we must be willing to move away from systems that punish and control to ones that are grounded in justice, restoration, and healing. Our models must center those most negatively impacted as we strive to reduce the epidemic of homicides and shootings for Black men and boys. We must be innovative in our approach, and as with any other disease, we must evolve our thinking as it spreads. Reimagining public safety will not be an easy, cheap, or comfortable process. It will take bold leadership at all levels, leadership that values Black lives." Thank you for listening to our testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. Susan. We will next hear from Michaela Deming from the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers for DC. And that includes specific housing providers, counseling and case management services, legal services, culturally specific organizations serving African, Latinx, Asian Pacific Islander, immigrant, LGBTQ survivors, teen and youth survivors, and those who are deaf. Intimate partner violence continues to be a significant public safety and health concern for DC residents of all ages. These dedicated service providers work tirelessly to address the epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. I'm here today to inform the council about the domestic violence victims and the providers who serve them and how that work relates to OVSJG. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced domestic violence in their lifetime, which leads to disastrous effects for the victims, their families, and communities. According to the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board's 2022 annual report, which covered calendar year 21, 20 people over the age of 15 were killed in domestic violence fatalities, in addition to 1 child. OVSJG administers local and federal funding for domestic violence and other victim service providers. They're the pass-through funder of federal funding from the Department of Justice, Victims of Crime Act funds, Sexual Assault Services formula grants, Violence Against Women Act funds, of which only 30% are actually reserved for victim services. In addition to these annual federal formula grants, OVSJG also granted over $4 million of ARPA funding in FY23. And OVSJG is the primary DC government funder for many of our 18-member programs, some of whom you've already heard from today. They cover grant services like advocates, housing options, the culturally specific service providers, mental health services, and attorneys. We were pleased to see that many of our member programs received an increase in funding during FY23. This much needed increase in funding came after years of flat funding of critical domestic violence services at truly unsustainable levels. 1 year of increased funding is not enough to correct course and provide the necessary investments in the people, programs, and structures needed to provide life-saving services and ongoing support to the district survivors. Even with the FY23 increases, we continue to see months-long waiting lists for certain services like mental health, survivors who might not be getting their needs fully met because of programming, staff, beds, or programs beyond capacity. For another example, domestic violence continues to be a leading cause of homelessness in the district, with 20% of unhoused single adults and 45% of unhoused families reporting a history of domestic violence, and 41% of those reporting it as a reason for their current homelessness. However, domestic violence programs provide less than 2% of all emergency and crisis housing units in DC, and less than 1% of permanent supportive housing units. At the federal level, we are expecting additional cuts to VOCA funding for FY24, and we know that ARPA dollars are also ending soon, which threatens to send our programs back. As we look back on FY23 to plan for improvements in FY24, we would like to know more information about OVSJG's plan to meet the unmet needs of survivors and support service providers going forward. We also appreciate Council's efforts last year to improve oversight of OVSJG's funding allocations. Nevertheless, there are some questions that remain about why some programs are receiving full funding, why some are flat funded, and why some programs did not feel welcome to submit grant applications for the full amount necessary to fund their programming and staffing needs. We continue to hear of limitations of funding for certain job responsibilities, training needs, accessibility, core programming, without clear explanation of the origin for the limitation. We continue to ask for that increased transparency. We also appreciate OVS has continued to host and provide space for the Victim Assistance Network, which you've heard about already. And we hope that that space can serve a more meaningful function moving forward to look across our individual programs and take a closer look at the landscape of services available, the gaps, and the opportunities that remain to truly serve victims and bring about the cessation of violence in our community. We greatly appreciate the Council's commitment to addressing the needs of survivors of domestic violence and the organizations working with them. OVSJG has been and will continue to be a key partner in their work. We thank them for their efforts to improve communication and approachability. We look forward to continuing to work with them and the new director and district leaders across governmental agencies to end domestic violence. I'm happy to discuss any questions that you have. And thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Ms. Deming. Next, we will hear from Karen Newton-Cole from the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karen Newton-Cole, and I am the Executive Director of Neighborhood Legal Services Program of the District of Columbia and the co-chair of the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. I would like to thank you and the Mayor for all of your continued support. I am proud to co-chair the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. It is in this role that I testify before you today. I, along with my co-chair, Aria Levinson-Wallman, am responsible for advancing the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers' mission to coordinate the delivery, expand availability, and improve the quality of legal services and advocacy for poor and disadvantaged people and groups of people in the District of Columbia. Our membership is comprised of 34 legal services organizations across the district. We provide a wide array of legal services, many of which are supported by the Access to Justice Initiative. The areas we cover include housing, family law, public benefits, education, consumer rights, immigration, workers' rights, domestic violence, probate, services focused on seniors, services focused on children, services focused on immigrants, and services focused on residents with disabilities and residents who are homeless. This list is not meant to be exhaustive, but rather is to provide you with an idea of the number of lives you touch and the myriad of services that we are able to deliver with the initiative's financial support. Thanks to the Access to Justice Initiative, including the Access to Justice Grants Program, Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and the DC Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program, or LRAP, we have been able to reach many of those DC residents most in need. Indeed, this funding has been a game changer in many ways. As we witness an unabated growing need, the legal services community has come together in unprecedented ways. We have built coalitions with our sister organizations and social services organizations that support low-income DC residents. Utilizing this funding, we have individually and collectively addressed legal issues confronting DC residents, oftentimes eliminating duplication of services and targeting our resources to secure access to justice for our communities. With the 2023 funding, we anticipate continuing and expanding this work. We work together in improving systems, meeting with representatives from the court, talking to the bar, and encouraging pro bono firms and volunteers, because like you, we recognize the growing need and understand that only with the investment of more resources can we be successful. One ongoing collaboration supported by the initiative funding is our work to establish a coordinated intake and referral system. This effort has been spearheaded by the DC Bar Foundation. As you have heard, this is the culmination of years of discussion around improving our ability to connect with people who need our services. It will simplify the process of identifying a legal services resource to the people we serve. I am happy to say that this effort and this work is proceeding in earnest. LRAP funding has enabled legal services organizations to recruit and retain high-quality attorneys that who may have been forced to go elsewhere in order to pay large student loan debts incurred during law school. Legal services salaries are but a fraction of what the private bar pays and cannot compete with government salaries. But with LRAP, we've been able to fill some of that gap by reducing or eliminating crippling student loan debt. Continued resources have been key to the delivery of legal services. We thank you for this critical support and applaud the Council for recognizing the wisdom of providing recurring and continuing to expand this funding, which allows organizations to invest and plan for the future, ensuring organization stability and, most important, continued legal services for our communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Newton-Cole. And next and last on this panel, we will hear from Christina Jackson, the Executive Director of the Washington Council of Lawyers.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and committee members for taking the time to speak with us today. I'm Christina Jackson, and I'm the Executive Director of Washington Council of Lawyers. We're the Public Interest in Pro Bono Voluntary Bar Association in DC. I am pleased to testify today about the critical support the Access to Justice Initiative and OVSJG provides to address the significant legal needs in our community. Lack of access to civil justice is an issue that has long confronted the district. Even prior to the pandemic, in several divisions of DC Superior Court, on average, nearly 90% of litigants appeared without a lawyer. This lack of access to legal support was a crisis then, and it is a crisis that has only increased through the pandemic and to today. Countless district residents continue to face domestic violence, child support, divorce, custody, housing, and probate issues that require legal help, but they cannot afford legal assistance. Their ability to protect their rights, secure their housing, or ensure their safety often hinges on having a lawyer who will advise and represent them. Studies show that litigants with legal representation can better protect their rights than those appearing pro se. The lack of legal representation has real-world, real-life impacts on our neighbors. Often, those who are most vulnerable face the greatest risks with the least assistance. And as we continue to struggle with the consequences of the public health crisis and the challenges that faced us before that time, the inequities in our system have only become more glaringly apparent. For these reasons and more, the Washington Council of Lawyers expresses our appreciation to the mayor, OVSJG, and the council for past support of civil legal services in DC through the Access to Justice Initiative. Tremendous strides have been made in the legal services community in recent years with the support of this funding, and that important work continues. District residents have come to rely on this program to address the profound civil justice challenges they often face. One of the roles Washington Council of Lawyers plays in our collaborative legal services community is facilitating cohort trainings of eviction defense lawyers supported by the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, an arrangement made through the partnership with the DC Bar Foundation. As you know, this leading edge program established in fiscal year 2017 provides crucial legal representation to low-income tenants in eviction-related proceedings. We commend the council for its leadership in creating this innovative program. Through our coordination of the eviction defense cohort, we have seen how this unified program focused on eviction defense has strengthened legal support for district residents. The commitment and drive we've observed among these lawyers and their single-minded focus on preventing housing displacement is incredible. With the additional support provided to them in FY22 and FY23, they've dramatically expanded their community outreach, trying to help tenants as early as possible. The coordinated nature of the program has also enabled them to leverage their unique organizational strengths and be more efficient in their legal services delivery. For example, we've seen the participating legal services providers come together to establish a coordinated entry point for litigants to access services, plan together to adjust operations to both remote and in-person settings, do affirmative outreach to litigants about available legal supports, and collaborate on policy and systemic advocacy. The support the council provides through the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program has been an essential foundation for this positive work. Our city is incredibly fortunate to have a vibrant and dedicated public interest legal community, a community that's fostered by the Access to Justice Initiative. It is the result of a stable core of dedicated pro bono volunteers from law firms, government agencies, and corporations. Our pro bono community is ready to step up and serve our neighbors, but they need the support and infrastructure that is provided by an adequately resourced cadre of legal service providers. As the district moves into the next phase of pandemic recovery, we will continue to draw upon the support of these pro bono lawyers who are able to amplify the impact of our legal services lawyers. Over the last 3 years, the public interest community has come together in creative new ways of representing clients and better ways of working together. Despite the progress that has been made through the Access to Justice Initiative, the needs in the community are great. While we're here in a performance oversight posture, as we move into the new budget season, we renew the call for maintaining and increasing the vital funding that allows civil legal services lawyers to stand on the front lines and meet the unprecedented legal needs faced by district residents. A well-resourced civil legal aid community is essential to meeting these legal needs through their own work and the active use of pro bono volunteers, and the council's funding is effectively leveraged in that regard. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the value of the Access to Justice Initiative. We appreciate this committee's support of civil legal aid and know that it will continue to prioritize investment in civil justice as a means of creating a more equitable city.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Jackson, and thank you to all the witnesses this panel. I do have a couple of questions. If you are here, if you could turn your video on. So Ms. Gage, you talked a little bit about the transparency with OVSJG. What changes did they make that created more transparency, and how do you think they can continue to improve? And I'm particularly interested as well in something that's come up a number of times today about the importance of a longer grant period, a longer contract period for these grants. So if you can highlight that as well.
Absolutely, happy to. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. So one of the things that we've so appreciated about the way in which OVSJG has been very intentional about partnership in the last 12 months, a huge testament to Interim Director Bozarth and her team, is really being very intentional in reaching out to grantees and actually just listening. I think there was a very true sense when we came before the committee last year that the community was frustrated. The community felt that we weren't being heard. You heard us talk about flat funding and also significant underfunding for years and a lack of transparency. And personally, as president and CEO for DASH, but also as an advocate myself, it feels truly empowering to be in a position where we can have a human conversation with an agency and with agency directors and with agency staff, and be very transparent in what we're seeing on the ground, the needs that we have as a community, and to be heard and actually have action come behind those conversations. And so again, it's something that we applaud OVSJG for listening and being really intentional in continuing that partnership with organizations like DASH and the establishment of the different structure that has been implemented in the Victims Assistance Network and the different types of committees that are now available, I think has also provided a lot more collaboration, working very closely with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Fair Budget Housing Coalition, and again, just really having information come and be heard from the ground up. Around the topic of multi-year funding, I think that's not a surprise to anyone. I believe every agency here is probably going to echo that sentiment. It is truly very difficult for agencies who are doing direct service work to be very intentional in their planning when we're looking at single year funding. Now, of course, we know that the city's budget is always done on an annual basis, but it does help us to be very intentional when we can say, okay, we know that in 2 years and 3 years, this is our commitment as an organization and as a city, so that we can move forward with the investments that are being made, particularly now with so much turnover in organizations. A lot of the workforce is tired, right? Like we used to say we work tirelessly, and we don't. Like we're working very diligently because we are tired, but we want to be very intentional about our partnerships and where we put our human and financial resources. And I think we're really looking forward to doing that in partnership with Interim Director Bozarth, incoming Director Porter, and the rest of OVSJG in this council.
Thank you so much. That's helpful. And also for you around DASH, how many beds are currently at the new facility? And when somebody calls the victim hotline, is there any thinking towards having them have more access to real-time data about what beds are available at the various service offerings? Because we've had a couple of instances where we've been trying to help constituents in need of services or a place to go. And I worry for people who may be in emergent situations, don't have time to call 6 or 8 options or wait on hold. And so I'm wondering if we can empower the hotline with more of that real-time information that could help support survivors.
Absolutely. Happy to touch on DASH's housing capacity. So our Cornerstone location has 42 units, and we're looking to expand that to 45 this year in partnership with OVSJG and DHS by releasing some of what had been previously programmatic space and making those into emergency housing units. So, and through our scattered site portfolio, we also have a total of 48 units. 28 of those are funded by OVSJG through our empowerment project. And we also have 20 units that are for youth, transitional aged youth between 18 and 24, that's in partnership with DHS. So overall, our housing capacity is 42 at Cornerstone and 48 scattered site units. And the topic of coordination with the availability of units is something that we work very closely with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and all members of the domestic violence housing continuum in collecting data. And I'm happy to tap Michaela Deming here, who's with the coalition around the efforts there to make sure that there is available data readily available. However, it's a challenge, I will say, because we know that there aren't enough units, point blank period. Every agency that we work with that is in the domestic violence housing continuum has done a lot of dedicated efforts to expand their housing capacity in the last couple of years. Dashes has almost doubled in the last 5 years. However, it's still not enough, hence the need and the upcoming budget request for $18.6 million to expand that capacity and also have ongoing resources to fund data positions and data collection to make sure that we are being really intentional and strategic in how we invest our time and resources.
And just to clarify, is that $18.6 million ask going to DASH specifically?
No, that is a community ask.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's coming from in partnership with the DC Victims Assistance Network, as well as the DV Housing Continuum. We, polled and reached out to community partners and asked, what does everyone have capacity to be able to bring on realistically in fiscal 24? And that's how we arrived at that $18.6 million request for specifically new housing units.
Great. Thank you so much. Such a need. So we will do our best for that funding as well. So Ms. Usden, I wanted to just ask a little bit more about the HVIP violence interrupters and if the DC Peace Academy provides training for that program and how that works.
Yeah, we've been welcoming folks from the HVIP program to the Peace Academy for the second cohort and now the third cohort. And it's been wonderful. They've been, a part of this group that includes other violence intervention workers who work in the community capacity. And it's been a great opportunity for the folks working in the hospitals to get to know the folks working in communities and build greater connections and collaborations.
Great. Thank you so much for engaging in that work. All right, we are going to move on to the next panel. Thank you so much to all of you for the incredibly important work that you do, and really looking forward to working with you all and your organizations this year. And I know this is performance oversight, as someone mentioned, but budget is just around the corner. So looking forward to those conversations. Thank you
so much.
All right, next up, we have panel 3, where we will hear from Melanie Acuna, Senior Staff Attorney from Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Sonia Connolly, Tenant Empowerment Specialist from Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Daniel Del Pialago from Empower DC, Kathy Zeisel, Director of Special Legal Projects from DC Children's Law Center, Ariel Levinson Waldman from DC Legal Aid and SEDEC DC, and Colleen Normel from IUTA. And if you are ready, we will get started with Melanie Acuna, Senior Staff Attorney from Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and committee members. My name is Melanie Acuna, and I'm Senior Staff Attorney and Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I would first like to thank the DC Access to Justice Initiative, DC Bar Foundation, and of course, DC Council for their efforts to provide access to justice to all low-income district residents. Today, I have the honor to testify on behalf of the legal service providers of the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, LT-LAN, in support of the Access to Justice Initiative. The initiative helps, the initiative works, and the funding must be continued and expanded. LT Land is composed of 6 legal service providers: Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, Rising for Justice, Bread for the City, Neighborhood Legal Services Program, the DC Pro Bono Center. Since its inception, we have been able to help many district residents at risk of eviction address community problems and keep them stably housed. As we represent these tenants, the most vulnerable residents of the district, we wonder what would happen if they did not have attorneys, how negatively impacted they would be. And yet there are still so many DC tenants that go to court unrepresented. Us lawyers can identify legal defenses, and we may be able to help negotiate favorable contracts and agreements with landlord attorneys to keep tenants housed. But the reality is there is only so much a lawyer can do. The initiative funding works, and with the support of the DC Bar Foundation, it has allowed LT Land to expand its eviction defense practice and develop a new proactive eviction prevention program. And it's called EPIC, the Eviction Prevention in the Community Project. EPIC is a partnership between the 6 legal service organizations that make up LT Land and 5 community-based organizations: Empower DC, Latino Economic Development Corporation, Movement Matters, Jobs with Justice, and Restaurant Opportunity Center. Through EPIC, we are meeting tenants where they are. We are meeting them in their community, not just waiting for them to come to us or hopefully find us. But most importantly, EPIC is providing more than just legal representation. Movement Matters is training, organizing, and facilitating meetings between the canvassers. Jobs with Justice receives the data of tenants facing eviction and divides it among the 3 canvassing organizations. The canvassers are then on the grounds, knocking on doors, calling tenants, and encouraging the tenants to contact LT Land, where they are connected with an attorney to assist them with their legal issues. And they are also connected to non-legal resources, such as our tenant empowerment specialists or a social worker. This is a holistic approach that represents an individual, and it's not just another legal case. Through the initiative's additional funding, that legal service providers have been able to expand their practice by adding more attorneys, social workers, and the newly created tenant empowerment specialist position. This results in more cases being accepted and more clients being helped. There are a lot of moving parts, but together we are working towards the same goal, and that's to keep DC residents housed. We've been able to take on complex cases resulting in dismissals because of successful ERAP applications, helping clients access public benefits such as Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, and also helping clients find alternate housing. I will tell you a story about a client of mine that I had. I represented a 62-year-old client who lived in his unit for 29 years. During the pandemic, he lost his employment and was unable to keep up with his rent. He was sued for non-payment. Unfortunately, he missed his court date and he received a default judgment against him. However, he was connected with LT Land and then routed to LCE. I was able to successfully vacate the judgment against Mr. H. And in the meantime, our tenant empowerment specialist assisted him with the ERAP application. When we did this, we learned that he tried to apply for ERAP on his own, but without a smartphone and without use of an email, he had a difficult time navigating the process, which resulted in a denial. But with our assistance, a new application was submitted and approved. And just days before his trial, he received $12,000 in rental assistance. This covered his full rental arrearage and his case was dismissed. With his legal issues handled, Mr. H was able to gain employment and is now in a better position to continue paying rent and living in the home. And this is just one example of many successful cases that we've had through the initiative. And this is to show that it is essential that this initiative continues and is expanded. The DC Council's continued support and adequate funding will allow us to continue to provide zealous representation that our clients deserve with holistic services that increase long-term stability. Thank you, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Sonia Connolly, Tenant Empowerment Specialist from Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Sonia Connolly, Tenant Empowerment Specialist with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. During the last year, thanks to the Access to Justice Initiative program, my tenant empowerment specialist colleagues in the LT land organizations and I assist our most vulnerable citizens navigate the application process for the DC social services and subsidies for which they are eligible. Many of our low-income residents lack the computer resources and technology know-how to request these services on their own, whether that means emergency rental assistance, the low-income home income energy assistance program, supplemental nutrition assistance program, and Medicaid or housing searches, or a combination of all programs. We use all those tools necessary to ensure that DC residents not only circumvent the threat of eviction, but have all the resources they need moving forward to remain stably housed. We are constantly seeking to improve the service we provide to our clients. Through our monthly meetings and listserv, we share resources and brainstorm feasible courses of action. The Access to Justice Initiative and our continued involvement, whether it's lawyers, social workers, or non-lawyers, can only continue to be a win-win for the District of Columbia and its residents. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will now hear from Daniel Del Pielago from Empower DC. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes. It's Del Pielago, if you want to.
Del Pielago.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you again for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Del Pielago. I'm an organizer with Empower DC. We partner with Rising for Justice around their eviction prevention work or our eviction prevention work. This past summer, funding from the Access to Justice grant allowed my organization, along with LEDC, ROC DC, and DC Jobless with Justice, to perform outreach and connect with folks around the city faced with a summons to appear in court for eviction proceedings, folks who have an eviction scheduled, or as well as generally talking with DC renters about their rights and legal resources available to them. This has been important work, as many people often feel alone or isolated through the eviction process, not knowing where to turn to for support, or that there is pro bono support out there for them. I recall a day when our canvassing team knocked on the door of a woman who was being summoned to court for an eviction. She has a disability, and at that point in time didn't have a phone to connect with legal help. Our team was able to let her know about the LT Land hotline and called the line with her right there and then to help her connect with legal assistance. These type of encounters have helped to better inform the challenges folks are faced with during the eviction process and what supports they need. This funding has also allowed for a broad coalition to form, composed of legal service providers, direct service providers, and on-the-ground support organizations that together are creating the capacity to help fight evictions and educate district residents on their rights. Through our work, Empower DC was able to reach over 800 units in Ward 7 and 8. We held several meetings open to the general public, focused on tenant rights and rights in the eviction process. Our coalition partners engaged in similar work, ensuring strong coverage around the city. This past year of working along with our coalition partners has really set us on course to be more effective this present year. As we expect eviction numbers to continue to rise, unfortunately, this collective work under the Access to Justice banner is more important than ever. Well-informed and well-resourced DC residents are key to defend against evictions. I highly encourage this council to continue supporting these efforts, as they are essential in keeping people in their homes and fine-tuning a system of support for as long as it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Del Pielago. Next, we will hear from Kathy Zeisel, Director of Special Legal Projects from DC Children's Law Center.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you. My name is Kathy Zeisel. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Director of Special Legal Projects at Children's Law Center and a Commissioner on the Access to Justice Commission. Children's Law Center believes that every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Our more than 100 staff, together with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys, use the law to solve children's urgent problems today and improve the systems that will affect their lives tomorrow. Since our founding in 1996, we've reached more than 50,000 children and families directly and multiplied our impact by advocating for citywide solutions that benefit hundreds of thousands more. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide testimony to highlight the significant impact of the DC Bar Foundation funding. Children's Law Center has been the recipient for many years of the Access to Justice grant, and this year, for the first time, we're fortunate to receive funds under the Civil Legal Counsel program as well. At Children's Law Center, the Access to Justice grant funds a large part of our medical legal partnership, a cutting-edge collaboration that places attorneys in the community pediatric primary care settings as part of the treatment team working to identify and prevent health-harming legal needs. For the first time this year, the ATJ funds also provide attorneys to represent the best interests of children in complex custody cases, attorneys who help judges better understand what's going on with these children's lives so that children can achieve long-term, stable homes. For the past 14 years, I was an attorney in the Children's National Hospital Anacostia location, working directly with families, training medical staff, and using that knowledge to work on systemic change. In our DC Bar Foundation work, we are in the most under-resourced DC communities, and our ATJ work focuses on a wide range of legal needs for families in wards 5, 7, and 8. And our CLCPP grant provides funding for our housing conditions work in other wards and with Latina families who utilize our medical providers. It might come as a surprise to people to learn that not everybody loves lawyers. Just kidding, I think we all know that. But by being in the community pediatric setting, we start 10 steps ahead because a trusted pediatrician tells a family that we can help them with the problem that they've identified that's impacting their child's health and that they've probably been trying to tackle on their own for a long time. Problems like a child going to the ER or being hospitalized numerous times because mice and mold in their home are triggering their child's asthma, leading mom to miss work and risk losing her job, or causing a child to miss school, like sending a child home early several times a week for their behavior, a child being behind academically many years, a 6-month-old whose Medicaid was never turned on, and so mom is getting billed for all the baby's well child visits and can't get the needed medications. We help solve all of those problems and more for families because we are right there working alongside the medical staff. And we do that because the DC Bar Foundation, using the money provided by the council, sees the value in our work and understands how we help DC families access justice in a unique way. Our medical legal partnership started in 2001 with Children's National and has grown to 3 Children's National sites, 2 Unity Healthcare sites, and Mary Center. Last year, we received over 1,000 new referrals, served over 3,000 children and families, with over 60% of our clients coming from wards 7 and 8. We trained over 1,000 medical providers, parents, and other stakeholders and community members in our medical legal partnership. Children's Law Center is also unique because we have an in-house evaluation and data team, and we believe in using data to drive our work. Over the past year, we worked with Children's National Hospital to map where children with asthma live in DC, where our housing conditions cases are, and where other housing conditions complaints are in DC, to create an interactive map of asthma housing conditions in DC. That map's going to drive important housing conditions work in DC, including some of our CLCPP work. We've also shown that our work in getting remediation in homes stops children from going to the emergency room for their asthma and saves Medicaid money. We know that stabilizing children with permanent homes and getting the education they need has long-term positive effects for them and long-term cost savings for DC. We are just one of the many programs funded by the DC Bar Foundation working to help DC residents access justice in a myriad of ways. All of this is to say that the money that the council provides to DC Bar Foundation is critically important. It changes the lives of DC residents for the better. And as a grantee, we thank the council for continuing this funding.
Thank you so much, Ms. Seisel. And news to me that nobody likes lawyers. Next, we will hear from Ariel Levinson Waldman of DC Legal Aid and SEDC DC.
Thanks so much, Chair Pinto. It's great to see you. Thank you for your leadership. And we're just going to take no position on whether people like lawyers. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I'm honored to provide testimony today alongside DC Bar Foundation CEO Kira Jarrett, alongside my consortium co-chair Karen Newton-Cole, our Access to Justice Executive Director Nancy Drain, and fellow commissioners Kube Ngaye, Kathy Zeisel, and it's a wide array of incredibly strong voices that you're hearing today in support of the OVSJG's critical Access to Justice initiative. I believe deeply in this initiative. I'm testifying today, as you noted, to highlight positive impacts on consumer justice for DC residents, and on behalf of SEDC DC and Legal Aid of the District of Columbia, which is a very strong consumer justice program, and we partner with every single day. We've submitted formal joint written testimony. I'm just going to touch briefly on a couple issues here. At SEDC DC, we're headquartered at the University of the District of Columbia, David A. Clark School of Law. Our mission is to serve DC residents facing debt and credit-related problems. We engage in this mission through a racial justice lens. If the pandemic showed us anything, it's that wealth is health. We see that we are in a community where the statistically typical white family has 8,100% the wealth of our statistically typical Black neighbors. And that's wrong. We see that we're in a community where DC residents of communities of color have almost 4 times as high of a rate of debt and collections as do white DC residents. And that's wrong. And through this initiative, we have the opportunity to address these inequities, the issues that the initiative and OVSJG's important support are making possible to address: legal help for debt collection and the resulting threats to credit impairment for DC residents are key issues of racial equity and ones where the challenges for residents are going up. We are already seeing the beginnings of the expected increase, but thanks to this initiative, we're able to address it with a network strategy. And you've heard a lot about network today. It's such an important concept in our collective civil legal aid work. During the pandemic, Legal Aid of DC and SEDC DC jointly founded the Debt Collection Defense Hotline. For residents who are listening, that's 202-851-3387. And that's in collaboration also with Catholic Legal Charities Network, DC Bar Pro Bono Center, Legal Counsel for the Elderly, just testified, and thank you, LCE, and Neighborhood Legal Services Program, and you heard from Karen Newton-Cole just a few minutes ago. Created in 2021, the Debt Collection Defense Hotline is staffed Monday through Friday during business hours for real-time answers by legal service professionals. It's provided by the DC Superior Court to every resident sued in a DC debt collection case, the vast majority of whom do not have lawyers when they receive that initial summons. The hotline has proved to be a critical access point for consumers facing debt collection in the district. The demand is already spiking. It's expected to further grow dramatically in the coming months because high volume debt collectors who delayed filings during the pandemic are now beginning to file once more in large numbers, and there's more to come. The council support allows initiative grantees to leverage their unique ability to together promote this networked approach, which can ultimately lead to a more user-friendly system for residents in search of help. The initiative is supporting the DC Bar Foundation's continuing and expanding efforts to establish a transformative network for coordinated intake and referral in the district as we work together towards that more fully networked approach on the issues and barriers faced by residents with lower incomes. So thank you for your time, your continued strong support for this important work being done through the initiative. Happy to answer any questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much for your testimony and important work. Next, we will hear from David Steeb, Language Access Director at IUTA.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is David Steib, and I'm the Language Access Director at IUTA. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing IUTA to testify on the vital role that Access to Justice Initiative plays in bolstering the district's safety net. Today, I will speak about one of the initiative's projects, IUTA's Community Legal Interpreter Bank. IUTA is a nonprofit that helps immigrants from across the world overcome obstacles in order to succeed and thrive in the United States. Our services include legal representation, therapy, case management, advocacy, and language access. When the DC Council passed legislation creating the initiative, it included a shared legal interpreter bank as an essential component. For 16 years, IUTA has been the home of that bank, the Community Legal Interpreter Bank. The bank is a unique national model that has been extremely effective in creating equitable access to civil legal services for deaf and limited English proficient individuals. Organizations across the country contact IUTA looking to replicate our bank. Recently, the New York City Council awarded a grant to a language access collaborative to launch a project modeled after our bank. Here in DC, we worked with the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants to replicate the bank in the victim services setting. IUTA has submitted separate testimony about our Victim Services Interpreter Bank and the work that OVSJG is doing to support language access for victims of crime. According to census data, more than 34,000 individuals in the district, nearly 6% of residents, are limited English proficient. In addition, DC is home to more than 14,000 people who have a hearing difficulty, many of whom use sign language to communicate. The bank uses an original curriculum, the language of justice, to train professional interpreters to work with lawyers and their clients in an out-of-court setting. The bank then pays these specially trained interpreters to go where they are needed, as requested by 41 civil legal service providers in DC. Interpreters can provide service in person, on the phone, or over video. We also provide nonprofits with access to on-demand telephonic interpretation and document translation. The bank's staff are language access experts and provide training and technical assistance to civil legal service providers. The benefits of the bank are free because of grant funding, including an award from the initiative. The bank has grown to serve 41 different organizations. The 99 interpreters who accept assignments work in 20 different languages. In fiscal year 22, we delivered our language of justice training to 18 spoken language interpreters. In fiscal year 23, we will offer the training in American Sign Language to hearing and deaf sign language interpreters. During the last fiscal year, the bank provided specially trained interpreters on more than 330 occasions, provided on-demand telephonic interpretation in more than 9,000 instances, and arranged for the translation of more than 460 documents. The majority of services were in Spanish, Amharic, and French. We served clients throughout the city in all 8 wards. As a result of the pandemic, providing language access is more specialized than ever. The bank now works with legal services staff on such complicated technological solutions as having remote meetings in which separate languages will be spoken on different audio channels. We also only offer in-person assignments to interpreters who are up to date on their COVID-19 vaccinations. These adjustments require more staff time. Additionally, the demand for language access and the diversity of the languages requested continues to grow. The bank must continue offering our special training to enhance the diversity of the interpreter pool. We also aim to provide supplemental continuing education training to interpreters. Finally, it's important that we also provide entry-level training on interpretation for bilingual individuals who seek to enter the profession. New funding for the Access to Justice initiative in the last 2 years has allowed the bank to more fully realize its purpose. The need for language access and legal services has never been greater and will continue to grow. We must build on our progress to avoid abandoning linguistically isolated communities in need of legal services. We are grateful to OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation as the grantors for the Access to Justice initiative for the vital role that they play in ensuring equal access to justice for all DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve. Stibe? Stibe, I'm sorry.
Problem. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Colleen Normell, public witness.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, let me adjust my camera. I'm Colleen Normile, and I'm a project and managing attorney also with AYUDA, and I'm here just to give a brief overview of our legal services, as you already heard from my colleague. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm going to focus on the key role that the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants plays in ensuring that immigrant victims of crime receive culturally competent legal services. In the last fiscal year, through OVSJG VOCA grant, AYUDA provided holistic wraparound legal services and social services to 235 victims of crime in the district. Additionally, in fiscal year 2022, through OVSJG, through other grants and the VAWA stop funding through OVSJG, AYUDA's domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking program provided legal services to 268 immigrant victims and case management services to an additional 155 immigrant victims. And then specifically, I'd like to speak a little bit about my project, which is called Project End, and it's a unique project that serves immigrant victims of notario fraud or immigration legal services fraud. This assistance includes reporting the crime to prosecuting authorities, making complaints to civil authorities, filing claims for restitution, and supporting these individuals in repairing their immigration statuses. While this is an understudied and underreported problem, since Project N began in 2013, AYUDA has found that about 10% of our clients have received immigration advice or services from a non-lawyer and have been victims of immigration services fraud. At the moment, we know of at least 100 businesses in the district that offer immigration legal services and don't have a licensed attorney on staff. Immigrants in particular are uniquely vulnerable to consumer fraud due to a lack of English proficiency and or a lack of US laws and customs. What creates opportunities for fraud is rapid and confusing changes in immigration policies, as individuals who are not authorized to provide legal service masquerade as attorneys and defraud immigrants through the unlawful provision of legal services. Even positive changes in immigration law can create instances and opportunity for fraud, as unscrupulous actors take advantage of confusion and misinformation around these changes. These fraud schemes can not only cost families thousands of dollars, they can also lead to irrevocable negative outcomes, including deportation and family separation. Additionally, AYUDA is working, recently received additional funding to provide support to newly arrived immigrants in the district. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Normal. And I want to thank you and your colleague, Mr. Stibe, especially for all of the services provided during the crisis, ongoing crisis this year, in helping thousands of additional people who showed up in the district. Really appreciate that and your speedy and important work. So thank you so much to all of this panel. Really appreciate you being here and your important work. We are going to move on to panel 4. Panel 4, we have Indira Hennard, the Executive Director of DC Rape Crisis Center, Gabby Molnick Majowski, Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm, Gina Day Williams from Jubilee Housing, Sonia Stork from the Wanda Alston Foundation, June Crenshaw, the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation, Paula Thompson, founder and co-chair of DC Reentry Action Network, and Emily Grau from Legal Aid of the District of Columbia. I'll give you a moment to get on here. And we will start with Indira Hennard, the Executive Director of the DC Rape Crisis Center.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear Chairwoman Pinto and fellow committee members, it is great to be with you all this afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for your leadership and partnership The DC Rape Crisis Center is dedicated to creating a world free from sexual violence. The center is the oldest rape crisis center in the country and the only rape crisis center in Washington, D.C. that holds a local, national, and international footprint in the global sexual assault movement. The center was founded in 1972 and is celebrating 50 years of providing services to survivors of sexual assault who represent the most marginalized survivors of sexual assault in Washington, D.C. and beyond. The strategies of the DC Rape Crisis Center employs an intersectional, anti-oppression, and community-based lens in how we approach our work, both in our work with survivors of sexual assault and in our work to create accountable community responses. The DC Rape Crisis Center works at the intersections of freedom, justice, and liberation that provides a unique framework for serving disproportionately impacted survivors of sexual assault. For 50 years, the DC Rape Crisis Center has created programs and services that have a direct response to racism and oppression. This is further reflected in the critical role that the center has played on the acute continuum of care for survivors of sexual assault as the only rape crisis center in Washington, D.C. What we know for sure at the DC Rape Crisis Center, just like many of our colleagues, is that sexual assault is not a single issue because we don't live single issue lives. As such, the DC Rape Crisis Center has been working in unprecedented times as the center continues to respond at a high level to the request for services. This has been evident in providing crisis support on Capitol Hill for survivors of sexual assault impacted by the insurrection, providing crisis support and wraparound services to parents, students, and staff at DC public schools and charter schools regarding sexual assaults, increased disclosures on school campuses, as well as training and technical assistance. Additionally, the center provides free individual and group counseling services to survivors of sexual assault to include in-person and telehealth services, as well as providing a 24/7 crisis hotline. Additionally, and most recently, the DC Rape Crisis Center launched its 24/7 hospital-based and community-based advocacy program in accordance with the 2019 Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act. As mentioned earlier, the work of our center extends nationally and internationally. This can also be seen through us serving as subject matter experts and collaborating with members of Congress on key gender-based violence legislation, as well as traveling to Lagos, Nigeria to help open the first rape crisis center and traveling to Kuwait, to name a few, in providing training and technical assistance and starting a crisis hotline and helping them to build capacity to respond to sexual assault. None of this would be possible without the longstanding support from OVSJG. The DC Rape Crisis Center has been a grantee of OVSJG for over 20 years. The continued evolution of our relationship as grantee and funder has been critical in being able to respond in real time to the increased needs that survivors of sexual assault are presenting with. This was especially true within the last 2 years as we, like so many of our partners, navigated the impact of the COVID pandemic and the racial reckoning was having on our work. OVSJG showed up in ways that were unprecedented thanks to interim Beaux-Arts leadership, specifically flexibility with adjusting our grants to always making themselves available when we reached out with a need, request, or guidance. And most importantly, just listening to us and providing a solution that we were able to co-create together in partnership. The DC Rape Crisis Center is grateful to Interim Director Beaux-Arts and her team for the immeasurable ways that her office has responded to the individualized and collective needs of the victim service community. The Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants has served as a vehicle for not only engaging in critical conversations around victim services in Washington, D.C., but providing increased resources to assist victim service agencies in building their capacity to respond to the city's most vulnerable residents. On a personal note, as a Black woman executive director in the victim service community, I am extremely grateful for the work that has been done by Interim Director Beaux-Arts the last 2 years in supporting Black women leaders in the unique role that we sit in as leaders in the victim service space. She has disrupted systems and barriers in the victim service community that has traditionally and historically been harmful to Black women-led agencies in the victim service sector. Interim Director Beaux-Arts has been intentional about shifting this culture while creating a space for intentional co-collaboration between agencies that might not have otherwise collaborated together. Interim Director Bozard's leadership and commitment to all victims of crime and the agencies who serve them has served as a bedrock in centering the humanity of not just the work, but the humanity of us as leaders. As we look towards budget season, it is imperative to fund OVSJG at a level that victim service agencies are needing to do the work with intentionality and with excellence and at the demand that it is requiring. More to come on that, as you can imagine, but to close out, we look forward to continuing to work with Interim Director Bozard and her team, as well as incoming Director Porter and the rest of the OVSJG team. Thank you so much, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Henner. We will now hear from Gabby Molnick-Majewski, the Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto and committee members. My name is Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am the proud Ward 5 resident, and it's my privilege to serve as Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm. Every day, we help DC residents from low and modest income households facing potentially life-changing civil legal problems, and are incredibly grateful to the Council for your longstanding support of civil access to justice in the district, and specifically the Access to Justice program. Just briefly about DC Affordable Law Firm, we believe everyone deserves justice and that income should never be a barrier to an individual or family's receipt of high-quality legal representation. DC Affordable Law Firm is an access to justice organization providing high-quality, accessible, affordable legal services to hardworking, modest, and lower-income DC residents, those who fall into the forgotten middle in civil legal services, and others for whom legal representation would otherwise be out of reach. We provide an array of family law, immigration, and probate services, and all of our lawyers are recent graduates from the University of the District of Columbia, David A. Clark School of Law, and Georgetown University Law Center. Our vision is twofold: to essentially eliminate inequities in DC's civil legal justice system, while also launching the careers of the next generation of public interest attorneys committed to accessible justice. We serve upwards of 400 DC residents each year across our programs, and have served more than 1,500 hardworking Washingtonians since DCALF's inception. Through my testimony today, I would like to highlight 3 different aspects of our work that have been transformed and made possible thanks to OVSJG funding and the Council's investment in civil legal services. I'd like to specifically highlight 3 things: the OVSJG funded Family Law Assistance Network, better known as FLAN, the Family Law Learning Network and DC Bar Foundation's other network building activities for OVSJG grantees, and finally, the transformative effect that ATJ funding has had for DC Affordable Law Firm and our ability to now provide free family law and probate services to modest income DC residents. With regard to the Family Law Assistance Network, in March 2020, DC Affordable Law Firm came together with the Legal Aid Society of DC and the DC Bar Pro Bono Center to launch the Family Law Assistance Network, a network offering limited scope legal assistance and representation to residents from lower income households navigating family law matters in DC Superior Court. We fill a critical access to justice gap in the district by providing representation to folks who otherwise would not have representation in domestic relations matters. Our 3 sister organizations collaborate to serve FLAN clients 5 days a week through a single, easily accessible intake point, a central referral hotline, and an email address staffed and operated by DCALF. That number for anyone listening is 202-844-5428. We receive referrals across the community from judges, community members directly at the Family Court Self-Help Center, and a wide array of civil-based legal services organizations. Since FLAN's launch in 2020, we have been able to link more than 2,000 unrepresented litigants with attorneys from our organizations, only having been conflicted out of serving 31 litigants due to conflicts or capacity. We have been able to establish ourselves as a lifeline for families navigating harrowing, overwhelming struggles, and providing each year roughly 600 individuals with a lawyer who otherwise would not have one across our organizations. This work would not be possible without access to justice funding. We are able to now offer the single stream approach, cut down on red tape, and have inspired the creation of other assistance networks in other realms to facilitate access to legal services for DC residents across our community. Second, I want to highlight the important role that the Bar Foundation and Access to Justice funding has played in bringing together OVSJG grantee organizations. I will offer much more detailed information in my written testimony to this effect, but I will say the Bar Foundation launched the Family Law Learning Network in 2020. It happened to be very fortuitous timing. We were able to come together and collaborate on a number of things to deepen cross-organization work together, our organizational learning and approach to data and evaluation and programmatics, but also to be able to work with the Bar Foundation to create and administer a compensated study to elevate our clients' voices and offer recommendations to DC Superior Court on how to best serve family law litigants living with low incomes on the heels of the pandemic. This has resulted in a survey, which I have linked in my written testimony, and has proven fruitful in really helping the court reimagine what a reopened court would look like so that the client experience is centered above all else. And finally, I will say that work has now transformed in that the Bar Foundation is now leading a network of networks through the Legal Aid Transformation Network. There is a vehicle through which organizations across grantee organizations and other community-based organizations are coming together to think deeply how we can move services upstream and collaborate to solve the big problems of our day, combating systemic racism and better serving our community through our legal services. And finally, I just want to.
We're over time.
Okay. I will just say thank you. Truly, as has been true in my testimony and others, the access to justice funding is critical in supporting so many facets of our community, individual organizations, and collaborative efforts alike. And we are deeply appreciative of your support and that of the committee. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask all of our witnesses as a reminder, we have 3 minutes for public witnesses and 5 minutes if you're representing an organization. If you can monitor the clock yourself a little bit and try to keep on track. We've got a lot of witnesses today. So next we have Gina Day Williams from Jubilee Housing.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Gina Day Williams and I'm the Director of Reentry Housing and Services here at Jubilee. For close to 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable apartment communities in the Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods of the district, while also providing supportive services to our residents. We have completed the development of 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. Over the past several years, Jubilee Housing has acquired 5 additional buildings and a parcel of 5 lots designed to add 280 units of housing and services for both returning citizens and residents in need of deeply affordable housing. Nearly a decade ago, Jubilee gained awareness of the magnitude of challenges facing returning citizens and began developing housing and support services for those residents of our city. We are a member of the DC RAN, which is the Reentry Action Network, which is a coalition exclusively for returning citizens and the reentry service providers and their clients. RAN's vision is to ensure that all justice-involved people in the District of Columbia have access to a multitude of high-quality reentry services to support their successful reintegration back into the community. With the current recidivism rate of approximately 36% at an annual cost of over $80 million, we know that our current practices for assisting men and women returning home from incarceration are not working. We need a more aggressive and coordinated system to support a successful transition for victims of mass incarceration as they reenter society. The establishment of a platform of affordable housing and wraparound services dedicated to returning citizens and available immediately upon release from incarceration will result in improved outcomes. Our reentry transitional housing program targets housing, community support, and comprehensive services explicitly for returning citizens, serving up to 45 returning citizens per year. Upon successful completion, residents are able to graduate into Jubilee apartments and other long-term affordable housing options. Our experience has taught us that housing coupled with strong support services will facilitate successful transitions. Indeed, Jubilee's transitional housing program demonstrates the impact of stable housing and services through its recidivism data. Jubilee has served 200 returning citizens over these past 8 years, and it has successfully averted $3.4 million in DC incarceration costs by achieving a 3-year recidivism rate of only 11%. Jubilee has acquired additional properties designed to expand housing for returning citizens, 26 permanent units and 18 units of immediate housing. We expect to close on construction and permanent financing with DHCD and DCHFA funds within the next 6 months. This new project will allow us to expand our housing and services model for returning citizens to approximately 100 residents on an annual basis. In order to develop long-term affordable housing for returning citizens in an expensive city like Washington, D.C., we need 3 critical elements: low-cost capital to acquire and build the housing rental subsidies to reach some of our low-income residents, and reliable funding for services to support a successful transition from incarceration to society. Jubilee currently receives public support through the Justice Grants Administration, along with substantial private fundraising in order to support the specialized services needed to ensure a successful transition for our returning citizen residents. The expansion of these housing options will require additional staffing, especially in the areas of case management, counseling, life skills development, employment support, and family reunification. Last year, OVSJG eliminated a cap on the amount of grant funding available per organization. This resulted in a much larger grant to support the intensive services required to assist men and women as they re-enter society after years of incarceration. The release of this grant cap allowed for one larger grant, which substantially reduced paperwork and reporting requirements and allowed our staff to spend more time assisting our residents. In general, the grant management process of reporting and modifications has been efficient. The receipt of an additional federal grant available to pay for security deposits, clothing, transportation, and tools for existing and former residents of our program has been very helpful in ensuring their transition as well. We would also like to commend the department on a smooth leadership transition during this past year. Finally, we would also like to commend OVSJG for the overall growth in the number of grants for organizations serving returning citizens. While support for victim services remains a priority for OVSJG, we believe that achieving a level of parity of grant support for organizations serving returning citizens will continue to chip away at the racial inequities resulting from mass incarceration policies of the past 50 years. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify about OVSJG's necessary investment in supportive services for the district's vulnerable population of returning citizens, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Day Williams. Appreciate that. Next, we will hear from Sonia Stork from the Wanda Alston Foundation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Pinto and other committee members and staff for the opportunity to be here. My name is Sonia Stork. My pronouns are she and they, and I'm the outreach advocate at the Wanda Alston Foundation. The mission of the Wanda Alston Foundation is to eradicate homelessness and poverty for LGBTQIA2S+ youth and young adults in the district. Our housing program provides 18 months to 6 years of shelter, case management, life skills training, and connections to medical and mental health care. We also opened our counseling center in 2022, which provides trauma-informed therapy services, case management, and emergency shelter to LGBTQIA2S+ people experiencing intimate partner violence or sexual violence. In 2022, our counseling center program served 10 survivors. We provided case management and therapy services to all 10 and funds and connections to emergency housing for 1. The majority of our participants were transgender or gender nonconforming. Only 2 of the 10 were cisgender, and all of them were people of color. The survivors we worked with consistently expressed how challenging it was for them to find therapy services due to months-long waiting lists, but especially hard to find services that were affirming of their queer identities. They also expressed facing many barriers around accessing affirming transitional or permanent supportive housing options. Our program has also built out our outreach efforts and partnerships. We have been collaborating with local agencies on best practices for serving LGBTQIA2S+ survivors and have built out our referral processes with them. We have identified a need for safe, affirming, and culturally competent housing options for LGBTQIA2S+ survivors. We advocate for OVSJG funding to expand to $600,000 to increase housing services, such as opening a shelter for specifically queer survivors and expanding our permanent and supportive housing options. We also need resources to expand our outreach efforts so that we can provide further technical assistance to local domestic violence organizations. We know there is a pervasive sense of invisibility in service systems for queer people experiencing intimate partner violence. Many well-established domestic violence shelters and organizations do not mention LGBTQ domestic violence on their website or in their materials. The National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs in 2015 found that 44% of LGBTQ individuals who attempted to access emergency shelter were denied, and that 71% were denied specifically because of their gender identity. LGBTQIA2S+ survivors often don't reach out for support because they don't trust that the systems in place will actually support them. There is a lack of awareness around what abuse between queer people looks like, and providers are not adequately trained on how to provide inclusive, culturally competent, and informed care. Survivors may believe that providers at domestic violence agencies won't believe the abuse is happening, won't understand it, or will fail to screen successfully. Some fall prey to outdated myths and stereotypes, like the idea of mutual battering, that two men or two women are just fighting. People are also quick to assume that the more masculine, butch, or physically bigger person will be the one to abuse, or that women are less physically abusive than men. Survivors may also feel unsafe around the other clients in the facility and don't trust that staff will be able to hold them accountable, which is illustrated by the recent attack on a trans woman in a men's shelter here in DC. The need for services tailored for LGBTQIA2S+ people has only increased recently, particularly due to the unique environment caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Studies have shown that the pandemic has significantly increased the risk of intimate partner violence for everyone, but especially for LGBTQIA2S+ individuals. The Human Rights Campaign found that queer people were 2 times likelier to have experienced at least one incident of intimate partner violence since the beginning of the pandemic. Queer people stay stuck in unhealthy relationships because they don't have anywhere else to go. There are many reasons for this. The financial strain from the pandemic has put many people at a higher risk for homelessness, which queer people are already at a higher risk for. Our jobs are more likely to be affected since we are more likely to be employed by sectors that have been heavily impacted by the pandemic. We are also at a higher risk for health disparities and less likely to have insurance coverage. We are grateful for the mayor and council's investment in the LGBTQ community and the opportunity to open our counseling center. However, the community is still experiencing many unmet needs and funding obstacles, and we urge the council to support giving increased funds to culturally competent organizations serving the queer community that are led by queer folks. We advocate for OVSJG funding to increase to $600,000 to expand services, especially housing services, to address the increase in intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and hate crimes to the LGBTQIA2S+ community. We also advocate for funding to increase to enable us to expand outreach to educate community members on the prevalence of intimate partner violence and the characteristics of unhealthy relationships. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing that. Next, we will hear from June Crenshaw, Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation.
My name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. As Sonia mentioned, in 2022, we opened our counseling center to provide trauma-informed, culturally competent therapy service, case management, and emergency shelter to LGBTQI2 spirited individuals experiencing intimate partner violence and sexual violence. We express our appreciation for the committee, Mayor Bowser, and the leadership of OVSJG for your ongoing commitment to supporting victim services in DC. We know that intimate partner violence is all too common and often hidden in the queer community, just as Sonia has mentioned. Stats show 44% of lesbians and 61% of bisexual women have experienced rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner, compared to 35% of straight women. Even worse is the most recent transgender survey findings, which found that 54% of transgender and gender nonconforming people have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. We know this to be true because one of the first individuals that we served in our counseling center was a trans man who was a victim of intimate partner violence and had a horrible story of not being served by programs. He did not feel safe. He didn't feel it was safe to access services in the city. 44 deaths of transgender and gender nonconforming people occurred in 2020. According to the Washington Post article, intimate partner violence accounted for a significant portion of those deaths, 70%. 70% of the trans and gender nonconforming people killed were killed by someone they knew, and at least 35% were killed by someone that they knew well. On January 7th, there was a murder of a 32-year-old transgender woman who was brutally stabbed in Ward 5. Her name was Jasmine Parker. While I attended a vigil for Star, her neighbors shared that they had witnessed the murder, but Star bled to death before the police responded. Although Parker's murder is still under investigation, whether it was a hate crime or an act of intimate partner violence, we must better resource programs and better support our community. Further, we need more services for individuals who have experienced hate crimes. Studies have found that queer Americans are 9 times more likely to be a victim of hate crimes. We believe resources must be fully deployed to decrease further violence against queer people. According to the police department, there's been an increase in hate crimes based on both gender expression and sexuality over the last 2 years. This committee is aware of the complete closing of Casa Ruby in 2022. And you must also have heard that the Casa Ruby staff continued to work unpaid for months to be able to continue to provide life-saving, vital services to our to victims of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. We advocate, as Sonia has mentioned, for OVSJG to increase funding to $600,000 to continue and expand services to address intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and hate crimes in our community. We'd also like funding to staff the Violence Prevention and Response Team, or VPART. We advocate for the prior funding, the prior Casa Ruby funding, to be maintained and to be awarded to organizations that are serving the queer community, that are led by queer folks, especially Black-led and women-led organizations. As a member of the Victims Assistance Network and the VANS Policy and Advisory Committee, we support the FY24 budget request of $66.2 million and all of its recommendations. These investments would allow providers to bring on new and expanded victim services, housing, especially those serving queer folks. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for this opportunity, and thank you for your support.
Thank you so much for all the important work you do, and I'm going to have some questions for you at the end of this panel. Next, we'll have Paula Thompson, the founder and co-chair of DC Reentry Action Network.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. I want to thank you, first off, for maintaining reentry as a part of your platform and understanding how important it is to address this population stability in support of public safety. But again, my name is Paula Thompson, and I'm also the Executive Director of Voices for a Second Chance, as well as the founder and co-chair of the DC Reentry Action Network. I'm honored today to represent the members of the RAN. Our coalition is comprised of 30 community-based nonprofit reentry organizations, and OVSJG has continued to be a source of great support to RAN by providing technical assistance and administrative support to sustain RAN in building a community of reentry service providers for collective voice and impact. The growth of RAN has allowed reentry providers to unite as a coalition, and we're excited to continue creating change together. I would be remiss if I did not highlight the reentry housing pilot and the committee's unwavering advocacy for the returning citizen population in the District of Columbia. As you know, stable housing is among the key indicators for effective reintegration and a dire need in the district. And as a lack of housing and incarceration are intimately linked, it is crucial to divest ourselves of the deserving versus undeserving mindset that often hinders our willingness to serve this vulnerable, complex population, and to recognize the barriers to accessing necessary rehabilitative services. So this is why we are thankful for and proud of the advancements that the Reentry Housing Pilot has made as a catalyst for intentional investments and attention to address the housing crisis for reentrants. And we couldn't have done this without an understanding of this need and initial investment made by this committee and the funding support of OVSJG. Further, the ARPA Reentry Flex funding had a direct impact on the significant progressive life outcomes for the thousands of clients of RAND member organizations who have been in desperate for stability and safety, and some of the basic human needs that have been able to be covered by the ARPA funding. This funding is critical, profound, life-saving, and changing. And we also understand the reality that this is not permanent funding. However, from the response and the results garnered for our clients, the RAND's willingness to work with the council, OVSJG, and other district agencies to explore options to maintain and expand these critical funding allocations that have been made specifically to support reentry. Supporting returning citizens and the community-based organizations that serve them must be of utmost importance to the DC government. In 2022, 4,151 individuals were released from incarceration to CSOSA, and DLC released from the jails 3,257. This is significant. So upon release, our residents face myriad of obstacles, and the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated this. And so returning citizens need a great deal of support as they face a multitude of challenges ranging from job and housing discrimination and access to behavioral and physical health care. RAND have established roots and trust within our community. Not only do we see and honor the barriers and frustrations of those impacted by the involvement in the criminal legal system, but we uphold and cherish their strengths and stories as valuable members of the community. And understanding many of them were victimized before becoming perpetrators, we emphasize this distinction and it will be a vocal point of educating and advocating for reentry resources. RAND's work in the community is founded on its commitment to policy action, advocacy, accountability, reentry wellness, and leading with lived experience. I know I'm running out of time, but I would like to express our profound gratitude to OVSJG for their steadfast support of RAND. Under the leadership of former Director Michelle Garcia, Deputy Director Tawana Stewart, Grants Management Specialist Anissa Walker, and the rest of the Justice Grants team, we are truly grateful for OVSJG's continuous financial support, for their understanding, and for their leadership to bring together more cohesive and equitable funding for everyone. And we look forward to working closely with incoming Director Jennifer Porter to explore funding priorities, interagency reporting disparities, and grant award distribution to support smaller member agencies. Their high level of commitment to the reentry community clearly demonstrates OVSJG's understanding to break some of the myths and the problems that have occurred where reentry was looked as the stepchild and not as a forefront, and the people that we represent are the same population. So thank you for the opportunity to present our testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next and last on this panel, we'll hear from Emily Grau from the Legal Aid of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Grau, and I am a staff attorney in the Domestic Violence and Family Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society of DC. On behalf of Legal Aid, I am here to testify in support of OVSJG, which provides critical support for domestic violence survivors in the district. With OVSJG's support, Legal Aid provides legal services to domestic violence survivors, ranging from legal advice to full representation in court for civil protection or CPO trials, related custody matters, and more. I would like to note that Legal Aid is also the recipient of a significant amount of funding from both the Access to Justice Initiative and the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and that Legal Aid lawyers are beneficiaries of the Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Each of these programs is administered professionally by the DC Bar Foundation with funding from OVSJG. These funds play a critical role in legal aid's ability to provide high-quality legal services to individuals and families living in poverty. However, our testimony today will focus on the specific needs of survivors of domestic violence and the vital role that OVSJG plays in making key supports available. The generous support legal aid receives through OVSJG allows us to offer much needed assistance to low-income domestic violence survivors through our Domestic Violence Victims Representation Project at the Domestic Violence Intake Center Southeast, also known as the DVIC. In December 2022, the DVIC Southeast's physical location reopened in Ward 8. Legal aid attorneys have been staffing the DVIC Southeast since its reopening, allowing us to meet with survivors in person and provide on-the-spot legal advice. The DVIC Southeast is an invaluable resource for our client population because it provides a myriad of services in one convenient location, effectively serving as a one-stop shop for survivors. Additionally, legal aid continues to partner with DC Safe and other providers to connect with survivors remotely. I would like to share a brief story to highlight the important services that legal aid provides to survivors and, by extension, why OVSJG's support is so important. Rebecca Carey was referred to us by DC Safe after her boyfriend beat her with a belt, punched her, and held a knife to her neck. Fearing for her safety, Miss Carey fled the home with her 8-month-old child. Through our remote assistance project, Miss Carey was able to connect with a legal aid attorney who guided her as she took steps to attain a CPO. With the assistance of legal aid, Miss Carey bravely testified about the extensive abuse that she endured. The judge granted Miss Carey's CPO, which will provide her protection for the next 2 years. Legal aid was also able to continue supporting Miss Carey as she started a new chapter. We helped her obtain funding to replace household essentials that she had left behind when fleeing abuse, and also connected her with counseling for survivors. With this support, Miss Carey was able to feel a sense of security. Without the funding provided by OVSJG, this particular survivor would not have been able to access legal aid's holistic services. We have noted in past testimony that one of the biggest challenges survivors face after leaving an abuser is finding safe housing. This year, we again reiterate that the need for temporary and permanent housing for domestic violence survivors continues to be pressing, and further note that we are seeing less available housing for survivors than ever, leaving many with this critical need unmet. Without sufficient resources, survivors may have no choice but to return to their abusers for shelter. The support that DC Council and the valuable funding that OVSJG provides is vital, as survivors facing the threat of violence need safe places to live. Thank you for the opportunity to share legal aid's positive experiences working with OVSJG. We ask that the DC Council and the administration continue to support the critical role OVSJG plays in funding of core services for domestic violence survivors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Grau. And thank you to all of the panelists and witnesses this panel. Ms. Crenshaw, I want to ask you a little bit more about the violence prevention and response team. Can you elaborate a little on some of what this work is and why it's so important, and where you're seeing kind of continued gaps in the coordination of responses to hate crimes, in particular against the LGBTQIA+ community?
Absolutely, that's a great question. So the purpose of the violence prevention and response team is really to have a consistent and open line of communication between first responders and the DC government and other agencies and the community. It's intended to develop, like I said, that open line of communication and trust between community members that are experiencing violence, hate crimes and intimate partner violence crimes, and to make sure that there is a community-wide response to it. It has worked relatively well in the past of, like keeping community leaders informed and community members aware of prevalence of hate crimes and intimate partner violence in particular pockets of the city. The challenges have been is that it is all voluntary, right? And it's made up of community members, but it's not staffed, and so there's no really person that is coordinating communication between all the individuals, and it's just sometimes not been as effective as it could have been if it were staffed. And so one of the requests is to make sure that this response, this infrastructure that's been created for many, many years and really demanded for by the queer community, because we are such a target oftentimes, it sometimes is not as effective as it should be. And so staffing it and using the infrastructure that's been in place for a long time to communicate and do outreach in the community, I think is really, really important.
Okay, thank you so much. That's helpful context, and I definitely agree, and we will try to get that secured. What have you been seeing in terms of trends, especially if there have been differences in trends this year versus the last couple of years in terms of hate crimes, and how those hate crimes are overlapping with intimate partner and domestic violence?
That's a great question. I think, everybody knows that the trends across the city have been increasing. Crime and hate crimes and intimate partner violence has been on the uptick since the pandemic, and actually before. What is problematic about these trends is that there's not services and support that are focused on LGBTQIA two-spirited individuals to be able to appropriately report and appropriately be connected to valuable and vital services. I mentioned in my testimony that we've lost some real vital services in the closing of Casa Ruby. And so what is happening, what I'm seeing happening, is really folks going back in the closet on their the circumstances that they're being exposed to. So not necessarily reporting when they're being attacked, or when they're having challenges in their relationship, because the concern of not being served and not being served well, or having to explain more about their relationship or the circumstances that they're finding themselves in. So there, in my experience and exposure, it's been both this uptick of increased crimes directed toward our community, and less resources that are available to serving our community. And then there's generally, in our housing program, we see this quite often. There's generally just a lack of knowledge around what a hate crime is, what intimate partner violence is, and how it looks in queer communities and queer relationships. And so, as Sonia mentioned, a lot more education and outreach by organizations like ours, but also by the city, needs to take place.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. That's really helpful. And thank you to everybody on this panel. Really looking forward to working with all of you this year so you can continue doing the important work you're doing on behalf of district residents. Thank you. We are going to take a 15-minute recess for this hearing. We will reconvene at 2:05, and we will move on to the next public witness panel at that time. We are recessed. Thank you. All right, everybody, good afternoon. The time is now 2:09 p.m. and this hearing is now re-beginning. We will move on now to panel 5, where we'll hear from Natalia Otero, the Executive Director of DC Safe, Jenny Wesbury from DC Safe, Beverly Smith, founder of Mama's Safe Haven, Dr. Aaron Hall, Medical Director of MedStar Washington Hospital Center, Sean Thompson L., Program Manager of MedStar Washington Hospital Center, James Wiggleton, Treatment Navigator from MedStar Washington Hospital Center, Michelle Booth Cole, the Executive Director of Safe Shores, DC Children's Advocacy Center, Allison Kahn-Pauley from CASA for Children of DC, and Eliza Wright, a client of the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. So if you are ready to go, we'll start with Natalia Otero, the Executive Director of DC Safe. Okay, we'll give the others in this panel a moment to join. So why don't we go ahead and start with Jenny Wesbury from DC Safe.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Jenny Wesbury, and I'm the Director of Operations for DC Safe. Like Natalia, I have been with DC Safe since our inception in 2006 and can speak to the span of our experience serving district residents over the past 17 years. Today, I will focus my testimony on our efforts leading the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative, or the HRDVI. The HRDVI represents the district's efforts on both a micro and macro level to reduce and prevent domestic violence homicides. It is an important part of our public safety system, and we urge the council to recommit its investment in it both fiscally and ideologically this year. OVSJG has supported and funded the
Ms. Wesbury, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your sound is going in and out a little bit. Sure, if it's securely connected, or if maybe you want to try speaking a little closer to the mic.
Sure. Is that better?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll start over. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Jenny Wesbury, and I'm the Director of Operations at DC Safe. Like Natalia, I have been with DC Safe since our inception in 2006 and can speak to the span of our experience serving district residents over the past 17 years. Today, I will focus my testimony on our efforts leading the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative, or the HRDVI. The HRDVI represents the district's efforts on both a micro and macro level to reduce and prevent domestic violence homicides. It is an important part of our public safety system, and we urge the council to recommit its investment in both fiscally and ideologically this year. OVSJG has supported and funded the HRDVI since 2009, when it was first established through a city administrator's order. That order broke down two components of the HRDVI: the Lethality Assessment Project, also known as LAP, and the Domestic Violence System Review Team, or DVSR. The LAP is one of DC Safe's flagship direct service programs in which we identify and triage services for high-risk cases. Last year, we provided expedited and enhanced services for over 800 high-risk survivors. The DVSR is a more macro component of the HRDVI. It is designed to convey over 18 district agencies to regularly review cases and address systematic barriers. That said, the work of the DVSR has been stifled for the past few years due to delays in the new city administrator's order, which is needed to ensure that the personnel and time investment of the participating agencies. In the meantime, DC Safe has continued our strategic work despite the lack of full participation. Our LAP program continues to be highly successful, and we've been working closely with MPD to address high-risk cases in which our standard LAP process does not have a meaningful impact. For example, in cases which multiple calls for service have occurred without a change in the cycle of violence or offender accountability. This work helped to inform the creation of a new critical case response team, which allows frontline staff working directly with individuals in imminent danger to bypass usual channels, which may be slow or ineffective, and instead request a conference call with DVSR participants to discuss and create a plan to address the immediate issues. We have used this process 3 times in the past 3 years and has been successful in reducing harm and addressing underlying issues contributing to the ongoing violence. OVSJG has been supportive of this plan, and we look forward to the next phase of our partnership with them to ensure the highly effective survivor-centered response continues for those district residents who find themselves in an extremely high-risk situation. As a member of the city's Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board and someone who has been working in this community for nearly 20 years, I can tell you firsthand how critical it is that we renew the city's investment in the HRDVI, both fiscally and ideologically. During the pandemic, we saw more domestic violence homicides than we had in over a decade, and without a named commitment from the city, we fear the HRDVI will become more and more subject to the kind of benign ignorance that will ultimately deteriorate the systems, mechanisms, and partnerships we have all worked hard for. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this aspect of our work. I look forward to any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Westbury. Next, we can go to Natalia Otero. Please go ahead whenever you are ready.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of DC Safe. Since 2016, we have played a critical role in the public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we served a record number of 11,657 clients and families. I want to take a bit of time today to reintroduce DC Safe to the committee and more broadly to address our priorities in terms of our partnership with OVSJG going forward. As the co-founder of DC Safe, I can speak to the entire span of our work and over the past 17 years, as well as the long history and relationship that we've had with OVSJG. DC Safe is the largest entry point for all acute domestic violence incidents, and the vast majority of clients first accessing our services through our 24/7 response line, which is a unique action-oriented hotline primarily designated for first responders. Last year, we received over 44,000 calls to our response line, including over 17,000 individual referrals. These numbers reflect a continued uptick in the demand for services following a 59% increase in clients during the pandemic. The sheer volume of our work is sometimes hard to fathom, even after hiring 10 additional staff members in the past few years. We also continue to see an increased severity of violence, as well as co-occurring mental health, housing, and financial crises at higher rates than before the pandemic. Our crisis intervention services are deeply integrated with the city's 911 response to domestic violence. Our community advocates have the capacity to present to the ER, our shelter, and ride along with the police to meet survivors where they are most needed. In fact, over 60% of our referrals originate from the Metropolitan Police Department, who is required by charter to connect victims with DC Safe on scene to domestic violence calls. I'm proud to report that MPD renewed its commitment to this practice by reaffirming the requirement in a new general order released last summer, which includes weekly training of officers to ensure trauma-informed practices for domestic violence. Our supportive service advocates are also deeply integrated in the city's public safety system, specifically with the DC courts. Our advocates assist thousands of survivors each year navigating the civil protection order process and provide safety planning information and referrals to other supportive services as essential personnel to the city's 2 domestic violence intake centers, which have both now reopened after the pandemic. Finally, our Safe Space Crisis Shelter plays an important part in the domestic violence housing continuum and offers an innovative model in preventing homelessness. While we started the program in 2011, we began the task of constructing a brand new building for it in 2017. OVSJG, this committee, and the DC Council at large has been extremely supportive over the past 6 years. I'm proud to report that DC Safe Space will have its grand opening later this spring. The new building will house up to 750 survivors and families annually, which will more than triple our current capacity. As we prepare to enter this new phase as an organization, we continue to think about how to best steward our ongoing partnership with OVSJG, who has been our largest funder and an essential partner throughout all of the years of service in the district. I join my colleagues in the Victim Assistance Network in applauding the district's commitment to victim services and responsiveness to community needs as reflected in the FY23 OVSJG budget. For the first time in quite a while, we feel more adequately resourced by the city and therefore able to address more strategic aspects of our partnership with OVSJG, which we look forward to doing with new Director Porter. Specifically, as I wrap up, I wanted to raise 3 strategic areas for the committee to consider as it approaches OVSJG's FY24 budget and general oversight. First, mission and vision. As OVSJG sets the tone for our community strategy, a clear understanding of its role is crucial. Second, resource and infrastructure. As the city's pass-through agency, OVSJG is one of the intersectional funding streams in the city, and having a clear understanding of the total funding picture can help us plan more effectively for sustainability, efficiency, and innovation. Lastly, structure and administration burden has been an ongoing conversation about the grantee experience. There's an urgent need for strategic community alignment and effective multi-year planning. Thank you very much for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Sotero. Next, we will hear from Dr. Erin Hall, Medical Director of MedStar Washington Hospital Center.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Erin Hall, and I'm a trauma surgeon at MedStar Washington Hospital Center and medical director of our hospital-based violence intervention program, the Community Violence Intervention Program, or CVIP for short. CVIP is a proud member of Project Change and has been working to fuel evidence-based innovation and optimization in the services we provide. I'm joining you this afternoon from the hospital, preparing to take a call tonight. I know that as a Friday night trauma call, I can count on victims of the gun violence plaguing our city coming to my emergency department. MedStar currently treats 46% of the non-lethal gunshot wounds in the district, and the day-to-day experience of fighting for these lives feels at times unrelenting. Training to be a trauma surgeon, I thought that most of the benefit I would bring to my patients' lives would reside in my ability to cut and to sew. And as trauma surgeons, we usually do an exceptionally good job of healing the bodies of our survivors. I would argue, however, that we need to focus not just on the physical healing of our survivors, but also work to address the root causes of violence for our patients, to use our resources to increase health and wellness in survivors, and to reduce the factors that have led to this violent injury. Funding through OVSJG has enabled us to do this, as well as to initiate truly innovative, evidence-informed interventions that address the most pressing needs of our survivors and work to amplify their voices. The main way that CVIP and other members of Project Change accomplish this is through connection with survivors of community violence, that is gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and major assaults during their hospitalization for the treatment of their injuries. CVIP offers culturally competent services through our credible messengers known as treatment navigators, and our services are tailored to the needs, strengths, and risks for each of our participants. Services include intensive medical treatment navigation, no barrier one-on-one counseling with our licensed clinical social worker, personalized goal setting, support with access to crime victims compensation, identification of safe housing, education advocacy, and professional development. For enrolled participants, our treatment navigators follow them for 6 months, providing ongoing services and support to meet participant-centered goals for health and wellness. One of our guiding principles has been to continuously collect feedback from our participants and staff and to deploy participant responsive tools to tackle those issues that are most important to them. One example of this has been our initiative through OVSJG to start the CVIP Medical Legal Partnership. Our own research has shown that over 80% of our survivors have identifiable medical legal needs. These are health-harming social conditions with a legal remedy and can include access to safe housing, education advocacy, access to crime victims compensation, disability and other public benefits, and record expungement, among others. During our needs assessment with multiple stakeholders, we also identified a critical civil legal need of our CVIP participants that is often not included in traditional medical legal partnerships: the need for experienced and dedicated crime victims' rights advocacy. This has led to our continued partnership with the Network for Victim Recovery DC. NVRDC and CVIP have already partnered together to pilot a legal services navigator attorney to increase immediate and long-term access for victims of non-power-based personal violence. Our work together with NVRDC has also included writing a crime victims' rights brochure, training, policy development to strengthen crime victims' protections in the District of Columbia, and integration of a legal fellow into the CVIP team to cross-train in both traditional medical legal services and crime victims' rights representation. In the past 2 weeks alone, we have helped half a dozen survivors apply for local and federal disability benefits. These are patients that have been so seriously injured that returning to work is not a possibility. The process for being approved for these benefits is quite cumbersome, so having an advocate makes a real difference. We have also been working with multiple stakeholders, including NVRDC, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Center for Innovation and Community Safety at Georgetown Law Center to support provisions of the Expanding Supports of Crime Victims Act of 2022. We believe that maximum benefit to our patients in the community, that is decreasing violence and injury in the District of Columbia, will happen with the continued discussion between MPD and our violence prevention team. We have already begun discussions with MPD to implement more victim-centered protocols in hospitals that also allow the timely completion of their duties. This includes development of a training curriculum for crime victims' rights advocates and members of the HVIP teams.
Dr. Hall, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to ask you to wrap up because we're over time.
Sure. So none of these important projects would be possible with OVSJG. We do respectfully request the following steps in order to strengthen our work, including multi-year funding and a funded and responsible central repository for violence intervention and outcome data in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. Next, we will hear from Sean Thompson L., Program Manager of MedStar Washington Hospital Center.
Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon, everybody, council members. Good morning. My name is Sean Thompson L., and I'm a violence interrupter. But today I testify as a clinical program manager for MedStar's Hospital Violence Intervention Program. The MedStar HVIP program is a member of Project Change, the district's coordinated network of hospital-based violence intervention programs. First, I want to thank the leadership of OVSJG for their commitment to Project Change over the past 8 years. As you know, in 2015, OVSJG launched the first district-based, hospital-based violence intervention program. They continue to support the HVIP by establishing the first and maybe only coordinated hospital-based violence intervention program in the country. I also want to thank you for accepting this testimony regarding the performance of the HVIP program and its relationship between the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I believe violence is a disease that can be treated and cured. We're in a public safety space using the public health approach to crime as our foundation. We have found that HVIP programs offer an evidence-based solution. They have been shown to reduce recidivism rates and involvement with the criminal justice system. Through OVSJG, funded in fiscal year 22, our team consisted of 3 full-time treatment navigators and 1 clinical social worker. Additional funding in fiscal year 23 has allowed us to add an additional full-time treatment navigator, a part-time data analyst, and a part-time intervention specialist. This team is fully trained in public health model, apply these skills to interrupt violence, stop retaliation shooting, and assist in changing the trajectory of these men's and women's lives. The way to end community violence is aid those victims and survivors impacted by community violence. Ending gun violence in the district will require a victim-centered approach. It will require trust building, collaboration across community-based organizations, hospital-based intervention programs, and government-based community violence programs. Our relationship and collaboration with the WAN's office and other CVI programs are unique and invaluable. The WAN's recently invited our HVIP team to their weekly shooting debriefings, and we were able to coordinate with the WAN's credible messenger on how to best communicate and link ourselves to a high-risk gunshot victim who had already had a relationship with the WAN's office. Our team used this information to support this individual and enroll him in our hospital-based program. I further want to commend the WAN's and all other violence intervention programs. These men, women are literally on the front lines, in the trenches, interrupting violence and attempting to change community social norms on gun violence. Our HVIP family also play an exclusive role in interrupting violence. While the staff of Project Change sites are not directly in the community interrupting violence, we are able to connect with victims on community violence at a unique time where they are most vulnerable and susceptible to change. We're providing critical and life-saving direct services to people who have been injured by violence, and oftentimes we're the only entity in the district providing these services. We serve all victims of all violent crimes across the district, and we are key partners to the district's community violence workers. Last fiscal year, there were 726 victims of violence injury that came through MedStar's trauma unit. 90% of those injuries that were present during our CVIP hours and eligible for our service were seen at bedside. And 47 victims of violence accept our enhanced services. None of our previous considered participants were re-injured. Now is the time for the ones in Project Change sites to work harder to develop trust, establish community. Excuse me. Now it's time for the ones in Project Change sites to work harder to develop trust, establish healthy communication, and learn to work together to implement citywide strategies. It is imperative that OVSJG continue to expand its support of Project Change through advocacy, support, and enhanced funding. Project Change sites are providing critical and life-saving direct service to those who have been injured. Because there's an alignment and overlap between these models, there's a critical opportunity to collaborate across the models and provide comprehensive wraparound services that address both upstream violence prevention and downstream violence intervention. HVIP specializes in medical care coordination and navigation, using trauma-informed care lens so the clients receive the best possible care for their injuries. The focus is on the victim and providing him or her counseling and services to promote their physical and emotional healing and prevent re-injury. We appreciate the allocation of resources for Project Change coordinator, and today we're advocating for Project Change inclusion in all spaces where community violence is discussed. It's only with collaboration and cooperation among all organizations that we can meet these needs. We are further requesting sustainable, permanent, multi-year funding to enable our HVIP program to grow and evolve. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the council, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sir Thompson-L, for being here. Next, we will hear from James Wiggleton, Treatment Navigator at MedStar Washington Hospital Center.
Good afternoon. Hello and good afternoon. My name is James Wiggleton, and I am the lead treatment navigator here at MedStar Washington Hospital Center Community Violence Intervention Program, better known as CVIP. CVIP is a member of the Project Change, the district's coordinated network of hospital-based violence intervention programs. Thank you for accepting this testimony and regarding the performance of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I would first like to give thanks to OVSJG and its staff representatives for being supportive and passionate about hospital-based violence intervention work and allowing individuals such as myself to get enthralled into this work and help facilitate change in our community. A little bit about myself and my connection to doing this work. I was born and raised in Northeast Washington, D.C., and was born and treated for a violent injury here at the very hospital that I provide services for. The beautiful irony in that is that with being a victim of community-based violence myself at the tender age of 18, there was not a program like CVIP or initiatives such as HVIPs or the Harvey for that matter. With the much potential I had as a young man, I was never attended to, and my potential was never brought out to fruition had someone walked in my room and said some real words of encouragement and with some solid connections, resources for me to follow up once I was discharged, as well as gave enough care to follow up with me to see to it that I was moving along in my recovery, which are the very services that I provide to my individuals. Fast forward my life to 10 years later, after overcoming a plethora of trials and tribulations, I decided to get involved with a nonprofit organization, workforce development program, who offered me a position within my community to connect with individuals who were or may be affected by community-based violence. From there, I started to take courses in trauma-informed care, solution-focused brief therapy, stop the bleed courses to learn how to control mass bleeding in trauma situations to enhance my knowledge in traumatization and how to deal, cope, and overcome being a victim of violence, a survivor of violence, which has ultimately helped me become a very effective treatment navigator at my position to better support and assist victims and survivors of community-based violence. I now would like to share some of the work and resource connections that hospital-based intervention continues to make on an everyday, consistent basis, and how effective it has become to the populations of survivors that we serve. As lead navigator, one of my main responsibilities is to ensure that every victim of community-based violence injury at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, juvenile or adult, has been contacted by either a violence intervention specialist or a treatment navigator. At that immediate vulnerable point, we establish emotional support for an individual before vetting a person who is interested in follow-up support or participation in the CVIP services. While providing such support, which usually focus on making sure the victim is okay mentally and physically, navigators learn more of the survivor's community challenges and barriers that the victim faces beyond injury, beyond he or she injury. Once that connection has been made, a community challenges, barriers have been identified. My next responsibility is to ensure that victims get connected to the right resource agency, whether it be victims' needs of employment, work development, connection to mental health, or with every supporting hand in town, and that this work and public support could come in and share their resources to make these connections easy and possible, which has
Mr.
become—
Wiggleton,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to ask you to summarize and close up because we're over your time.
Okay, these resource agencies and connections that OVSJG has supported and allowed have increased the magnitude of ways to continuously and effectively support our community and survivors for violent injuries, from having strong, solid connections, MVRDC and victim services and safe housing. All these are more impossible to support at the funding that has been effective and appreciated by the survivors and providers who vowed to serve.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Beverly Smith, founder of Mama's Safe Haven. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beverly Smith. I am a proud member of Community Family Life Services Speakers Bureau. I am the founder and executive director of Mama's Safe Haven and a native Washingtonian. It is an honor to be before you all to share my testimony in support of OVSJG continuing to fund victims of violence as well as women reentry programs. My personal testimony: on January the 27th, 2022, after 7 years of marriage, my now ex-husband filed false charges against me and had me removed from our home at 3 a.m. I was left without any money, a safe place to live, or any support from my family and friends. It was Community Family Life Services who stepped in and became my support system. At the time, I was able to secure a safe place, and with the support of CFLS, they purchased me a bed, paid my rent for 6 months, provided me with a $110 Safeway gift card every Friday for 2 months. They provided me with Uber cards, Visa cards, and gas cards to assist me with getting back and forth to my court dates. I also had an opportunity to travel to Hawaii to speak at the 19th Annual International Trauma Conference to speak about the importance of supporting speakers bureaus that engage previously incarcerated women. During this time, I was able to beat all of the charges against me. Due to the trauma I experienced, I created 8 3-hour resilience workshops through my nonprofit, Mama Safe Haven. And as I sent those workshops out to various organizations for support, OVSJG supported our program, as well as CFLS Executive Director, Ms. McSwain, picked up my workshops and has not only provided me with an opportunity to speak my truth, but she has also put our workshops in her budget and has increased my belief that there are not just Mama Safe Haven, but other organizations that offer real support for women in real life-threatening situations. Please continue to fund programs like Mama Safe Haven and Community Family Life Services, who support victims of violence and women in reentry. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. I appreciate that. Next, we will hear from Michelle Booth Cole, the Executive Director of Safe Shores, the DC Children's Advocacy Center.
Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michelle Booth Cole, and I serve as Executive Director of Safe Shores, the District of Columbia Children's Advocacy Center, also known as the CAC. Safe Shores is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides survivor-centered intervention, hope, and healing for children and families affected by abuse, trauma, and violence in the District of Columbia, and we work to prevent child abuse and neglect through promising practices, policies, and partnerships. As the Children's Advocacy Center for DC, Safe Shores work is made possible in significant part by annual grants from OVSJG. I want to take a moment here to amplify the recommendation offered earlier by several witnesses for multi-year funding for programs and services that are ongoing and essential for child victims in the district. For over 25 years, Safe Shores has worked in partnership with public and private agencies pursuant to DC Code 4, Section 4-1301.51, which requires a multidisciplinary team, MDT, response to child abuse cases in the district. Safe Shores now is also a member of the district's sexual assault response team in light of our role providing acute and ongoing advocacy services to 13 to 17-year-old survivors of sexual assault pursuant to the Sexual Assault and Victims' Rights Amendment Act of 2019, or SAVRA 2019. While there's much to discuss and share about child abuse in DC, today I will focus on the implementation of the youth portion of SAVRA 2019, which is funded through OVSJG and carried out through Safe Shores Teen Advocacy Initiative. There are three things I will highlight. One, DC's 13 to 17-year-olds need the Teen Advocacy Initiative. Two, the Teen Advocacy Initiative is off to a strong start, even as we continue to refine protocols and logistics. Three, the next important step in implementation is getting the word out so that all young people in DC know about the Teen Advocacy Initiative and how to access it. To the first point, how do we know DC's 13 to 17-year-olds need sexual assault youth victim advocates, or as they're known to our clients, teen advocates? Utilization is a strong indicator. In FY22, the first full year of the Teen Advocacy Initiative, Safe Shores received 152 requests for services and was able to work with 139 teen survivors. This is in addition to the approximately 1,200 children we see annually. Second, how do we know the Teen Advocacy Initiative is working? Teen clients are telling us it's working, whether via Safe Shores client feedback surveys or DC government's feedback process. Specifically, youth sexual assault survivors have told Safe Shores that their teen advocate helped them to understand their rights and options, addressed questions and concerns about health and safety, addressed their questions about the investigative process. They've told us that they felt supported by their teen advocate, that they felt comfortable talking with their teen advocate. The Teen Advocacy Initiative is off to a promising start for several reasons. First, OVSJG has provided adequate funding for this work. For our part, Safe Shores is very intentional about every aspect of our services. This includes hiring, training, and supporting competent, committed, and diverse professionals who reflect the demographics of the young people we serve, and listening to and respecting our young clients. To my third point, so far we have only seen a fraction of youth who need a sexual assault youth victim advocate because youth sexual assault is an underreported crime and the Teen Advocacy Initiative is new and not yet a widely known resource. This is why Safe Shores' next step is getting the word out, working in collaboration with DC youth, public agencies, and community-based organizations to make sure youth, parents and caregivers, schools, youth-serving agencies, and professionals know what the Teen Advocacy Initiative is, how we support teen victims of sexual assault, and how to connect young people who need our services. We want DC's young people to know that there are compassionate, helpful, and diverse professionals who will walk with them on the survivor path and provide valuable resources, information, and support so that they can heal and thrive. Finally, I want to take a moment to express Safe Shores' gratitude for the commitment of OVSJG Interim Director Cheryl Bozarth and her able team to centering the needs of young survivors and facilitating Safe Shores' crucial work in service to young crime victims. We look forward to continuing this working partnership under the leadership of incoming Director Jennifer Porter. Likewise, Safe Shores greatly appreciates the Council's commitment to public safety and victim services for DC residents. Your support is central to ensuring the availability of high-quality, victim-centered services and resources for children in DC. Thank you for your time and your attention in this marathon process.
Thank you very much for your incredibly important work. Appreciate you. Next, we will hear from Allison Kahn-Pauley, Court-Appointed Special Advocates for Children of DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Allison Kahn-Pauley. I am the Chief of Staff of CASA for Children of DC, known by many as CASA DC. OVSJG is vital to the DC community. funding, coordinating, and guiding community-based systems of care for victims of crime, youth, and their families in the district. This work is absolutely essential. With funding from OVSJG, CASA DC has been able to effectuate true impact on DC's justice-involved youth. CASA DC understands the importance of community-based supports for the DC community. We urge the Council to continue to value and prioritize OVSJG and the impactful services enabled through their funding. We're grateful to have received our first OVSJG funding in 2022 and continued funding in 2023 to support DC's justice-involved youth through our Bridges program, providing mentorship and best interest advocacy to justice-involved youth with demonstrated impact. OVSJG has championed this work and provided CASA DC with significant support and oversight to promote the success. We are grateful to OVSJG and Melissa Milcham for believing in CASA DC and the difference that our services make. With our Bridges program, we build protective factors in justice-involved youth to prevent recidivism. Last year, 89% of our youth demonstrated positive communication skills and practiced positive coping. 91% were able to demonstrate pro-social behavior. Our justice youth are on path for a brighter future. 93% have set proactive goals. With CASA's help, 83% of youth avoided contact with the juvenile justice system over 6 months, and less than 25% reoffended during the past year. 86% of our youth are currently on track to successfully complete their diversion programming. With opportunity for expansion, we have also provided evidence-based peer circles every weekday at Bard's Restorative Justice Centers and are now providing safe, positive, engaging spaces for nearly 100 youth. JJAG, the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which advises OVSJG, has adopted a new resolution to enhance mentoring for justice-involved youth. CASA DC's Bridges program is proof. Despite much of the fear about youth crime in DC, which the media is perpetuating, that mentorship can work and make a difference. We urge OVSJG to embrace this resolution, to not only continue, but to expand funding for mentorship for justice-involved youth. We are confident that the success of the Bridges program will continue with additional expansion and partnership and funding, bringing the hope of CASA services to additional justice-involved youth. We look forward to continued opportunities through OVSJG to further and expand and strengthen the support. For over 20 years, CASA DC has provided compassionate, trauma-informed, and cost-efficient care to DC's most vulnerable children, foster youth, and since 2016, juvenile justice youth. We're the only organization in DC that unites volunteer child advocacy and mentorship. Our volunteers develop supportive one-on-one relationships with youth, engage them in positive experiences, and empower them to achieve key goals. Based on that personalized one-on-one relationship, our CASAs ensure that their youth's voice is heard in court. Not only is this work impactful, it can be transformative. Our youth are doing better in school than their peers. Last year, 201 youth were assisted in education and learning by their CASA volunteers. With this support, more than half of our youth are meeting or exceeding expectations in school, 8 times higher than was reported for DC's foster youth as a whole and OSSI's assessments. With robust well-being support from their CASAs, 210 of DC's most vulnerable and trauma-impacted youth were able to identify and practice healthy coping mechanisms. 207 were supported in building key life skills, like being empowered for the workforce and to develop strategic goals. Our overall services for foster youth are currently funded by the DC Superior Court and private and federal grants, but we could do much more with additional funding. There is significant untapped source of funding support administered by OVSJG, which CASA DC has consistently been denied, VOCA funding. VOCA is one of the most significant funding sources for CASA organizations throughout the country. Over 500 state and local CASA chapters receive VOCA funding, totaling over $73 million. Federal determinations have explicitly found CASA services eligible for VOCA funding. However, CASA DC has never received VOCA funding from the district, despite providing direct case management services to and community education on youth victims of abuse for over 20 years. CASA DC takes care of district's vulnerable children and positions them for a brighter future. But with additional funding, there's so much more that can be done for our youth. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and representative of OVSJG for your time and attention. We empower DC's youth to greater outcomes and success, and with OVSJG support, we have the capacity to serve more, and together to make differences in so many lives. We welcome any questions. Thank you all for your time and support.
Thank you so much, Allison, for being here. Next and last on this panel, we have Eliza Wright, client from the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Maybe it's Eliza Ann Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eliza Ann Wright, and I want to thank you, Ms. Pinto, for the opportunity to appear before you. I have been a client of DACL recently and still in progress. And I just wanted to say that the opportunity to have adequate legal representation and to have all the other additional services connected in the same building has proved to be very helpful and less stressful. They recently assisted me with an eviction, in preventing an eviction, and in getting the needed funds to correct the financial disparity with my landlord. In addition, then they looked at other services that might impact my budget and help me to come up with a realistic budget at this time. Many seniors are used to living a certain way, and then when those resources are pulled out, if they have no children, then they are left kind of rudderless. Listening at the other speakers of this hearing has enlightened me to the number of different services and organizations you can reach out to. But quite often, if you are not aware of those organizations, then you can't get the help. One of the things that the DACL has afforded me is being able to coordinate all those services and see that the correct ones was matched with for the correct situation. This is an extremely important program, especially for the seniors, and people sometimes overlook. It takes very little to disrail a person. For a person who's working full time, just missing a couple of paychecks can throw your whole world under the rudder. With seniors, it becomes even more difficult, especially if you've not been used to using public services. DACL has effectively coordinated all those services under one roof and provided the security of knowing, since they are an organization for the aged. So it's been very effective for me, to the point that I've agreed to become a volunteer once all of my situations are sorted out, because there is a need. There's really a need.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Wright, and thank you for sharing your experience. And I think it's really powerful the way you said it, that sometimes seniors could be left rudderless if there's not a family or community support kind of already built in. And from your experience with DACL, how did you become aware of the resources that were available? And what do you think works to how we can share resources so that people can know what might be out there to help?
Well, from my experience with them, first, my foremost need or immediate need was the eviction and what to do about it and how to coordinate with sources. Now, the court has suggested the organization. So, okay, I went with them. And then in talking to the intake person, I became aware that they were able to assist in providing other resources, in which those resources were made available after my initial intake with the organization. It's important to have a clearinghouse because not everyone needs all the same things. Mm. And as opposed to having to run all over town to try to find each and every individual organization that specializes in something. It was very helpful to have it all under one roof. And to be able to know that you're going to be treated with professionalism. Because if you've been used to managing people, then having to be managed can often be an issue. And by the time that you realize how big of an issue it is, you may be into deep trouble. Or you could become homeless. It was very easy to become homeless. So that has been the foremost important thing. Because after talking with me, then they identified other resources that might be useful and helpful, and then proceeded to help me contact and apply for those.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Wiggleton, are you still here? I think I see your name, James Wiggleton. If you're still here, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, just for a follow-up for you. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Thompson L. If you're still here. If I can ask you to turn your camera on. Or your volume on. All right, we may have lost him. All right, well, thank you so much to this panel for all of your important work and for testifying today. We're looking forward to working with you all this year. And as a reminder to everybody, please send the committee a copy of your written testimony so we can make sure that that is part of the record and for our review. Oh, I see you, Mr. Thompson L. Hi. I wanted, oh, and Mr. Wiggleton, all right. Mr. Wiggleton, let me start with you because you talked about some of the challenges of retaining violence interrupters in hospitals, in part because it's such difficult work. What do either of you think can be done to provide more support to violence interrupters and help retain these really important positions?
The support that I feel like that can really support and enhance some of the violent interrupters, and I really want the panel to know that there is a small difference between a violence interrupter and a treatment navigator. We both have the same goal, essentially. However, it's two different total entities and two different total approaches, so to speak. So if I'm answering towards to the interrupters, that's maybe on the ground or that's out in the community, having just more solid follow-up accesses to the resources. I know that when we get connected to individuals here at the hospital, having that hospital backing and having already some resources that's already embedded and connected with the hospital, thinking about DC Safe and MVRDC, that's already have establishments and venues in the hospital. Fortunate for us, by being in the hospital, we have those same arm stretch and those availabilities to those resources as well. And through OVSJG space that they've provided for us, have invited other resources. So that also gives us an incredible way and ableness to better support the patients. Now, people on the ground in the community, which I want to say the violence interrupters in which you inquired about, I don't think they have that same full covenant support and umbrella and just, ableness to get connected to those resources. They're just not that available. And I think a lot of other agencies throughout the city should be in a lot of these conversations and meetings as well, because of the population of individuals that we seek to support.
Thank you so much. Mr. Thompson L., do you have anything to add to that?
No, not really. James said a mouthful.
Okay.
And if I could add, and I know this probably not the platform to really address of it, but a lot of the pay in which some violence interrupters and us as even navigators receive for the effort and the amount of energy and availableness for this population of that we serve sometimes can be unmotivating to really go that full extent in which the intricate situations that these individuals are put in, the energy that goes into it, that it requires, violence interrupters and some navigators even are reluctant to go that extent, feeling that they're either underserved, unappreciated, or whatnot. And I really think that that could be impacted as well.
It's definitely an appropriate forum to raise it. And I think it's definitely something this committee will be taking a look at, because we continue to hear that as one of the challenges. So thank you for flagging that.
Thank you.
I wanted to say one more thing, Ms. Pinto, and piggyback on what James was saying. Our navigators and the CVIs, they really need a fair wage. The work that they do is tremendous. James is here sometimes at 6, 7 o'clock at night. He's doing emails and phone calls on his off days. And I'm not going to say they're not appreciated. It would be the wrong term I'm looking for, but I honestly think they should be more respected and better compensated, because they do a tremendous job. And just because you don't see them in the streets, they're in the hospital, that doesn't mean they're not working. They deliver life-saving services every day. And I'm really proud of my entire team. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right. Well, that concludes this panel. Thank you all so much. And we are going to move on to our next and final public panel. We will have Nina Murphy Martin, public witness, and we'll have 2 additional public witnesses, public witness A and public witness B. So Nina, go ahead whenever you are ready. You're still on mute if you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Give me one second. I thought you were going to take a break. Forgive me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take your time.
No, that's okay. Sorry. I thought it was in the last one. Sorry. Hi, my name is Nina Murphy Martin. Thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto, Chairman of this wonderful committee. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you to the committee members and staff who support this important committee. I'd like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for all the programs that she's implemented. Also, thank you to Interim Director Cheryl Bozarth, and congratulations to the new director, Jennifer Porter. I'm going to skip through some of my information I had shared in writing just because of time, but I am coming today before you as a victim of a crime. I was carjacked at 6:01 a.m. in front of my home on the 8th of February last year. So 1 year ago this week, I was carjacked right in front of my home. While being pulled out of my vehicle that I was parked in front of my home, I witnessed 45 persons of color that had ski masks on as they carjacked me. I'm thankful to our Office of Unified Communications, our 911 operators, our MPD, Metropolitan Police Department, 4th District officers, investigators, and detectives who arrived within 4 minutes of my call to 911. I am thankful for the continuous partnerships that I have made within our MPD 4D, the Ward 4 Mokers, all who have been so supportive of my path to improve our community and to recover from my unfortunate carjacking ordeal. Each of them have been and continue to be supportive in the community efforts that I have initiated in our community since my misfortune. or I can say I am fortunate because I am still living. I've organized annual block parties to bring our communities together. We've had Office of Unified Communications, Cell Phone Sally, and Metropolitan Police Departments, Detective McGruff come out to our block parties. And also I've had crime prevention and neighborhood safety training sessions in our community. After I was carjacked on February 8th, a dear friend of mine in Louisville, Kentucky, was also shot at in his campaign office, which made me decide to go ahead and organize and facilitate our crime prevention and neighborhood safety virtual meeting during COVID last year. Again, as a survivor of and victim of violence, I'm committed to being an advocate of public safety and civic engagement. I'm asking for services and resources to support women who serve in this, more specifically to our neighborhood watch programs, and also for the Office of Unified Communications to lead up a wireless service providers organization that will be able to help demarc the locations of wireless callers who call 911 but might get Montgomery County or a different jurisdiction to come versus the Washington, D.C. service providers as MPD and DC Fire and EMS. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, and I'm so sorry to hear about your experience. It's terrible.
Thanks
you for turning that pain into action for your community too. Next, we will hear from Public Witness A. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and interim and incoming directors of Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I was a secondary victim of domestic violence for more than 2 decades. I want to see budget increase for a domestic violence housing program for around $18.6 million US. I live in Ward 5, Washington, D.C. since 2020. The physical, emotional, and financial abuse stopped for a while because I immigrated to the U.S. Now that I'm here, my abuser still stalks me through multiple people. I face housing instability as the result. I've been volunteering with DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and asked to be included in the judiciary and public safety hearing today because the COVID-19 pandemic has been detrimental, not only to me, but also to children and adolescents as victims of domestic violence. The pandemic is still going on, and domestic violence cases worldwide have spiked. DC is not the exception. I want you, OVSJG, to increase the housing budget for survivors because the pandemic has disrupted many people's lives. I've been redirected to many organizations ever since I seek help. The only organization who's willing to help is the District Alliance for Safe Housing. However, DASH always reassessed my need multiple times and ended up referring me to another organization. The whole housing process ended up discouraging and disempowering me as a victim. To help others like me, the increased budget is necessary so housing providers can deliver adequate needs of the victims. When you grant this request, providers will be able to administer emergency housing for an additional 2 units per week for a year, serving approximately 104 sexual assault survivors. Even though the previous threats no longer here, residual effects of the trauma on mental health and various gender-based violence can be happening over the life course of women, girls, and other minority groups. Resiliency is needed for survivors to build our life back. However, if the services provided cannot meet our needs, it would be impossible for us to bounce back. I'd like to see this change reflected on the fiscal year of 2024 budget. I am still today struggling to get stable housing and not just heart that makes it for me to rebuild my life. Remember, youth are the future of our society. Adequate and fast response to domestic violence is needed so that we can thrive into healthy adults who can ultimately contribute back to our communities. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for being here today and sharing your testimony and your bravery for sharing your story. Really appreciate it. And we will use that to inform our work. Next and last for our public witnesses, we will hear from public witness B. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am a domestic violence survivor. I want equal support for an emotionally abused survivor to a physically abused survivor. When I was first kicked, hit, and punched decades ago, I knew it was wrong. However, I soon learned that talking about abuse to anyone put me in danger. I started to battle his abuse by myself. I tried to leave him multiple times, all ended up severe abuse. At some point, I gave up leaving him. All I could do was appeasing and pleasing him. He always corrected how I feel, think, and behave. I responded as if I did so. Over time, I lost touch with my feelings and opinions. I became numb to my wants and needs. His wants and needs overrode mine and eventually became my wants and needs. This way of living is not sustainable, but leaving him is the worst thing in his world. After the marriage, it took me 9 years to leave him for the first time and another 5 years to leave him this time. Each time, it became harder and harder. Each time, more and more courage needed. Each time, stronger and stronger guilt I suffered. The guilt that he imposed on me for choosing safety and freedom. Leaving him did not end the struggles. Immediately, I needed a place to stay, but I had no income. As soon as a local DV advocate found that I had not had direct physical violence in the previous few years, my options shrunk. There was no shelter for me, nor long-term housing support, no lawyer support. My caseworker told me I was considered homeless on paper. I burst into tears. It was excruciating. It was humiliating. I recently came to realize that I was severely traumatized for my previous occupation because of his constant emotional abuse. I need to rebuild my life completely differently. My physical wound had healed long time ago, while scars remain deeply in my heart. I believe an emotionally abused survivor needs equal support to a physically abused survivor, especially immediate and long-term housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story as well. To all three of you, how did you find finding victim supports and services after, in your case, Ms. Martin, you said you called OUC and MPD immediately came, but in terms of afterwards, and for our other public witnesses, for your kind of initial outreach and follow up from the services you were receiving, how did that go?
Madam Chair, would you like for me to speak first?
Sure, go ahead.
So I had a lot of follow-up from the investigators, the detectives, and the officers within MPD. They did offer the crime victims organization to me, but because I didn't want to take the resources away from someone else. I am a federal government employee. I am a United States Air Force veteran. I do get health care at the Washington, D.C. VA Medical Center as a women veteran. And also I have my own federal government insurance. I didn't want to take resources away from somewhere else. So although it was offered to me, I thank them, but just knowing that the officers, detectives, and investigators in MPD, they always just check on me. I mean, I see them all the time. They come past, we'll wave. They always come to our block party. And so to me, I'm thankful for knowing that OVSJG see is here. But I also, I used them a long time ago for something else, but I also want to just say that just knowing that the resources are here and also being able to tell fellow neighbors that what resources are out here has been helpful to me as well. And it's pretty much the MPD Police Department that helped me through the transition.
Thank you. To our other public witnesses, do you have other thoughts to add or share?
Yeah, this is Public Witness A, and thank you for the question, Congresswoman Pinto. So it was first, I seek help like through, like my school. So my professor at school, they, said that like this helps are available out there, and then I accessed them. And then IUDA, like helping out with, like grocery and stuff. And then started from them. I connected to, DVRP, and then I connected to other agency, DCCADV, and then DVRP as well. So it's just like literally, like referrals after referrals. But throughout the process, again, like oftentimes it was like really this encouraging and like till now I'm still kind of like struggling like to rebuild my life back, even though I have like college degree and then all that kind of stuff, but still it's pretty hard for me. It's a like bumpy road.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
My case, I first called hotline, domestic violence hotline. And then after that, I came to know that I have skewed or distorted mindset. And I started slowly learning something is wrong, but I still hide it myself. So my most obstacle is to this distorted mindset. So what was important for me is to educate myself, and also by through the learning, I started contacting with public service, and then I learned that people are not like abusers, so I don't have to follow him. But still, I had so much struggle inside. So I'm not answering your question directly, but I think that what I needed most was just to learn the time and experience that the people are not like my abuser. And how I did was, I think I just called whatever the phone number I could find.
And do you remember if that was the hotline?
The first was hotline. And then because of my language, it is easier for me to email. So then I started email other places. And later, I should call directly because it's faster and easier. Then I started directly call them.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. And if you can please send your testimony to the committee if you have it in writing. But really appreciate, again, all of you being here and sharing your stories and for your bravery. Thank you. So that concludes our public witnesses for today, and thank you all for being here today. I will now call our government witness, Interim Director Cheryl Bozarth from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Thanks so much for being here, Director. And it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you can please take your sound off and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I now
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I now would like to invite you, Interim Director Bozarth, to make any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Cheryl Bozarth, and I am the Interim Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. I'm here to testify on the activities and accomplishments of the office during fiscal year 2022 and to date in fiscal year 2023. OVSJG is committed to creating a safer, stronger District of Columbia. Most of our work specifically focuses on providing services to individuals who are among the most vulnerable of our residents and who have deep and complex needs, including victims of crime, justice-involved individuals, and youth who are at risk of truancy or juvenile delinquency. I will highlight some of the agency's activities during FY22 and thus far in FY23 that are in service of these populations. I'll begin with continuing responses to the impacts of COVID-19. As we approach 3 years since the onset of a global pandemic, agency and grantee operations continue to respond and adapt to ongoing impacts. In response to COVID-19, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, or ARPA, funding allocated to OVSJG, provided an extraordinary opportunity to address needs that were created or exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to highlight some of these investments and the resources provided to grantees. Support for returning citizens. OVSJG makes grant awards to community-based organizations and district agencies to remove barriers to reentry and break cycles of recidivism for returning citizens. In FY22, over $5 million in ARPA flexible funding was awarded to support the individual needs of returning citizens, including housing, transportation, vital documents, education and job training, childcare, healthcare, and technology and connectivity. In addition to the flexible funding, OVSJG was able to enhance supports and services for justice-involved individuals and returning citizens with other federal and local dollars. OVSJG awarded nearly $5 million for housing, $1 million for Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, or IRA recipients, and over $10 million for services such as case management, trauma-informed mental health services, peer support, mentoring, job readiness, mediation, and returning citizen direct client assistance. In FY23 to date, over $19 million from all sources has been awarded for reentry services and supports for housing, case management, trauma-informed mental health services, mentoring, job readiness, and mediation. Domestic violence housing and services. OVSJG makes grant awards to community-based organizations to meet the needs of victims of domestic violence and their families. In FY 2022, we awarded nearly $12 million in ARPA funds to domestic violence service providers for housing and services, including the purchase of 2 new buildings for housing totaling 21 units of housing, 53 units of renovated and rehabilitated housing to prevent those units from becoming uninhabitable, and additional staff and services to meet the needs of victim survivors. An additional $350,000 was awarded specifically for LGBTQ+ survivors of violence. These ARPA investments added to local district funds supported 203 units of housing, totaling up to 611 beds for primary and secondary domestic violence victims. In FY23, over $3.5 million in ARPA funding was awarded to support ongoing operations and services for victims of domestic violence. To date, from all funding sources, OVSJG made awards to support 295 units of housing. This is an increase of 55% in the past 2 fiscal years. Services for victims of gun violence. In FY22, as gun violence continued to be a serious concern in the district, as part of the Building Blocks DC strategy, OVSJG awarded nearly $1.2 million in ARPA funds to support trauma-informed mental health and other healing services for youth and adult primary and secondary victims of gun violence. The range of services provided by these investments is foundational to meeting victims and survivors where they are at, both as individuals and as communities. For example, One Common Unity, or OCU, the youth serving organization that was awarded funding, utilizes an innovative approach to support youth victims. OCU's Piece Together program partners with schools and other community spaces to provide their 4 spaces intervention after these communities are impacted by a critical incident involving gun violence. So during a 2 to 4 hour intervention, Piece Together staff with trusted adults who already have relationships with youth within that community, they co-facilitate 4 types of activities, each focusing on a different strategy for healing. During the 4 spaces intervention, participants are encouraged to mindfully assess their own current needs, and they have the autonomy to move between each of these 4 physical spaces. For example, mind, break space, arts expressive space, group processing space, and one-on-one processing spaces, where they practice different coping strategies to support their future healing needs. In FY22, this intervention was provided at 4 schools and educational campuses. Using ARPA funds, OVSJG awarded So Others Might Eat Some to provide trauma-informed mental health services for adult victim survivors of gun violence and those at risk of violence. This project was designed so that individuals impacted by gun violence can access a licensed mental health clinician within 1 business day of seeking those services. In FY22, over $3 million was awarded to support relocation and safe relocation and emergency housing for victims of gun violence and individuals at risk of gun violence. This included emergency housing, allowing for the ability to move individuals and families within 24 hours of an identified need. It also includes up to short-term 3 months and medium-term 6 months assistance for individuals and families to stabilize and plan for a safe return home or identify new housing. All of these services are coordinated with and through the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I'd like to point out a couple of other notable activities from OVSJG in the past, in FY22 and to date in 23. Our Trauma Response and Community Engagement Program Center in Stoddard Terrace 37th Street Southeast continues to provide services. In FY22, this program was administered by Training Grounds and led by Dr. Bruce Purnell, and they reported the following accomplishments. They recruited and trained 39 community members to serve as healing leaders and transformation life coaches. They've had a total of 57 program participants since inception. They held 246 in-person and virtual community engagement events, conducted weekly healing sessions, including Black Men Grieve and healing huddles or healing circles, and had over 1,200 encounters with community members seeking and engaging in healing from past trauma. Additionally, in FY23 to date, the TRECEP Stoddard Terrace 37th Street Southeast has held 29 community engagement events, serving over 350 participants. Lastly, for TRECEPs, OVSJG is in the process of finalizing a partnership with small and grassroots providers working in historic Anacostia to implement the second TRECEP site. This project is designed to engage the Anacostia community in developing and implementing community-defined healing priorities and activities in partnership with knowledgeable providers that they already know. Our hospital-based violence intervention program. The district's HVIP program provides services to individuals and their families who've experienced community-based life-threatening intentional injury. The HVIP programs engage with victims and families while they are in the hospital to create a support system that can lead to long-term change. HVIP staff connect program participants with government and community-based services to promote healing, reduce recidivism, and prevent future violence. All HVIPs are members of Project Change, the OVSJG funded coordination and collaborative of HVIPs and intersecting partner organizations. In FY22, 1,342 patients were engaged across HVIPs and 320 accepted services. The staffing vacancies exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic continued to impact the engagement rates of HVIPs into the first half of FY22. The HVIPs collectively continued to work to identify opportunities to increase acceptance rates. And so in the first quarter of FY23, data indicates a significant uptick in service acceptance, with rates including 373 patients reported engaged and 284 accepting services. So that's a 76% acceptance rate. And we expect that this market improvement in acceptance rate will sustain throughout the remainder of FY23. Also in FY22, the HVIP program expanded in 2 areas. First, the 6th Hospital, Children's National Hospital, implemented a youth-focused violence intervention program. We call it CHIVIP. So CHIVIP serves adolescent victims of violent injury. Second, with funds allocated by the council, the MedStar Washington Hospital Center's Violence Intervention Program, or CVIP, in partnership with Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, established a medical legal partnership, embedding lawyers into healthcare settings to help address the unmet civil legal needs of vulnerable patients and improve health outcomes. This HVIP MLP was designed to eliminate barriers HVIP providers and participants face in identifying legal needs and securing legal assistance. The project staff began providing services in June of FY22. Also in FY22, a peer-to-peer training initiative was implemented through Project Change to improve training for all HVIP staff and address common needs and issues. Additionally, 2 HVIP staff members participated in the University of DC's Building Blocks Certification Program, and 3 other HVIP staff participated in Peace for DC's Peace Academy. During FY22, Project Change also developed working groups to improve outcomes for all HVIP partners. These include the Building Violence Interventionist Careers Work Group, Project Change Response Protocol Work Group, and Project Change Injury, Recidivism, and Data Sharing Work Group. Finally, Project Change collaborated with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to begin establishing data sharing protocols. Our truancy reduction program. In FY22, the SUSO program supported 64 schools, 27 elementary, 10 middle, and 8 public charter schools, 11 educational campuses, and 8 in the high school truancy program. In FY23, so far in 23, the SUSO program provides support to 72 programs, 38 elementary, 17 middle, 8 educational campuses, and 9 in the high school truancy program. Starting in FY22 and continuing in FY23, the SUSO program redefined and increased the scope of program eligibility. Now students who have accrued 5 to 9 total unexcused absences, or have 3 or more consecutive absences, or were considered chronically truant in the past school year, are considered eligible for referral to the SUSO program. Comparing similar time periods over the past 3 school years, we see that referrals have improved since returning to in-person learning. However, referrals have not returned to pre-pandemic levels. Across all middle elementary schools in 2020, school year 2020 through 21, 1,465 students were referred, whereas in school year 21 through 22, 1,895 students were referred. Additionally, OVSJG focused on partnerships with allied programs like the OAG Attend program, increasing school-based sites and information sharing with education partners, facilitating trainings for SUSO providers on student attendance conferences, enhancing student support team practices in partnership with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, and improving access to attendance data that the SUSO providers need to identify eligible students. OVSJG continues to work closely with OSSI to provide current attendance data to the CBOs, and the CBOs are working closely with the schools to increase referrals, while recognizing the schools are indeed juggling many demands. The High School Truancy Program operates with 2 grantees, providing programs in 6 high schools. This is up from 4 last year. Additionally, the program has expanded from 2 to 3 middle schools that serve as feeder schools to those high schools. For school year 21 through 22, 507 students were referred to the program and 486 students were engaged. The High School Truancy Program provides intensive, long-term, one-to-one mentoring and case management to students at risk of disconnection. They work to remove barriers and increase opportunities to facilitate youth re-engagement in school and improve attendance. The Sexual Assault Victim Rights Amendment Act implementation. In FY22, 3 community-based organizations, the Network for Victim Recovery DC, the DC Rape Crisis Center, and Safe Shores Child Advocacy Center were awarded grant funding to provide the expanded advocacy services codified under the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act of 2019, or SAVRA 2.0. For the entirety of FY22, the program was up and running, providing 24/7 access to sexual assault victim advocate in hospital, community settings, and at law enforcement and other district agency interviews. In FY22, 549 victim survivors received advocacy services, 60 adolescent victims, and 489 adult victim survivors in the hospital, community settings. This represents about a 25% increase in the number of victim survivors who were able to access the support of an advocate when they wanted to. In addition to providing these services, SAVRA grantees, in partnership with the Sexual Assault Response Team, or SART, developed and implemented the SAVRA Adult and Youth Working Protocols to ensure a consistent quality of care, system coordination, and survivor-centered efficiency across all providers and services in the district. I'd also like to point out a private security camera incentive program, which encourages residents, businesses, nonprofits, and religious institutions to install security camera systems on their property and register them with the Metropolitan Police Department. This program is intended to deter crime and assist law enforcement with investigations. In FY22, 840 rebate and voucher applications were approved and 1,902 cameras were funded. Since inception, 11,105 rebates and vouchers have been approved and 25,739 cameras have been funded. OVSJG's grantee support and engagement. In FY22 and 23 to date, OVSJG staff have concentrated efforts to engage and support grantees. To this end, OVSJG staff hosted 19 training events on topics such as financial grants management and reporting, application preparation, or specialized training for subgroups like housing providers or federal sub-grantees. In addition, OVSJG grant managers and deputy directors provided 899 individualized technical assistance sessions in FY22 and 170 sessions thus far in FY23. Lastly, in FY22, OVSJG worked closely with the victim service providers to restructure the Victims Assistance Network to provide the peer-to-peer learning and networking environment and establish the VAN Policy Advisory Committee. This committee provides a consistent way for victim services executives and senior leadership to provide recommendations and/or feedback on OVSJG budget and policy matters. I want to thank our community and agency partners for their leadership and commitment to service to the residents of the District of Columbia. I am grateful to the staff of OVSJG who work very hard every day to meet our mission. It has been my honor and privilege to serve as interim director. And finally, I would like to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to share our accomplishments. I look forward to working with you and the committee, and I am available to address your questions at this time.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony, Director Bozarth, and thank you for doing this really important work. I think so often there are agencies or missions that are focused on one issue or maybe two issues, and clearly, as you've just gone over and we've heard today, you have been responsible for overseeing such a humongous array of really vital services and needs for district residents. So thank you so much, and thank you for stepping up into this role, and particularly in a particularly difficult time. So I want to discuss some of the challenges that you've seen in this role, and as the office transitions to new leadership as well. First, I want to start with an understanding of the current staffing needs. So I understand that the grants financial analyst position has been vacant since September of 2021, and the staff assistant and ARPA grants management specialists have been vacant since this fall. I don't see any OVSJG positions listed on the DCHR careers portal. So what are your current staffing levels? How many vacancies do you have, and what's the plan to fill those?
Yeah, we have those vacancies that you just mentioned. So we've got the ARPA position, the grants financial analyst. We have a staff assistant who is starting Monday. So yay, that position is filled. Like other agencies and even just businesses in the district, hiring has been a challenge. We have posted, we have interviewed, but as you can tell, you know, there's a technical nature to our work. And so, you know, there can indeed be challenges filling some of those positions. The grants financial analyst position, as our portfolio has grown significantly over the last couple of years, there's some thought around how we may or may not use that position or convert it to something that's more useful to the agency. Those are decisions that Director Porter would want to make as she onboards. So yes, we've got some grants management vacancies that we are trying to fill.
Okay, and how many total staff do you all have?
We are at, I think the count is at 21. I'll have to check and get that exact number, but I think we're at 21 right now.
Okay, and once you're all staffed up, your budget allows for how many?
I believe the budget allows for 27 to be fully staffed.
Okay.
But I'll double check that for you as well.
Thank you so much. So OVSJG manages a large volume of grant funding every year, including both local and federal dollars, which of course have their own restrictions. And I understand that it can sometimes be a challenge getting funding to grantees quickly and help grantees troubleshoot any challenges, especially that we've seen with delayed expenditures during the pandemic. What percentage of FY 2022 funding has been dispersed to grantees? And what were some of the challenges that grantees faced during the pandemic that delayed their ability to spend funds?
FY 22 percentage of funding dispersed? Do you mean, oh, I'm trying to make sure I answer the question you want to know.
So I'm trying to get a sense of, after the grantees are awarded the grants, some of the hurdles in getting the funds out the door.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than maybe the way you're framing the question. Maybe I can provide a little information and that will help. Okay. So when we make grant awards, then the grantees, they would invoice on a monthly or quarterly basis to receive that funding. And so the amount of money that they receive is commensurate with the amount that they invoice for. Does that help frame it any differently?
It does, but is there a time delay between the invoice and receipt of funds?
Well, yeah, there is a processing. So we process those invoices, right? And I think we take by policy a few days to do that, 10 or 15. I'll double check in policy what exactly that number is. And then they upload their invoices to be reimbursed through the DC vendor portal. So
Okay,
our office does not make payment.
Got it. Okay, so is it accurate from your perspective that there haven't been significant delays in the grantees getting access to the funds? The reason I'm asking is because one of the pieces in your pre-hearing responses suggested there are positive balances for the FY 2022 funds because grantees had difficulty spending all the money during the pandemic, and so I want to make sure we're thinking about what the needs are and how people can spend that money.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so then maybe I can come at it this way. When we have a positive balance, like you're talking about from my responses, that's because we made awards that were not fully expended by the grantees.
Right, okay.
Not because they didn't have access to it.
Mm-hmm. And when that's happened, is there a consistent or a set of reasons from your understanding that that is the case?
Yeah, it can be a number of reasons. You know, trying to understand the general theme of the year, right? So we saw some themes with underspending, like grantees have vacancies for a longer period of time into the fiscal year, you know, just like everyone else had hiring challenges. So for our grantees, the largest portion of their budgets is around the personnel. So if they have vacancies, then that's going to lead to some of what you see.
I see. Okay. So many of our public witnesses today, and many of whom were grantees themselves, discussed their desire and the need to have multi-year funding so they can engage in more longer-term planning. Can you talk into whether you've looked into providing multi-year funding or any challenges associated with implementing that request?
Well, I mean, on the surface of it, the district annual budgeting cycle is the #1 challenge. Different than other jurisdictions. So the OVSJG, you know, because we're also the state administering agency for things like VOCA, FIPSA, well, not FIPSA, but VOCA, VAWA funding. So different than other jurisdictions, the district has a considerable amount of local funding that we use for victim services, justice grants, all of the activities of our agency. In other jurisdictions across the country, it's sort of the reverse. They use more of the federal funds. And so they have the ability to say 100 grantees will give 3-year agreements because they are relying on their federal grant that may run 3 years. We in the district, the majority of our money, or much more of our money, is local dollars and is on an annual cycle. So that is where we are.
Okay. I wonder if there's a conversation we can have about a consistent baseline, almost more akin to school funding or another entity where we use that as a model so there can be engaged in some long-term planning. But the annual budget gets in the way of things sometimes. Do we provide multi-year funding with the federal dollars through your agency?
We do not. We do not.
Okay. And is that something that you'd consider?
Those would be Director Porter's decisions to think about at this point. It's not a decision that the office made in previous years.
Well, let me rephrase, I guess, because you said, you know, because most of our dollars are local, we're prevented from doing that versus other jurisdictions who do it with federal dollars. So having been in this role, are there other procedural blockades if we were going to move forward for multi-year contracts for the federal dollars?
Yeah, I think that would require a good bit of discussion. There are some technical grant making aspects that, you know, I would want us to be really thoughtful about to make sure that we don't have some unintended side effects. So I, you know, wouldn't want to give you a just sort of off the cuff opinion, because it's really something that should be thoughtfully considered.
Right. Okay. We heard from many grantees today who expressed concern about the ending of ARPA dollars and the expectation of other decreases in federal dollars and programs. What is the office doing to ensure grantees don't experience a decrease in funding and services?
Well, we're preparing a budget for 24 that, you know, we expect will meet the needs when the mayor's done and the budget teams are done with their work. We're preparing a budget that we expect will meet the needs of the agency and of the portfolio. So at this point, that is indeed where energies are focused.
Okay. I'd like to turn a little bit to how, oh, someone trying to say something? No, okay. To how the office is working in supporting our CBOs. During last year's performance oversight hearing, there was a discussion of allowing grantees who are awarded grants funded through local dollars to use that funding to pay their mortgage payments. Has OVSJG taken any steps to allow this?
I don't recall anything in particular coming up this fiscal year around mortgage payments, but I can look back. Obviously, I don't have I would have to look back and see what happened this past year. Nothing since I have been interim. I haven't engaged in any discussions about it, but I would have to look backward for when Director Garcia was here.
Okay, because that's a continued concern and request that we've gotten. So I'd like to work with you all on that. Can you discuss the new capacity building project and how this allows OVSJG to provide additional or more intensive supports to grantees in fiscal year 2023?
Yes, I would love to talk about that. So the capacity building project, this is so exciting for us. It's one of the ways that we can take grantees who, or prospective grantees even, right? To come into who want to come into the portfolio and apply for and effectively manage funds. It's like building a pathway for that, right? So we have an expert consultant, Stephen Broles, who's worked with us for many years and has worked with other district agency. And this is a 9-month to 1 year program that allows for some specialized consulting around nonprofit management and development and capacity building. There's a peer learning network that's built into it. And then there's $25,000 for each organization, and they'll get a complete organizational assessment as to what their needs are and how they want to use that $25,000 to raise their capacity in whatever way. And so it's just really a great opportunity to build a cohort and a learning community, as well as create a pathway for grassroots or smaller organizations to just do the work that they want to do. So we're very happy about it. We have the first cohort up and going.
That's great. And are there plans to expand that program next year?
We hope so. But it's the first year, right? So we want to see where we land. We want to see how effective it is. We want to closely monitor, collect data, write the story before we think about expanding. We want to make sure we're doing what we're doing in the best way.
But okay, fair enough. We'll look forward to working with you all on that and seeing how we can be supportive. So I want to talk a little bit about the private security camera incentive program. I know you highlighted this in your opening statement. How is OVSJG working to increase participation in the private security camera incentive program, particularly in the 6th and 7th police districts where we see the lowest rate of participation right now?
Yeah, so, you know, we routinely are in a bit of a responsive stance, in all honesty, around outreach for that program. We have one staff person assigned to it, just had no expectation, I guess, over the years of how incredibly popular this program would be. So I think that that's one area of growth for the agency that the Director Porter might want to think about. So we respond when we can to go to ANC meetings and other outreach events so that people know about it. We push information when we can through other agency partners. But in transparency, there's not been a depth of marketing around that program for some practical reasons.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful context to know. And it's certainly, top of our list when we're speaking to folks about how they can proactively collect data and keep themselves safe is around this program. And so we may need to get that more support so it can be even more effective. And thinking about expanding the program, have you all had any considerations, conversations, or what would you think about expanding it to dashboards so that people could put these cameras in their cars as we continue to combat carjackings, car thefts, and break-ins in the district, or other public cameras for public space footage?
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely having internal conversations about how we can expand the program, what might be the best next steps. Chairperson Pinto, as you're aware, the program is outlined statutorily. So as we think about where expansions may or may not be, we also have to look at what the statutes say. So yeah, those discussions are kind of ongoing.
Got it. Okay. And right, I more mean it in terms from a policy perspective, and like in your experience, if you think something like that type of expansion would be effective to support community safety.
Yeah, I would lean into the community voice on if that's something that would help them feel more safe. I would lean in with MPD about how they utilize those cameras to determine, some thoughts around next steps for expansion. There's just, several lines of voices that we would want to hear from and be deliberate about as we think about how we can expand or revamp or modify the program.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about services for our youth. How are you measuring the success of your truancy reduction programs? And overall, how have the programs OVSJG has funded impacted truancy rates?
Yeah, I really think that I would need to dig into some more detail in preparation for this hearing. I didn't prepare outcome data for those programs, so I really would have to get that data back to you. I do not wish to misspeak on such an important topic.
Okay. I guess maybe I can ask it more broadly around when you're looking at grantees and needs for the city, needs that they've identified, both in terms of services and in terms of funding. What are the types of metrics that go into those decision points?
Around truancy, can you reframe around, is it around truancy specifically or youth services more generally?
I think more generally, and you could dive in if you have more specifics on truancy, but as you're looking at the big picture, as we're, something we'll be speaking with about the new director is making sure that we're tracking impact. And so we can make continued investments in what's working and try to figure out why other numbers aren't moving in the right direction.
Yeah. So the thing about the work that we do is that when it comes to youth, again, we're dealing with some of the most at-risk populations. And so our view on that is informed by the data we receive from our grantees, as well as their anecdotal reports, right? So our view on youth victimization for interpersonal violence, well, that's going to be informed by, say, our SALVA grantees or by our domestic violence grantees who are serving youth who are involved in intimate partner, dating violence type relationships. So those are the avenues from which we receive data, and they speak to either those intersections or those specific lines. So we can look at the SALVA youth piece and how obviously that has ticked up We can look at youth who are engaged because they're coming to the new CHIVIT program. Well, that's ticking up. So we have those things, but we can't necessarily say this is because of this or this is because of that. We can report what we see, and we can report up and down trends. I don't know if that gets at what you're asking me more clearly.
I think so. I guess still curious though what the next step is. So as you're looking at those trends, does that inform the matrix of which grantees and what level of funding they're receiving?
Okay, so I get what you're saying now. Sorry, didn't mean to be slow there.
No, I might not be being clear.
So when we look at the data and we see, where things are trending, that is one aspect of the funding decision. So it's really a large deliberative process when we think about funding, because our role is to create continuums of care, right? So that's going to mean that we need to have a broad base of services and a deep base of services. So to reflexively respond to, it's an uptick in this year or an uptick in that next year, we have to be really thoughtful and think about it over time, and building services that can be sustained. So there's a multitude of factors about how we build it. And the data reported about clients served and outcomes is a piece of it.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's certainly something I'm looking forward to working with the office on. So I was very glad to hear that OVSJG is entering into MOU with OAG in enhancing the partnership between the Show Up and Stand Out and OAG's Attend program, and the work that you all are doing to expand support services to students struggling with attendance is really critical. But I'm concerned that we're still not reaching all of the students who need help. Estimates demonstrate roughly 24,000 DCPS students were chronically absent last year, but we only provided SUSO resources to 1,895 students. So how are you ensuring that our currently limited resources are going to the students who are most in need, while also thinking creatively about how we can expand capacity and in coordination with OAG's Attend program?
Yeah, these are definitely challenges. Maybe like last month it was, when the principals had their meetings at the school with mayor and listening to some of those stories and the challenges with attendance at school. So thinking about how the projects that we support fit into that landscape, you're correct that we're not reaching every single student that could use the services. It's really dependent on that interconnection of the students who are eligible and the school staff that make the referral, and us facilitating the data, that we get from OSSI about those referrals, and making sure that the dollars that we are investing are going as far as they possibly can. So to that end, OVSJG staff is leaning in with our school-based grantees. We're showing up in person. We're doing more site visits. We're facilitating connections at every possibility. We're doing a little more, a considerable bit more programmatically than we may have otherwise, but the context and what's going on in the district around truancy and student needs requires us to, dig in deeper as well. So those are some of the things that we're doing that simultaneously will maximize the services that we do have available and assess where there are gaps and seek to fill those in as quickly as possible. Remembering that we are working on a school calendar that doesn't always dovetail with the district's fiscal year. So it takes some coordination and thought about how to make that track through in the best way.
Mm-hmm. And while many states do have their fiscal years dovetail with their school year budget, but a conversation for a different time. I understand that the White House is encouraging states to use Medicaid to reimburse violence intervention programs. What steps has DC taken to do this?
To my knowledge, we have not taken steps to do that. If there are conversations about Medicaid reimbursement for violence intervention, they are happening elsewhere, but I've not been a part of those conversations.
Got it. Okay, we'll look forward to digging into that too. So we have been joined by our at-large council member, Christina Henderson, who is also a member of this committee. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we, if we can put 15 minutes on the clock, I'll have a 15-minute round. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and good afternoon. Apologies, I am in between. I had a hospital visit. I talked to elementary school a little bit ago, and so I am glad that I was able to catch you. So I just have a few questions. So when someone experiences sexual assault, they are likely to go to the nearest medical provider, not necessarily knowing that specialized care from sexual assault nurse examiners is only available at one hospital in the city. I think I talked a little bit about this last year with a former director, but I wanted to know if you think that there's an appetite to expand this program to other hospitals in the city, and if there have been any conversations to do so.
To the best of my knowledge, unless the grantees are having conversations amongst themselves about that expansion, we have not engaged in expanding this program to other hospitals in the city. It was really important to get this program implemented off the ground and know that it was running well, right? And so we took the entirety of FY22 to make sure that protocols are in place. Law enforcement, the hospitals, the advocates are working in as best a synchronicity as is possible. And so that's where we are right now. Talks about expansion to other hospitals has not happened in my hearing.
Okay. I mean, I think you could understand from the perspective of, especially given the number of universities that we have in the city, you know, there might be a person who said, okay, I'm just going to go to the hospital that is nearest to my institution. And then to find out that, yes, someone can come to you, but it's going to be a wait, or you have to go to a new hospital. I don't want to just, in some ways, it seemed like we're putting hoops in place in order for them to do what they need.
Yeah, no, I can absolutely understand that scenario and where you're coming from with that. And what we would like to do is to be able to meet victims as close to their point of need as is possible, right? That's the goal, to have the fewest steps in between victims and the services and supports that they need. And at the same time, we want to create those kinds of depth of victim-centered care very thoughtfully, because that day is that person's worst day. So I would not want us to build a hasty system that is unreliable or inconsistent. So to really know that we know what we're doing as we make expansions, I think is critically important. So I would say each of these things are true at the same time. You know, we want to meet victims more closely to exactly where they are. And we want to ensure quality and consistent care for every victim every single time.
Okay. In your pre-hearing responses, we saw that your agency didn't award about $4 million in grants to CBOs in FY22 due to underspending by subgrantees due to COVID restrictions in the district. Could you what that mean?
I'm so sorry, you're cutting in and out. I can't quite hear your question. Oh.
I'm going to turn off my video and see if that helps.
Oh, there you are. I can hear you now.
Okay. Can you still hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of really coming.
It's
coming in and out.
Okay. Councilmember Pinto, I appreciate you giving me the time. I'm not in a really great place. And so I'm going to sign out and sign back in. Councilmember Pinto. I'm going to sign out and sign back in.
Apologies, please give us one moment. Thank you.
All right, so sorry about that, Director. You still here? Thank you so much.
I am still here, no worries.
Thank you. And thank you so much to Councilmember Henderson for joining us. So let's continue that conversation around victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, some of whom we heard from today. Can you provide an update on the 2 new housing properties for survivors of domestic violence, and how many beds do they have and how many people have they served since opening?
I don't have the service date since opening, but it's 21 beds between the 2 projects, and they are both up and running. So the My Sister's Place as well as Calvary Women's Services. The DC Safe project would be the 3rd one that's coming online, and I think she said that's coming online this spring, and that's the project that's got the 30 beds.
And I hear you that you don't have all the service data before you, but is it your sense that these beds are usually occupied, that these beds are meeting the need?
Yeah. For domestic violence housing, those beds, both short-term and long-term, there's not a vacancy concern, to speak broadly about it. The beds that we have are meeting a portion of the need, but what we hear from our service providers is that the district is still doing a bit of catch up around beds.
Okay.
So occupancy is generally full a lot of places.
Right. And it's especially concerning because in these circumstances, there are emergency circumstances and people need to get out of the situation sometimes right away. And so making sure we have sufficient beds is really important and definitely a priority of ours this year.
Yeah.
How are you all working to increase domestic violence CBO's capacity to serve survivors?
Yeah, so our primary tool, as you're aware, is funding. And so, increasing the funding that's available is something that we're already doing and taking budget measures that way. But also, strengthening networks is another piece of it. So the work that we've done around the van and pulling people closer together, because the tighter these networks are, the more efficient they can be in working in synchronicity with one another. So while that's not gonna, make new beds pop up out of the sky, right? The more we can work closely and in a coordinated way, the better that experience is for the survivor as they move from an emergency situation to maybe something that's longer term or more transitional, and then ultimately into healing and in permanent living situations.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of our LGBTQ victims of domestic violence specifically, how are you all working to ensure that there's safe housing for these residents through all of the domestic violence housing programs and vouchers that we fund, especially considering the closure of Casa Ruby?
Yeah, so for OVSJG's role in supporting LGBTQ plus survivors, we have some expertise throughout the continuum of domestic violence providers. However, Wanda Alston, that program is one of, obviously our foremost authorities on the needs of LGBTQ plus survivors of domestic violence in the district. OVSJG was not a funder of Casa Ruby's housing. We provided support for one staff person who did some counseling work there. And so our partners over at DHS are and were providers of housing funding for LGBTQ survivors. All that being said, we are looking in our portfolio at ways to support more capacity building and more beds for LGBTQ plus survivors. I'm leading some of that work and those conversations personally.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy to hear that that's a focus. In terms of our returning citizens, we've heard from many and grantees about the importance of providing non-congregate housing. How has your office been working to expand options for non-congregate housing for returning citizens?
Yeah, so, again, we have always funded and continue to fund scattered site options across our portfolios. So when reentry providers come in, and if that's an option that they want to present in their application, or returning citizens want to use flexible funding to pay for rents, all of those are options. So we don't have a specific prescription about the physical, setup of the housing option. We lean into the applications that are submitted and do the best that we can to get the resources where they're needed.
Okay. In terms of your efforts in supporting organizations who are handling the Incarceration Reduction Act petitions and the Second Look project, can you provide an update on the Second Look project and any challenges you've seen with matching eligible petitioners with legal representation?
I would have to get that information from staff for you and get back to you. I don't have that information about challenges for Second Look in front of me.
Okay.
Or in my head.
Okay. And speaking of Second Look, I'm not sure if you'll have this then, have information about the recidivism rates of petitioners.
I wouldn't not, but I can get it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. All right, let's talk a little bit about victims of gun violence.
Mm-hmm.
One of our public witnesses today talked about the need to expand housing services for victims of gun violence and the importance of ensuring that housing that they're receiving is in safe areas and wheelchair accessible. Can you talk about what your office is doing to ensure the housing we're funding is both safe and accessible to those who are that they're ADA compliant?
Yeah, so OVSJG doesn't have a gun violence initiative in the way that we have some of the other initiatives. We are a participant and a partner in the Building Blocks DC strategy. And under that strategy, we have one award for gun violence housing. Now, in the context of that award, as is true with all of our awards, we monitor programmatically and financially to ensure that those grantees are meeting the needs of the population that they're intended to meet. So within that, we will have to have options for accessibility. That would be true of our gun violence grantee. That's true of our domestic violence grantees. All of that is true across the board for all of our grantees. And then in addition to that, ONES is our partner to ensure that the locations that people are referred to into that housing program are safe for them based on interconnections or not. So ONES manages the referrals into that emergency housing program that we provide the funding for. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, okay. And in terms of the hospital-based violence intervention programs, how do you determine how much funding to award to each hospital?
Yeah, it's based on application, of course. You know, hospitals and hospital affiliated programs, they apply for differing amounts as they are standing up, you know, similar, but not precisely exactly the same program, right? So there's not like a floor amount that, okay, so everybody gets no less than $100 or something like that. It's really based on the project that they are submitting and the financial need that they demonstrate for the project that they are submitting. MedStar Washington Hospital, for example, has a program that is, you know, different than, say, the program that might be at Howard than, say, the program that might be at GW.
Mm-hmm. But then how are you working to make sure that those programs are working in concert?
Yeah. Yeah. So programmatically, there's a couple of things that happen. They're all a member of Project Change, and there are some minimum staffing and minimum commitments that come along with that. So they all have to have, you know, a lead person. They all have to have a violence interventionist or treatment navigator. They all have to have a social work or counselor type person. So there's some minimum staffing levels. And then there's training and participation in Project Change that sets sort of a floor for what the applications will look like. The exact amount that they apply for could vary. So those are two of the ways that we ensure that they're operating with some core standards.
Okay. And I guess, again, what's the kind of next step when some are operating with poor standards? Then what happens next?
With poor standards, did you say?
Right. You said, you know, some of them are operating with poor standards, but then from your perspective, what happens next? Is there additional consideration to changing some of those funding decisions?
I'm sorry, if I said poor, I meant to say core, C-O-R-E.
I see. Okay. Poor.
No,
Poor standards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay. And are Project Change violence interrupters in contact with the violence interruption programs out of the ONES and OAG offices in sharing information learned or best practices?
Yeah, that's one of the spaces that they have been coming together. You know, ONES folks and OAG office interrupters. I know they have been coming to Project Change. I haven't checked their roster, you know, as interim, so that's at least 6 months. So, you know, I can't verify if they are still attending, but I know that that is a convening place across the intervention space. And those meetings are monthly. I think it's the first Friday of the month. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so one of the other pieces we talked about today around this was challenges with hiring and retaining violence interrupters. Has that been part of your analysis in identifying these folks and making sure that they're being retained?
We noticed the trends, and the hospitals have their own HR processes. So, you know, we're not trying to like insert within the processes that each hospital may have, but what we are saying is that there should be some core, C-O-R-E, positions in each hospital. And if there are challenges around hiring that our office can help address, we definitely want to do that. You know, if it's a funding challenge, we want to hear that and respond to it as effectively as we can.
Okay. Well, thank you. We have been rejoined by Councilmember Christina Henderson, a member of the committee. Thanks so much for joining us, and we can start the clock where you left off, or at 10, I think you were at 10 minutes. So we can give you another 10 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and apologies for that. This should be a more stable connection on my end. Director, one of the things I was trying to ask about was I saw in your pre-hearing responses that OVSJG did not award approximately $4 million in grants to CBOs in FY22 due to, quote, underspending by subgrantees due to COVID restrictions in the district. Can you clarify a little bit about what that means? Having similar conversations with other agencies, but I'm curious what some of your grantees experienced and faced that led to this underspending.
Yeah, so first part I'll clarify is that our note is not that we didn't award, funds were awarded, they weren't fully expended. So, you know, right?
And to be clear, in terms of your grants, they're a reimbursement model, or you award and then your grantees then submit a report of some sort in terms of the activities that they did with the funds?
Yeah, we work on reimbursement primarily.
Okay.
But we also provide advances and we have a structure for that.
Okay.
Yeah, they can, you know, request a certain percentage of an advance. For those who don't maybe have the working capital or smaller or something like that. So awards are issued and then obligated in our budget and then spent down by reimbursement or advanced by the grantees. So within that entire structure, we had grantees who received awards, but were unable to expend it all.
Right. Yeah. So what happens in those situations? Is it reallocated and repurposed, or
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, so we work hard to try and stay ahead of when grantees may not expend all of their awards so that we can put that money back out so in the fourth quarter. Okay. And so we encourage grantees to, you know, let us know so we can deobligate those funds and then issue it back out for some other purpose as quickly as possible before we get through the end of the year. And in some cases, we're able to do that. In some cases, we're not.
Okay. So does underspending federal grant dollars impact the maximum award amounts and that you provided in subsequent years?
Does underspending federal dollars, say it one more time.
So let's say you have a federal grant, which you have. If you underspend in those federal grant dollars, does that impact your ability to get the maximum award amount in subsequent years when you go
OVSJG's ability?
Yes.
Depending on the federal source. For our agency, most of the federal funding that we have is formula funding that isn't impacted by underspending.
Okay.
And then we also seek to do no cost extensions.
All right. So, you know, a number of public witnesses testimony during hearings for your agency, whether it be during performance and most especially during budget, are always saying, we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. I'm curious, you know, obviously the COVID years were interesting, but if you had to ballpark a guess, is there a number that meets that you could say is the gap in need?
I wouldn't want to ballpark something that important. I would not want to do that. That is something that should be thoughtfully considered.
I know. I was just going to try to see whether or not you might say, hey, I think X amount would help us out here in terms of meeting the need. It's always better when people have a number that we can like reach towards as opposed to
but I will tell you
abstract, we need more.
I will tell you that the Victim Assistance Network folks got together. There are almost 70 of them, and they put together a recommendation that I heard them speak to today and speak about today. And from my perspective, that is unprecedented that they have come together in that cohesive of a way. And I am impressed by what they've pulled together to do. So I'm interested in what they're saying.
Okay. No, I mean, I think that's great. I feel like it streamlines from a place of advocacy when all the folks can come to the table and kind of speak with one voice. I've experienced. Just to follow up on the conversation that you were having with Councilmember Pinto in terms of the hospital-based violence intervention program. So as the chair of the health committee and a member of this committee, I'm obviously very interested in this particular program. Are there limitations on what the grants can be spent on?
Well, I mean, yes, there's
Well, yes,
limitations.
yes, there's always limitations, but I guess the better question is primarily, what is the guidelines and hope? Is it, this is the funding for people? Is it for programming? Is it for supplies?
It's all of the above.
Okay.
With all of our grants, right? So we rely on grantees to write the applications for the programs and request the resources that they believe that they need in order to successfully execute those programs. And so the HVIPs, you know, the same applies. In that group, some things that's slightly different than in other subgroups in our portfolios is that they have come together and they do have project change, and there are some core standards for what it means to operate as an HVIP. And we expect that they're going to submit budgets that are going to cover what they need to cover for those core CORE elements of being an HVIP and operating successfully.
How many of our hospitals are part of this program?
We've got 6 now.
Okay, but I think that's almost.
And the newest one is the children's.
Oh, children's. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, because I was like, wait, I was counting in my head.
Sorry.
Trying to figure that out. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I know that they have seen an uptick in challenges, particularly when it comes to adolescents.
We were really early in building and desiring the children's program and working with them. I had the privilege of doing that in my role as deputy director as that was starting up, and understanding in advance of some of the deep need that we are seeing now. And I am just so grateful that we had already started that work and aren't having to start it now reflexively.
Right. So what is the measurement or definition of success for this program in your mind?
For the CHIVIP program?
No, for just HVIP altogether.
Well, we want to see people engage in those services and supports that are going to help them on their healing path, and that's going to reduce the likelihood that they'll be victims or perpetrators of future violence. And so what we know from HVIP work is that the more that people are engaged at the time that they're offered those services, the better those outcomes are long term. So that's kind of what we're hoping for that. Now, within the context of that sort of global definition, hospitals get to define their grant outcomes more specifically. And there's slight differences hospital to hospital, depending on, again, whether it's Howard or whether it's MedStar or whether it's a children's hospital. But those are within the context of each individual grant. High level, we want to see people heal and not become involved in future violence. And then below that are the individual hospital goals.
Okay. This is my last sort of line of questioning. I recently discussed with someone the limitations that mandated reporters at schools face when a student reveals abuse at home. So in some of these instances, you know, the teacher or principal or the counselor will call CFSA. CFSA will say, that's not really our thing. And the school then has to send the kid home, which is hard for many reasons, right? Schools know how to report certain abuses to CFSA, but to what extent has OVSJG and the partners make school communities aware of the services that may not fall within the traditional bounds of calling a domestic violence hotline?
I'm trying to track. Are you talking about youth violence with youth? I'm just trying to understand. It depends on.
And so basic, if a young person came and said, you know, so-and-so beat my mom or whatever, and I'm scared. I think a lot of schools are kind of like, okay, who do we call in this instance? It may not be an instance of where we need to call MPD, but do they know that there are other services and resources are available that could be connected for that family and for that young person?
So not having the ability to know what others know, I can tell you some of the work that this office and our grantees do to outreach and make people aware. So we have our DC Victim Hotline, which is what we put out to folks as the central line for all things victim service related.
Okay.
Right. So call that one number and get access to somebody 24/7, 365 who can sort out, okay, it's Dash's door, or it's DC Safe's door, or it's Safe Source Children's Advocacy that you should speak to, because they're aware of all of the resources that are provided. So that's going to be the one spot. In addition to that, we are participants in so many work groups and councils and task forces and all those sorts of things, so that we carry that message ourselves. And then in addition to all of that, our individual grantees, are funded to do outreach and engagement to make sure that populations, and sometimes very targeted populations, are aware of the services that exist and how to access them. So it's all of those layers put together that make up the package of how people become aware. Is there ever enough of that? Probably not.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, look, in a city like ours where we have so many different LEAs, in an ideal world, right, you're like, okay, well, we just talk to DCPS and they know and they can disseminate the information. And unfortunately, in this case, you got to call everybody individually. So I totally understand. But thank you so much for answering my questions, and apologies again for the
No
connection
worries.
difficulties.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you so much for joining us, Councilmember Henderson. All right, Director, going back to our conversation around Project Change, in your experience, and I know it will be under the direction of a different director, but how do you think that we can do a better job to ensure that our victims are informed of Project Change services available to them before they're discharged from the hospital?
So, it's my understanding that each hospital has their established processes for being proactive around engagement and offering services. And they're going to get their rosters depending on which hospital it is at whichever time of day they're going to get it, and reach out to those patients that have come on board. One thing that I know that some of the hospitals have worked on and continue to work on is to stagger some of their staffing so that they, are accessing folks at different times of day, and not have everybody working just like, a X to 7 p.m. kind of a shift. So having people work different shifts so they can access patients at different times of day. Beyond that, I think that, increasing the uptick of acceptance of services at the hospitals is going to be, I would lean to the understanding of that specific hospital, because they're unique. They're all HFIPs, but there are unique operations within each hospital. One of the things that I hope our office continues to, one of the ways I hope our office continues to operate is to understand how to support and lead at an overall level, right? And lean into the wisdom that are the folks at ground level and seeing people day in and day out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I hear you. I guess I'm just worried about if the violence interrupter isn't there, or worker isn't there at the time that a patient is being discharged, that they may miss out on those services. And so thinking about looking at the experiences of the hospitals that have been effective at improving their participation rates for those who need it, how we can standardize some of that work, even with the understanding, of course, every hospital is different, but whether that's flyers or part of the discharge process with another provider, is something I think we should be thinking about.
I agree. And some of those conversations are indeed happening in the Project Change community of sharing ideas, sharing best practices. The standards that they currently are operating under, they developed as a group. And if those standards need to be refreshed, then, we can look at what needs to happen with that. But at this point, at least what we can see from first quarter this year, the acceptance rates are really going in the right direction, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in light of the new Children's Hospital Youth Violence Intervention Program, and its status as the only program serving pediatric victims, are there systems of referral in place? So for example, if a teenage gunshot victim is treated at Howard University Hospital, can they be referred to the Children's Hospital Youth Violence Intervention Program for services?
It's my understanding that they can, but I would need to verify that with their program manager. Because again, it may depend on the capacity of that program at that time. If they can receive additional referrals.
Okay. Are there any plans, or what are the plans under development for an HVIP at the new Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center at the St. Elizabeth's campus, scheduled to open in early 2025?
We, as far as I know, have not engaged in those conversations just yet about what will happen at that new hospital.
Okay.
So I would defer that to incoming Director Porter.
Got it. Understood. Okay. And I know we talked a little earlier about the funds, and so much of this comes down to money and needing more money. And I know you're in the process now of making those requests to Mayor Bowser. I guess in terms of how the office approaches disbursement of dollars awarded, are there a series of principles included in that approach, or a prioritization of challenges that the executive is trying to tackle with these funds to determine that prioritization system? Is it primarily based on what happened last year and that's the starting model? Do you start from scratch every year? Elaborate a little, if you could, on some of those decision metrics.
Well, the first and foremost thing I would say is that, of course, we are making our funding decisions in alignment with the mayor's priorities. So that's the big scheme of priorities. And then within that context, we are charged to build and fund a system of services, right? So we want to see that happen. In the context of all of that, where we have competitive grant making, we have federal formulas, we have special conditions. So it is a myriad of things that, go into the deliberative process about which agency will receive which specific funds and in which specific amounts. But it all starts with the mayor's priorities.
Okay, thank you. Well, that is all the questions that I have for you today, Director, but I want to reiterate my gratitude for you stepping up to serve in this extremely important role and supporting all of our grantees who are doing this really difficult and imperative work on behalf of district residents every day. If you have any other closing thoughts, please feel free to.
I do. I really would take this little, just this little moment to say just how privileged and honored I have been to serve in this capacity. Over this time, I had the joy and privilege of working with Director Garcia for 4 years and just learned so much from her. And I've just been honored to serve our grantees, to deepen those relationships with them, to just be able to build up the system over a time when we really, really, really need it. So I've just been honored, and I am looking forward to serving alongside Director Porter as she takes on her new role on Monday. And I look forward to working with you all as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're lucky to have your service.
All right. Thank you.
There being no further business for the committee, the time is now 4:43 p.m.